for us.
This is too smooth. I honestly didn't even really want to say anything on this, but that's what the people want. That's what I came here for. So we're gonna get into it.
I like my coffee black, wife too. Don't turn this to no controversy, it's my boo. I can make $250,000 off a haiku, and I can make another quarter off at times two. If it's money on the table, I'll be on it like Bobby or Epic. You peep the aesthetic, it's hard to forget it. I hear you talking, but you're hardly right. I'm the voice of your prototype. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? It's too cool. Get the drop tops out. Summertime and then why? It fits right. Bottles over here. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? I'm talking 6 a.m. tea times. 18 with the mayor talking land banks. I waited for it, gotta get mine. Snag a seat up at the table if my man can't. Heading to a meeting, we're familiar with no briefcase. Just my mind in a free state. I got a plan through a vision, but it takes time. I'ma make mine. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? You know the drill by now. Summertime and then why? Get everything together, get the squad together, get the gang together. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? Started in the back office, now I run the front. Call the shots, make the deals, know the deal, know what's up. Too much for the books, then I put it in a tuck. Too much for the tuck, then I give it to my love. Once I make $1 million, man, $1 million won't be enough. Watch you fake the struggle while I get it off the hush. Now it's JetBlue miles, Rolex dials, frowns turn to smiles. Summertime and then why? Now as you come to an end. Summertime and then why? And the falls upon us. I want you to bring that energy. Summertime and then why? And run that thing back. Yeah. Until next year. Summertime and then why? Yeah. And why? Summertime and then why? Yeah. We gone.
Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos. Cop a Henny sour, and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power. Yeah, this time is really ours. It's time to get the bag. Yeah, it's time to get the bag. Yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Ask for it, you receive it. Got it locked, put the key in. Got them looking, yeah, they praying. She like, I like what I'm seeing. Now we up, they agreeing. Play full, yeah, we eating. Now you can't ignore this feeling when you got it from him seeing. Why these built in? If I love, why you cheating? She know that I'm never leaving. They want beef, but they vegan. I don't know why they on that. Get a pack, then I roll that. She got, tell her throw that. Start her on, it's a throwback. Just a straight roll, I don't even pay tolls. The boy a genius and I ain't talking yay though. Been a living legend since I was like a day old. I remember days though, listening to J. Cole. I remember days though, listening to Drake though. Had to up my profile, had to up my payroll. Getting too high, yeah, you know I had to lay low. Getting too fried, eating on some big though. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Getting all these dollars, yeah, you know I had to make them. Yeah, I came through, yeah, you know I had to make do. Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos. Cop a Henny sour and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power, yeah, this time is really ours. It's time to get the bag, yeah, it's time to get the bag, yeah, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On the mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On the mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it.
I dip in the corner in something imported. I'm copping the land at the sand where the shores. Beautiful women who time in the mirror to show up the shows and see me perform this. Used to ignore me, I'm all the day here, but I used to be timid. I don't know what fear is, just taught at my dog and he told me he got me. I hopped up the line and went straight to go get it. I got us. Building this up out of mortar and brick. The way that it's going, I don't see it ending. The pigment is tinted, I'm really that. Go figure. I'm tapped into a higher power, feeling bigger than me. It's centering me. My enemy silent, they see that I'm fire, can't put my energy. I got some real ones on my sideline, abiding by them guidelines. I'm way up near the skyline. You so belly fine, right? Only kings around me, others go now why I shine bright. Yeah, you hella fine, right? Hey, you looking like the wine and dine type. I'm basking in that limelight. Brody, get your chip stack. I'll teach you. I'm the wise guy. I'm getting right back that shit I'm sending out with vibe wise. You know we good on this side.
On a mission, best believe it, ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Ask for it, you receive it.
Hello and welcome to another wonderful week of the Rainbow Six North American League. I'm your host, Doa, as usual. And also as usual, we have our two analysts, Jesse J. Chick and Caliber Jacob. And maybe slightly less than usual, but pretty cool. We've got none other than Super, the general manager of the Soniqs organization, joining us to lend us his giant Rainbow Six brain. It looks, the hat is much bigger on the inside. It contains a large brain. Believe it. How you doing, man? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing fantastic. I'm ready to watch the Soniqs lose.
Oof. All right, wow. Okay, well, you heard it here first. The confidence, I love it. First, we got to talk about last week, though, and to get that started, let's watch a video of just kind of how things went down in week one.
Stage 3 kicked off last week, following a hyper-competitive Stage 2 and an overall disappointing international showing. Last stage, we saw 8 teams fighting for a spot in the top 4 right till the last moment. With this photo finish after NA dominance at the Charlotte Major, many expected them to bring home another trophy from Berlin. Instead, 3 teams went home before the playoffs, while XSET made it all the way to the semi-finals before losing to EU's Rogue. NA needed a change, and they did, ushering in an unprecedented amount of rookie talent. So, where did the team stand after 2 playdays? TSM soared into first with their new pickups, Snake and Gasher, showing strength for the first time since their 6th Invitational win in February. The Soniqs got off to a strong start, following behind them in second, looking fierce with Gunner and Geometrics rounding out their roster, after Super's retirement and Yeti's transfer to SSG. Parabellum struggled in previous stages, never quite last, but unable to break into the top 4. In Stage 3, Asian and Doc seemed to give Parabellum much needed flexibility with 2 early victories under their belt. Parabellum may have found a winning formula. On the flip side, Oxygen finished week 1 with 2 losses, a brutal start for a roster who are used to locking in their major spot early on. Astralis have struggled to find their footing after a disappointing result in Berlin. They have to turn things around if they hope to secure a top 4 spot by the end of the stage. Verdo was expected to make waves for Beastcoast, but Mark the Shark had to rise from the depths instead. Despite their best efforts, Beastcoast didn't manage any points this week and round out the standings in 10th place. In the middle of the pack, XSET have their eyes on the major. They hold 4th place for now, but Mirage are on their heels, scoring an unexpected victory against Astralis. SSG and DarkZero end week 1 in 6th and 7th place, still showing some of the same issues they revealed in Stage 2. The first week back to the NAL provided surprise, upset, and opportunities for new talent to shine. Going into week 2, will the top teams widen their lead, or will it be anyone's game in the North American League?
Well, there you go. A lot happened in week 1, and the thing is that we were talking about this last week. It really feels like a whole new year instead of just like a new stage. Like, these are a lot of roster moves that you see, I feel like, between entire years, not just stages. But give me your quick takeaways on week 1. Jacob, we'll go to you first.
I mean, overall, I just like seeing TSM back in the fold, but also having a Parabellum squad that was so, like, all over the place over the past couple of stages just go to show that they're bringing up even more new talent. That's probably going to get poached for SI.
Yeah, week one, always first impressions, right? I think there's a couple of teams that maybe didn't give off on the right foot. Astralis having a pretty rough week, Oxygen as well. So there's a couple of teams that we kind of expect to be a little bit higher in the standings, and hopefully this week they can bounce back and show, kind of show some of that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how TSM kind of continue if they're going to be on an upward trend coming off a 2-0 week, if OXG is going to continue to falter on an 0-2 week, and what's going to play out.
That's right. Well, one thing that did play out, to maybe the surprise of some, but maybe to the complete unsurprise of others, is how our MVPs worked out for week one. And of course, our day one MVP, I don't remember this, it was Canadian actually. So like talking about Canadian, his performance in day number one, it was great. Like as someone, you know, who's another old man of Rainbow Six Super, how's it feel to see one from your generation get the MVP?
People have a weird idea that Canadian is a boomer. He's like 25. I'm in my 30s, so like I don't know if we're grouped together, but you know, anytime I can see DarkZero doing well, I'm ecstatic.
There you go. Well, I mean, it's neat to see, right? And the thing is, all the stuff about like reaction time going away with age and all that kind of stuff too, untrue. Untrue.
Yeah.
How else do you explain Daigo over in Japan getting wins Street Fighter at 40-something, right? I cling to that. Let me cling to that. Yeah. Well, our second MVP for day number two was none other than Kool-Aid, of course. Now, Parabellum was off to a really hot start, and Kool-Aid definitely a big part of that, wasn't he?
I think it was mostly what? It was the ace play to start off on border. That he had, it was like 10 kills before the half was even over, and then that just continues on throughout the rest of the day. He had a phenomenal opportunity to roam a lot on border because he wasn't just confined to playing sight smoke most of the time. So he showed up in a way we've just never seen Kool-Aid show up before.
Yeah, it was nice to see him playing a couple different positions, obviously roaming around in the Malusi, having some good mirror plays as well. Definitely finding a lot of that impact starting off on defense, but of course, switching to attack, playing his classic hard breach roles that he loves to do so well. Also did a fantastic job there.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Kool-Aid potentially showing off for some new teams if he eventually gets bought out like every other Parabellum player next stage.
You know, Parabellum is starting to kind of seem like the farm team of Rainbow Six, right? Where it's like they bring in these good people, they have them kind of bought out.
I mean, Seth literally bought one of them. So
much appreciated. You know, thank you for Gunner.
There you go. It's working out quite well so far, it seems like. But you know, it's funny. I mean, this happens in every sport, right? Where there are teams where they're kind of like, maybe you could call them a talent development team. It all depends on what the goals of the organization is, right? Like as a GM as well, you're starting to kind of take more of a role in things from that side of things. So what's that been like, really quick? I'm curious.
Less stressful in some ways, more stressful in others. But yeah, in terms of Parabellum, you know, they do seem to be getting picked apart some, and we'll see if they can keep their roster intact.
It feels like Parabellum is just the Eminem of NA in a lot of ways. Obviously, Eminem is sticking with their team that actually came up through Challenger League last year, but Parabellum feels like whenever they start in that system, it's a nice proving ground to then get brought up into a much bigger, hopefully better system if they go to a better team.
No joke, I thought you were talking about the rapper at first, and I was like, I can't wait to see where this analogy is going, but it ended up being way more disappointing.
I think there's copyright problems to worry about there.
Maybe. Mom spaghetti. Let's take a look at today's match schedule, see what we've got to look forward to. We've got some good ones. In fact, XSET versus Soniqs in game number one. Super already giving us a preview of that one. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Then we got Spacestation Gaming versus Parabellum. Astralis versus TSM. Should be meaningful. Astralis really needing to get some momentum going in the stage. DarkZero versus Beastcoast. Speaking of teams that need momentum, Beastcoast just need to show signs of life at this point, I feel like. And then Oxygen versus Mirage should be very interesting after Mirage's convincing win last week. Should be a good set of games, shouldn't it?
Yeah, and Mirage typically always had some of the last games in last stage, so we kind of got accustomed to if Mirage isn't doing that hot, then it's kind of, well, we're always looking at a Mirage loss to end the day. Not this time around, given how they played against Astralis last week, there's more of a sign of life, so it means the whole day actually has a really decent spread of matchups.
Yeah, Parabellum SSG, kind of one that I'm taking a look at as well. SSG, historically a very top team, but they have had their struggles. They've just made a roster move. Parabellum just bringing in 2 new players, and so if they can continue on that streak of beating some of the top teams in the league, then Parabellum could be off to a very good first 3 days.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Soniqs game just to see if we can win a round or two. You know, if we take 1, 2, it's a success for us.
So toxic. All right. Well, can't wait to get into that one a little bit more. Before we go to a quick break, though, again, like something we're excited to share with you is our AIM Lab stats that you'll see throughout the day. Had all the pro players in the league test their accuracy, their speed, a bunch of different things in good old AIM Lab to see how they rated up, how they stacked up against each other. So we'll be checking that out as well, something to keep an eye on. But that's going to do it for the pre-show. Do not go anywhere. The matches begin when we return. It's going to be XSET versus Soniqs on the first match of the day here in Week 2, Stage 3 of the Rainbow Six North American League. See you in just a few.
Actually bring up what the first 6 are.
Came through dripping Aquafina, I'm 715, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffing. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Bim Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. Know this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, heading out the piece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through dripping Aquafina, I'm 715, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's Agora linen. I came through dripping Aquafina, I'm 715, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love.
Beastcoast put another one up. An easy closeout for Astralis. Flawless. Round 4 goes their way.
DarkZero in full control.
Grabs one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again.
A big victory from Spacestation.
XSET.
They play it out perfectly.
And the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive.
Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rainbow Six North American League. It's time to kick off a brand new week of Rainbow Six esports action. Oh yes, I'm your host, Doa. With me at the desk today, we got Jesse J. Chick, Super, and we have Caliber Jacob, as usual. Super, our special guest for this week. Do you feel special being here? Say yes, please.
You might say I feel super being here now.
That's good.
We're going to hear
take
that a lot over the next 2 days.
We'll take it. We'll take it. It's going to be fun. I love having out guests on the desk, especially with the pro player experience. Let's check out, though, our format for the league first, just in case you're tuning in for the first time, which, there might be a couple of you out there. We've got 10 teams in the league. We've got 9 days of play and a full round-robin best-of-1 to figure out what the teams will be to qualify to the next Rainbow Six Major, wherever and whenever that may be. And so there you go. There's a tournament format. We got a lot to play for too. Obviously, there's some money on the line, but it's really about those SI points. Now, Super, I want to throw this over to you. From the Soniqs side of things, there's still very much a chance that Soniqs can get to SI. What's it going to take, though, in this stage to get them there?
Well, the first thing we have to do is qualify for the major. If we don't qualify for the major, essentially they'll have to play through the invitational qualifier. So step 1 is getting to the major, and then step 2 would be making out of groups at the major for the first time ever, because we're horrible and group stage is best of 1s, but I have faith in the boys to do it.
All right, cool. Well, I mean, you can say those kinds of things because you were part of those group stages, so that's okay. It's a warranted toxicity.
Coming from the source, yeah.
There you go. A little bit of money on the line as well. Let's look at our stage schedule here. We've got 1 week down, 4 weeks to go. And this, if like the last stages were any indication, this is going to fly by. I can't believe how fast we go through these 5 weeks. It feels crazy. You can see day 3 today, day 4, and then day 5 on that schedule as well. Looking at these matchups, what are one of the ones that you're most excited about, Jesse?
Well, looking ahead of things, obviously Playday 5, I think with the news that dropped a couple of days ago, DarkZero versus SSG has gotten a little spicy.
Yeah.
We, of course, have Skies going in against the team that he obviously left at the end of last stage, so that one could be a little bit of fun.
Yeah, how about you, Jacob?
Anything that's got Parabellum in it, admittedly. I think
right.
a 2-0 start on one map does suggest some things about them, but anytime we get to see a brand new squad, or it's not completely new, but it is an opportunity for these guys to flourish in a different way, I'm all for it, especially considering Parabellum, since they jumped into the league, has always been a super intriguing story.
It's been fun to see for sure. Now, outside of Soniqs games, Super, is there any non-Soniqs matchup that you think is going to be fun, that you're looking forward to?
I've kind of got my eye on OXG and Mirage later today. Mirage kind of seemed rejuvenated last week a little bit, and OXG had, I think, the worst start they've ever had to an NAL stage. So it's going to be interesting to see if OXG bounce back or Mirage are maybe better than OXG this stage.
Yeah, it could be. It's things are getting shaken up this stage for sure. Let's take a look at our first match of the day, though. We mentioned it earlier. It's going to be XSET taking on Soniqs. Now, XSET, of course, one of those teams that did not make any changes going to stage 3. Why would they? They made it all the way to the semifinals in Berlin. So certainly a team that's been doing well, but they did go 1-1 in week 1. Meanwhile, Soniqs with a 2-0 start, so it really does feel like it's kind of on XSET to come alive a little bit more in this one and kind of show that they're still one of those top teams, huh?
Yeah, I mean, XSET obviously having a very good major down in Berlin, but they come here back into stage 1. I don't think their loss against Parabellum is the biggest thing to worry about, right? It was a close game. I thought they still had some really strong players, especially when it comes back to their supports, back to their anchors. You talk about guys like Diaz, guys like Kino, very, very dependable players on this team. So I think that they should be fine continuing in for Soniqs, maybe sharpen up a couple of those armory defenses. That game goes another way. So they're coming in here against Soniqs, of course, 4th place versus 1st place, but I still feel like XSET are the favorites coming into this matchup.
if only by a little bit. I think this is also the closest matchup that we have in terms of who is close to one another on both attack and defense. Any other matchup that we see today, there is going to be some big discrepancy on one side of the ball or the other. But in this one, if you're asking for what our most even matchup of the day is, even though it's might be a big difference for some people to see first through fourth place, there's only a couple of percentage points on defense. It's not the biggest like difference or disparity in the world, so it's still going to be a good one.
So I'm curious, like on stylistically, how do you feel the two squads match up? New Sonic squad, XSET.
I think this is a very interesting matchup to watch, especially from a spectator point of view, because these are arguably the two most talented mechanical teams. They both have great aimers. They both play at a fast pace. So depending on the map, you could see a lot of initial gunfights, a lot of initial, pressure, and I think it's going to be a really entertaining match.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot. You and I were talking about that before the show started today. It is a gunner's meta right now, and we're not just talking about the player on Sonics. We're talking about.
I was waiting for you to say it. I knew it was going to happen.
What else am I going to say? Of course. Let's talk about XSET though first. Let's zero in on that squad a little bit and dive into it a little bit more deeply. Now, XSET, of course, they did play that close match against Parabellum. Didn't end up going their way, but that said, there are still a ton of talented people on this squad. And, I talked to them in Vegas. They were happy that they made the semifinals in Berlin. That's progress. Quarters in Charlotte, semis in Berlin. They joke that they'll go and lose the finals of the next major and then they'll win SI. That's their long-term plan. But they certainly are a team that is overall on an upward trajectory.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you take a look at maybe some of the gunners that Seth was just talking about, right? And I think what you're mainly concerned for if you're XSET is just making sure that everybody shows up, right?
Yeah.
We've seen a couple of games, especially Spirits is a player that we have talked about being somewhat inconsistent. I think he's been a lot better recently. That said, against Parabellum, he really did struggle on some of those off-site roams. He was playing on a zombie, but he was dying to a lot of those angles. They were quite long, right? He would oftentimes have those barricades up, but still would end up falling because he's peeking them, because he's going for those fights, maybe a little bit sooner than he has to. Gomez, kind of his partner in crime sometimes there on the roam. He's been a player that I don't think has always been beside Spirits. You look at that last game against Parabellum to get that trade, to make sure you can back him up there. It's never the end of the world if somebody's opening death, but there has to be a trade there. There has to be somebody else coming through.
True.
It's also a partner in crime relationship on attack as well, because we used to look at both of them as being the guys who would switch Finka around more often than not. But we also had the question, if Finka's out, does XSET still fit into the meta? And it seems like they do. Everyone but Diaz is the one are taking entry engagements, and Spirits is also taking Buck on both maps. But for Border and Chalet, it does make a lot more sense, but I don't think that expectation is probably going to persist if he's looking for a new op to play. Gomez is taking over Yana in 90% of the engagements that they're in, but Gomez also isn't really showing up to the level that we usually expect of someone like him. So I think all of the fragging power is there. They understand how they want to fit into what is consistently a gunner's meta over and over again. But I think just in the case of that one Parabellum game on Border, I just think those two guys showing up is really all they needed to really correct the problems overall.
All right. So I'm curious, Super. Like when you look at XSET, what's kind of the biggest threat they bring to Sonics right now?
I just think the biggest threat, honestly, to the Sonics is that they have the ability to go toe-to-toe with them and take gunfights. Most of the teams in the league, in my opinion, don't. To be honest, I think what this game is going to come down to is the opening fights. The Sonics have a 91% conversion rate on getting opening kills. That's going to be huge if they continue that rate and the XSET kind of continue struggling with their opening kills. Obviously, that's going to favor the Sonics.
Yeah, XSET entry for that stat, 57%. So they've been relatively even. That's about where you think your average is going to be. Sonics also, in terms of actually getting those opening picks, have also been pretty even, 50%. So that win rate does come with it, but they are going to need to be able to take some of those, especially against some of the roamers on XSET. One thing I love about XSET as a team is they've got this player, Diaz, who's so dependable for them. He's one of only two players in the entire league with over a 50% survival rate, the other one being Grixer, of course, against them on the Sonics. He's got only 10 deaths through 21 rounds, 15 kills on top of it. So he is getting into fights. He's got a 1.5, very respectable KD ratio. And having Diaz as that rock there might be what they need if they do lose some of those opening picks, if they struggle in the early rounds. I like that they at least have somebody they can fall back on late.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly presenting a threat in a lot of ways, especially that gunfight kind of style. But let's talk about Sonics, though, the team on the other side of the arena. Now, to start us off with this, obviously there were some roster changes on Sonics coming into the stage. Super, as someone who is part of making the decisions on those roster changes, can you kind of take us through that? Like, what sort of was the process in terms of adding Geo and Gunner onto the team?
Well, initially we targeted Gunner when we learned that it was even possible to acquire him to replace me. And obviously with that intention, we had Yeti still on the team. once news kind of spread that TSM had elected to bench Geo, we thought that would be a very easy kind of plug and play Geo for me, because Geo's just a better player than me, but he plays the same roles. So we thought we were upgrading, honestly, at both positions with Gunner and kind of our roamer, flank watch, and Geo on our support roles.
Okay, all right. And in your opinion, how has that worked out so far after you see the first 2 games? Obviously, you got the wins, but what's your sort of like a professional evaluation of it?
Obviously, I think so far it's worked out well. We're undefeated at the moment, and the team looked really strong against DarkZero. I kind of expect, some bumps in the road because, they've only been practicing together for about 3 weeks, so it's not going to be perfect. But at the end of the day, we just need enough wins to make the major, and that's the goal.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting decision to kind of move Gunner onto more of those like flank watchy type roles that Yeti was playing, and then Geo, who on TSM was playing more of those flank watch roles, put him onto your former roles on that hard breach. Obviously, it's worked out quite well for you, and I know Geo's a very experienced player. He can play a lot of different roles there back on support, but ultimately, it does seem to be working out for Soniqs. I think not only is it allowing the new players to shine and have some good moments, but the veterans as well. We're seeing really good games coming through from Grixer. He's been, I think, the best player so far by by a rating metric in the league thus far. I think he had a standout performance on Skyscraper versus SSG to start things off. On Valk, he was really good around playing around that cover. And so I'm really hoping we see more of that strong performance from Grixer here today in week number 2.
How much caffeine do you think Gunner has had this morning?
Too much.
I've actually heard that he doesn't drink any. He's just naturally that energetic, yeah.
Just got that energy. All right.
He's just like me, better. for real. Look at that. I think, honestly, the only real criticism I have of Soniqs is with Gunner. I think there were several times, especially when they attacked, where he'd die with really pivotal utility way too early on, whether it was playing Osa in a couple of rounds on Skyscraper against SSG, or playing Ace just in Playday 2 against DarkZero. Sometimes it felt like he's first in, there isn't a trade potential, and it feels like he'll die with a little bit too much still left in his pocket. But that was something he also addressed in the interview after that DZ win, saying, we know it's a thing, we know it's about slowing the pace down a little bit in order to contain it somewhat. I think their shot calling has been fantastic. I think on defense, everyone seems really fluid. It's just on attack, you clean that one thing up, and you probably keep this first place trend going for a little while longer.
Yeah, on defenses, they are 75% total win rate, which is very, very good for the Soniqs. You take a look at that stat, it is the best in the league. They've only dropped 3 rounds so far throughout the NAL. They ended up dropping, 1 round versus DZ and 2 against SSG. So very, very strong so far in the defense. I like what you mentioned about Gunner right in the interview. I think they read DarkZero really well last week. They went kind of slow. They didn't try to take a lot of fights on the roam. That kind of made DZ stumble a bit. They wasn't really what DarkZero were expecting. And then it was cool. You saw the tack timeout in that game from DarkZero after, I believe it was round 4. And immediately after that, Soniqs switch up their playstyle because they kind of realized, wait a minute, they might be now kind of figuring it out. Yeah, Rexon goes for a big spawn peek and starts off the round. So that was nice.
That's right. You know what else is nice? Map bans.
Hey.
Got them in. We're all ready. Finding out where we're going to go. First ones to be banned are Skyscraper and Villa.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Sky and Villa both getting taken out. Skyscraper definitely makes sense from XSET to take off the board. It's a game that Soniqs played with Gunner and Geo already week 1. It was a very close game, 7-5, but XSET maybe seeing things that they don't want to see repeated once again. Chalet and Theme Park then both going to get taken off of the board. Chalet, a team that XSET picked for both games in the Berlin Major playoffs. They haven't really been wanting to play it in this week, I suppose. They did beat Beastcoast already on it, but that is Beastcoast, so perhaps not wanting to put a lot of weight onto that result. Oregon and Cafe are next 3 maps going out of the pool. Oregon, again, another one that you're wanting to ban against the Soniqs. SQ play a lot of Oregon, at least in the last couple of stages with their old roster. They didn't win it a ton. Their win rate was actually quite poor on it, but it's obviously a map they're very comfortable with.
I also like the idea of XSET still saying, hey, we're all right with a border pick. We'll do this again. We understand the issues that we had from that Parabellum loss. So if they opt to take it off the board, it wouldn't shock me, but it's nice that they still have the confidence to push it all the way late. Soniqs obviously want to take Bank off the board, considering that is one of XSET's best maps over the course of this year. So we hit club again. For Soniqs, the last time they played this was all the way back in stage 2 against TSM until that game against DarkZero just yesterday. So they are 1-1 on the year. As far as XSET are concerned, it's, I think, their 3rd most played map so far. They are still deadlocked at 50-50 on it over the course of this year and still maintain a pretty decent 40% attacking win rate. So considering where DarkZero were very, very deficient on clubhouse attacks in Playday 2, I think XSET are not going to have that problem here.
Interesting. All right, well, there you go. What do you think about the maps? Super. Going to clubhouse, what's your take?
I think it's a map Soniqs expected to play, or that at least was maybe one of their final 3. I think it's very interesting what Jacob just said, that XSET historically have about a 40% win rate on attack on that map. As Jesse mentioned earlier, the Soniqs are the #1 defensive team in the league.
Yeah.
So, you know, if that number keeps up and the Soniqs play the defensive level they played before against DarkZero when they were up 5-1, potentially that means that, you know, Soniqs can rack up some rounds on defense, but you know, I do know Bodega comes into games with a plan. He likes to counter a little bit, so I'm sure he's watched some VOD footage.
All right, well, we'll find out, but for now, it's time to make some predictions. Time to decide, or not, we don't get to decide. Time to decide who we think is going to win the round. And first, we're going to send it over to our casters. Pengu and Intero waiting, just can't wait. I see them shivering with anticipation, telling me who they think is going to win this one. Are you intimidated by Super on the desk at all? Does that affect you, Pengu?
I think it looks pretty good up there. It sounds pretty good too, honestly. So I'm excited to have him around for Playday 3 and 4.
Does it affect your pick though?
Honestly, no, because I started on Playday 1 saying that I was thinking that Soniqs would be like, they would have a slow start, but they would get better with time. But they proved me wrong. Day 1, day 2, they killed it. So honestly, I'm gonna go Soniqs for this one.
All right, one for Soniqs.
Well, there's definitely like a menacing aura coming from Super. I will say that much. I think he's staring right at me right now. Yeah,
I am.
He's actually staring right at me. That's correct. I can feel it like burning into the side of my head. No, not because he's here, but just because I agree with the logic that Nick has. I do think the Soniqs have the upper hand in this matchup. I don't know how much of a cakewalk it's going to be for them. I think I could very easily see this going to overtime because both teams are quite strong, but there's nothing that the Soniqs have shown me so far through these 2 playdays that would lead me to believe they'd lose.
All right, there you go. So 2 picks for Sonic. Our casters thinking the momentum from week 1 will continue into week 2. Thank you very much, guys. We'll check back in with you in just a moment when the map actually begins. And now it's time to see what our analysts, including you, Super, you're a guest analyst as well, think as far as who's going to win. First of all,
I mean, do we just need to pencil this pick in right now?
No, I need everyone to. So my request here, you all go before me because I have to weigh my opinion off.
All right,
all right.
You're the guest, so we'll give you special treatment in that regard.
Thank
Jacob, you go first, though.
Well, I'm going to go against the grain. I think it's an XSET map, which I'm mostly based on the fact that they're playing defense first here. I know that that's not something that we allowed the 2 of them when they made their picks to actually weigh into the equation. I think that's probably going to be the non-starter overall. I think if XSET can get off to a quick start there, then when you have to then switch the pace back up again, it's a map both teams, I'm hoping that the Soniqs are comfortable with it, even though we've only seen them play it twice. There's already a lot of demonstrated proof that XSET is very comfortable in that environment. So if it's off to a fast start for XSET, I think they take it overall.
True. They want to bounce back for sure. Jesse?
I'll even the score. I'm going to back up Jacob. I think that XSET coming into this stage were the favorites. They were my team that I thought would get that first place. And although they lost a game last week, I still felt like they played a pretty strong game. There were a couple of mistakes that they can probably shore up in this matchup. So I'm feeling good. They're also on a 3-game win streak against the Soniqs. Obviously different rosters, but it's been a very long time since SQ has been able to beat this organization. They lost twice this year and then even once last year towards the end of it.
Wait a second. Wait, like stage 3?
Yeah, very different roster.
Oh my God.
That's a while back.
It's ancient history. I'm just like, wait a second, that team won something?
Going for the historical perspective is Jesse.
And 2 games this year. I think those are maybe the more important.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. You know, I'll even do the coin before we
I
get to
appreciate that. It's made a little bit clearer for me now, but I think the coin needs to. I need to see what the coin says.
Okay, you need to see what the force of chance has to say. So as usual, the team on the left side of the graphic, XSET, is going to be heads. The team on the right side of the graphic, Soniqs, is going to be tails. Let's flip it and hopefully not drop it. Oh, I didn't drop it. There you go. It is, tails. The coin sides with our analyst here. I guess analyst, it's going to be Soniqs. Now,
he hasn't said what it is yet.
You see that reaction? You see that reaction. The coin does, it does have an effect.
Wait a second, we can give him even more time. What's the fan vote?
Sure.
That's true.
We could look at the fan vote, too.
Yeah, I got to see it.
I didn't even know the fans would go
All right,
here.
Soniqs took it, 58%.
Oh,
so it is
no.
Soniqs. Well, so what's it going to be? You said they were going to lose in the pre-show. Was that facetious, or what were you really thinking?
So I wanted to go last because just in case everybody picked it, I would have to pick XSET.
Yeah, fair enough.
So since we have at least like some going the other way here, I'll say the Soniqs, but I'm not. They're kind of bad.
This confidence level is incredible
it's
right
just,
now.
It's hard for me to say it.
Is this just a reverse jinx? What is this?
You could take the pro gamer out of the team, but you can't take the team out of the program. I don't know how it works. Either way, 4 for the Soniqs, 2 for XSET. We'll see who's right after the map is done. Let's look at the community poll in the meantime now to see what you have to mull over as we go into map number 1. Which team will have more variety in their operator picks, XSET or Soniqs? That's an interesting one. You can vote at R6 Esports NA as well. And don't forget to tweet at us as well and stuff, because we show tweets on that big board over there too. So if you want to be up there, I'll just throw that in there. Just do that. But we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, the first map of the day begins. XSET versus Soniqs. Both teams really looking for a win. Let's see who gets one right after this.
Like glue, the leather stuck on me. I wanna move. And do. Yeah, they all want a piece of me. Everyone in the crowd wanna feel it, they wanna be me.
Today, I guess, is the rule of threes. It's the third stage. It's our third play day.
Okay.
And we're going to see teams that are above third place in the standings. I tried to loop them all together.
Okay.
I'm Intero, this is Pengu. We're starting off stage 3, play day number 3 with XSET versus Soniqs, 2 of the best teams that have been in this region for about a calendar year at this point.
Yeah, but they're on different sides of the pond right now because one team made 2 changes to the roster and one team made 0 changes. So that means different approaches. So far, they both look decent, but as we said, we kind of favor the Soniqs because they looked a little bit better compared to where we thought they'd be.
That's true. The Soniqs changes came under intense scrutiny when Suber announced last stage that he would no longer be sticking with the team for stage 3. Well, we knew that he'd bring a wealth of experience. We knew that he would bring a wealth of experience to the team in terms of his understanding. And even though he has spoken about the decreased need of a dedicated IGL, stands for in-game leader, for those of you that don't know the acronym, that still his leadership on the team would help move Soniqs forward. Geo came in, and as you could hear on the desk segment that preceded us talking, he felt that Geo was a straight upgrade in every single way. It was a no-brainer, and yet he got moved off of the team. He's on Spacestation. Spacestation is in our next game.
Yeah.
Up against Parabellum. But right now, the Soniqs go to Dubhouse, aka Clubhouse, up against an XSET team. I know that we gave our prediction, but what are your expectations for this match?
So when I first saw Soniqs were going up against DarkZero on Clubhouse last week, I was thinking that's a bit of a risky one because Club is all about the strategical elements and like fundamentals of a team. When do you go for the kill? When do you go for the plant? Working around the hard breach and the EMPs, trying to open up as many walls as possible. And I was thinking the loss of Super is going to negatively impact Soniqs on a map like Clubhouse. But then they slammed DarkZero 7-3 in a pretty, one-sided fashion. I was like, okay, I take it back. I feel like this squad, they got it figured out way ahead of schedule, and now they're going to go back to that same map against XSET. So for this particular matchup, XSET, I'm expecting some counters. I expect them to have watched the game and then not make the same mistakes as DarkZero. And I think it comes down to reading out your opponent better, because as Jesse and Jacob spoke of on the desk, Soniqs weren't picking as many fights as DarkZero might have expected, but it seemed like XSET, they can force fights of their own, and SuperSET, they can match Soniqs 1-to-1 in firepower, and that's why XSET is a hard opponent for them.
Looks like we have almost everybody in the lobby right now, just waiting on one last XSET player.
Oh, you called out it was an XSET player missing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not their fault.
Do you want to narrow down even further who it is, or are you just going to leave it at XSET? Are you going to point any fingers?
Do you want me to say who it is?
No, I think it's rude.
It's Gomez.
No, don't.
It's not Gomez's fault, he's not in the lobby.
What if it is? What if he uninstalled the game as a joke and then realized that, oh, he's got to reinstall it again now, last second?
Well, then I hope to God that the internet speeds at the Esports Arena in Las Vegas are very, very fast, because I went to update Rainbow Six the other day, and it was like 70 gigs.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, pardon me?
Yeah, I believe they reformat it for like the new season or whatever, and it's like overall it's like a good change because the game gets smaller, but you do have to go through that big download one time before that happens, so it can be a few gigs sometimes.
Well, we are actually waiting on something tech related. I feel badly now because I don't know if it's Gomez related.
Oh
or
no.
not. I feel terrible. But I am being told that we are unfortunately not quite ready yet to start the match. So, if you're wondering what happened in the offseason with the Soniqs, wonder no more. We have a video package for you.
Yeah, so roster changes after the major, you know. Seth was pretty much already on his way out. Gunner was already like in the works. Gio was super like last second, you know.
For role-wise, as you know, Seth is our breach player. It doesn't really make sense for Gunner to take that role. So we thought getting Gio for Xander or Yeti would be the best option for us long-term, because Gio will play breach.
Funny story for the team dynamic, I actually have known Seth for like since the game was on Xbox Pro League. So the funny thing is, every team I've left, he's joined. So it's kind of like bittersweet just at the end, like he leaves and I join his team at the end. And then we just have Gunner, dropped 100+ kills. You know, he's insane. So it's just, I'm excited to see what we can do.
Hi, my name's Gunner and I play Flex for the Soniqs. The way I got on Soniqs was like, my org owner comes to me, he's like, so we have some teams that are interested in looking at you, and then they listed them and I just said only like Soniqs I'd be interested in, and well, a couple weeks later, here I am on the Soniqs.
Gio's a very upbeat guy, very easy to work with, you know, brings up good vibes, also a very good player, like that guy's insane. Same with Gunner. Gunner, you know, fun fact, we both went to the same high school, live in the same city. But with those two, Gunner obviously, very promising, young Gunner, a very good player, brings good vibes, like open to learning. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I definitely think we have a better mentality now. Obviously, like playing with the same people for 2 years straight can get kind of repetitive or boring, I guess you could say. Bringing in 2 different players, you know, refreshes the environment and makes you kind of like want to strive to get better.
Close to you.
through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffinin'. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, heading out to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block, a pot of aura glisten. Boring on my body, that's Agora linen. I came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can
All right, it's time to get this show on the road. Everybody from XSET is in, everybody from Soniqs is in, and it's time for us to collide in the server.
You're so animated today, Parker.
The server. I'm pumped. My flight was not that delayed.
Nice.
not like Super's.
Oh boy.
Super's flight was delayed like 6 hours or something along those lines.
It happens. It happens. He made it though. He was here.
It's funny because if the moment that he found out about the delay, if he'd gotten off the plane and just gotten into a car and drove all the way here,
oh my God, yeah,
he would have made it here in time.
That's true.
I've done the drive from Vegas to LA twice before, and it only takes about 4-ish hours. Obviously, the big snag is traffic in and around the Los Angeles area, which is always a nasty thing. Either way, enough about LA, because we're in Germany. We're at the clubhouse. That is correct. We're in Dusseldorf. XSET starting on defense, Soniqs starting on attack. XSET are still in that top 4, but they are tied up. It's only been 2 play days. They have a 1-1 record, as you can see at the top. The Soniqs currently undefeated, sitting atop the standings, and have looked pretty indomitable so far.
That they have, of course, Arbiter Bands really shaped the landscape of Clubhouse. Capital going out first, followed up by, is it going to be a Thatcher? There it is. Soniqs are taking off that old person off the board, but the secondary EMPs will still be available on those key operators like the Lion, like the Dokkaebi, like the Osa. First vendor to follow along is going to be Asami, a stable operator both on the Band side and the Pick side on various maps. Chalet, Skyscraper, and Clubhouse, 3 maps where she will either get played or picked. This time, she will no longer be on the board.
Last one to follow up is a Kaid ban, interestingly enough. The changes to the meta, which we have spoken about at length over the first 2 play days, but always bears repeating, especially for those of you that are newer fans that are tuning in for maybe the first or even just like the second time and haven't heard us mention it, is that there was a great bit of upheaval in Rainbow Six over the last update. Not only was Grim added as one of the newest operators, but also changes to pretty much every single gun's recoil pattern, most notably the LMGs. So LMGs used to be extremely strong and very meta. You would see the Zofia run the LMG, Capitao would run his LMG, you would see Finka as the biggest one. Almost all those operators, while some of them still remain meta like Zofia, you don't see the LMG get brought out, back to the AR as the standard. Additionally, there's a secondary gadget that was added to the game, very similar to the mini thermites that were added a couple seasons ago. There are now mini EMPs that have been added, and as such, the pick and ban rate of Thatcher has gone way down. Nook has been the most banned operator so far this stage, yet she remains available and unbanned as we start off round number 1.
That she does. Do keep in mind that those secondary EMPs, the radius is significantly smaller than a Thatcher EMP, and they only disable any electricity or gadgets for 9 seconds. So the kite ban to match the Thatcher kind of makes sense because it can be very difficult to deal with both a kite claw and a mute jammer on the same wall because the radius doesn't reach both. Either way, first round is underway. A roam extension from XSET and a good impact trick there from the Wamai of Yogg to deny the Selma charge opening on the wall. Of course, Soniqs are opting for a double heartbeat situation. You do need that on Clubhouse. There are too many walls and hatches for a singular operator. They're bringing the Ace and they're bringing the Thermite. So despite this being a basement attack, they're not opting for the Hibana for that kitchen hatch, which most teams prefer. They're likely just gonna, opt for the roam clear here instead, but they've kind of left Yogg alone so far and instead putting attention towards Spirits and Master Bedroom.
It's a minute now as we start off with the discovery phase as always. XSET very committed to that top floor hold. Gunner the first one to see any bit of daylight, and it's down onto Yaga. Very first pick goes in favor of the Soniqs. Both Rexon and Gunner have taken a little bit of lumps, but are still ultimately upright. One of the major downsides to attacking teams with Finka not being available is that when you commit to gunfights, you have no way to get yourself back up top. We saw a lot of very aggressive, very scrappy gameplay that was enabled by Finka because even if you took about 70% of your life away, you could still get most of it back depending on what stage of the round it was in. It's not really the case anymore, so we've seen a bit less, I would say, enthusiasm to take engagements now that there isn't that healing option available for the attackers.
No, it's a good point, and it takes a bit of adjusting to for pro players because, I mean, the punishment there is now real like it once used to be, so every single piece of damage that you take, you're gonna, go forward with that health missing throughout the rest of the round. Hatch being opened up, 2 Selmas on the blue hatch, 1 exothermic charge on bar, and the last exothermic should likely go on the kitchen hatch. Now, there is a C4 available from Spirits, but it doesn't look like he's going to be challenging, so Geo should be okay to pop open this hatch safely. Note that there is no smoke grenades on the Thermite. Those will be on Grixor on the Jackal instead. With 37 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be an execute relatively soon from Soniqs because otherwise the Toxic Babes will be problematic.
They're also just going to flat out run out of time. How many times have we seen a team just ultimately lose out to the clock? I feel like because of the way that the meta has changed and teams maybe not being the most comfortable with their new lineups, there has been not as much urgency to be able to get on in. Numbers even out though as Diaz fires back before Kino is traded out. So the advantage stays in favor of Soniqs. Kansan drops in the midst of the smoke. The diffuser in the hands of Geo will need to get planted. Down goes Spirits, down goes Diaz, and it's Gomez to try and clutch. He can't do it. Grixor walks right in and Soniqs take round number 1.
Yeah, and again, like that opening kill that Gunner got early on that blue window really pays off because in a 5 versus 4 scenario, you have the man advantage from the get-go. So when you trade 1 for 1, it goes 4 versus 3. Then it goes 3 versus 2. Eventually, you'll hit that 1 versus 0 mark and win the round. When it comes down to a basement execute, having more guns alive than the opponent is always going to be king because the defenders, they have to worry about the blue hatch, the blue stairs, the garage hallway in the basement as well from pits, kitchen hatch, moto hatch, long hallway downstairs and basement. There are so many different angles and avenues that the attackers can entry from. And when you're missing one person on the board, it's one less angle you can cover. The next set, they're going to change the bomb set around from basement up into bar. And bar is a bomb set that historically doesn't get a whole lot of play, but let's go back to the most recent major of Berlin Major, right?
Yes.
In the final round between FaZe and Rogue, it was actually a bar defense that got Rogue the victory. So Bar is slowly kind of building his reputation to be a viable bomb site at a very high level of play. It was played in LATAM throughout Stage 2 and Stage 1 earlier in the year, and it was played a tiny bit in both North America and Europe. But I do expect this bomb site to see more and more play as time progresses on this map.
Oh, this is a bit of an unconventional bomb site here, but I do like it. I like it very much.
You can extend you can use the whole map, right? Up in server, up in master, you can go into strip if you want, you can go into garage. You really can choose to fight every single entry point from the attackers if you want to, or just kind of sit tight on the bomb site itself and hope that you don't get overrun by verticality.
It really depends as well on how the defense structures this. Castle is seen quite frequently on these bar stage defenses. Obviously, XSET is foregoing a castle for this particular instance, and instead will likely use those intel devices that come with the Valkyrie, the Echo, and the Maestro. So lots of information to be had, but just because you have that info does not necessarily mean you are able to act on it. You can have all the black eye cams and evil eye cams in the world, but if you're losing your duels or just simply getting pounced on from good drone work on the attacker's side of things, then it doesn't really mean all that much. Anyway, this extension that you talked about for this bomb site leads Soniqs to roam clear up top, and Gunner again could be the first one in an engagement, but has to be wary of the opening that's been created in the logistics wall leading into construction. Yaga playing behind a deployable shield is largely secure, but the Soniqs will have to tackle this beachhead before they can get anything happening. There's 90 seconds left in the round for them to do so.
Yeah, I mean, Yaga in this position is going to be the first obstacle for Soniqs. And opening up that wall next to Gunner, which is now being opened up with a single combo, is going to force him backwards. And look at that timing. A nice swing with the summer charge secures a free opening kill, and it solves the problem of that position that he was in.
Huge value for Gunner upstairs. Not only 3-0, but also in a position where he's cleaning up on kills and getting that utility to boot. XSET don't really know how to respond at this exact moment, and they seem to lack some information as to where the remaining players from Soniqs are coming from. Explosions going off in front of our very eyes. Gunner can get walked in towards logistics. He knows it's free and clear, so now it's time to go into the bedroom. But this angle being held by Spirits, double duty now as he moves over to the window. He's got one member of Soniqs down. Can he get another? He looks away at the last second. He and Rexen were almost on a collision course there.
But they are. I mean, the timers went down so low now. There's no trade game in here from the side of Soniqs because it's Spirits holding down the fort upstairs and bounce the bedroom and bathroom.
And now Spirits with just a single point of HP. It's not too long for the Soniqs to collapse on him. But again, the Soniqs are getting bogged down in this top floor take with 30 seconds to go and even less time now available for them. They'll have to reposition. Kansan leading the charge down the stairs. Two members of XSET on the bottom stairs landing. Diaz trying to play safe. If there's a yokai still available, he can steal the round right now if he really wants to. But no! Gomez, where are you? Kansan gets killed, but the Maestro is down. Will need to be retrieved, picked back up, looking for the yokai desperately. Diaz off of the plant. Now the rest of this team will need to come into action. Gio's so close with Grixer covering. The plant goes down well, but they can't cover appropriately. And Gomez is the hero of the round with the final 2 kills. All they need to do is pounce on that diffuser, and XSET will equalize at 1 round apiece.
Look at the HP. I mean, Diaz and Gomez are both 1 bullet away from death, essentially, and Gio just came off the plant successfully, but didn't know which way to look first because both members are closing in so fast at the same time. A very close round indeed, but it's XSET who takes the bar defense and finding success on that tertiary bomb side whose pick rate isn't all that high. And the pace really is the thing that we gotta talk about, because just like against DarkZero last Playday, the Soniqs are not necessarily attacking the way you'd expect, right? They're really taking their time and making sure that they hit all their marks. And they got the opening kill once again. It was Gunner with that summer charge inside construction, taking down Yogg on the Wamai. And it looked like such a great beginning, but then a bit of a blunder in towards that master bedroom execute where the trades weren't really coming around. They took a long time to get from step 1 to step 2. And then by the time the bomb site was the next objective, well, they were forced to plant with less than 5 seconds left. Yokai came out, that made things even more dire, and then it was a 2 versus 3 as we saw. Ultimately, it was a very close round. But Soniqs really choosing to opt for a pace change. I could see them go very aggressive all of a sudden once they find the right bomb set that they would like to do it on, and once they see that opening being a possibility. Always keep XSET guessing as to what their next move is. That's a good way to keep your enemies kind of confused as to what they should be doing to counteract. Jammers being put in the walls, and opening above the reinforcement indicates an impact or C4 trick from the defending side. So if Soniqs were to challenge the CCTV area of the map, well, XSET, they are prepared for it.
A good answer back from XSET there. I saw that Echo play coming a mile away. I think we all did. If you don't, as an attacking team, try to force the Echo out of whatever safe position they may be in this case, over towards Strip, then you're going to have to fear the Yokai. And you could see Grixer was trying to spot it while Geo was getting that diffuser planted, which allowed the rest of XSET the time to get up the stairs and then engage in that final duel. Again, as low as HP as they were, Soniqs don't have an ability to get themselves back from all that little chip damage that they're going to suffer through the process of a round.
Well, you're right. It does look like Soniqs, they will challenge. Soft will open up, hard walls are next. What does Soniqs have available? Of course, Selma charges and exothermic charges. XSET, as I mentioned, they have those impact grenades, so depending on how you opt to breach these walls, it can be difficult to get a proper opening in. We see Yogg here with the first set of impacts. Feet level hole being made. Of course, Yogg can throw his impact through it or take the gunfight instead. The damage goes up, but he gets out alive. That's important because this time around for the defenders, Parker, there is healing on the board. Gomez has brought the Thunderbird. Look at Yogg's health. He's back to full HP just moments after taking all that damage. So Soniqs, they've not really gained anything but a bit of map control, and they burned Heart Breach, and they burned time, and they've burned a few drones in the process, only that being 2.
All right, just past the halfway point. No damage has been done yet to either team. Again, this discovery phase that we talk about is the first minute, roughly. If you want to break it down, you've got the first minute, which could even extend into the first 90 seconds, minute and a half of a round, where the discovery work that's being done by the attackers could lead to an early pick, which it does here onto Diaz. I don't know if Rexon just was simply going for a pretty standard pre-fire or if there was greater information there, but look at how close Gunner is to the bomb site. What on earth? He is so near to it. Steps away. Gunner is really streets ahead of the competition at the moment. They don't account for the fact that Yogg is playing downstairs. An uncharacteristic miss for Grixer on that engagement. Geo sets the numbers back into a 3v3 as Kansan's been felled as well. Down goes Rexon. Spirits and XSET are firing back. Now it's Geo's turn over towards the stairs as he flashes out. He's shoulder to shoulder with Gunner, who takes advantage of one of those Kona stations. Gives himself a bit more staying power. Now the cutoff for SQ. Diffuser going down, and Gunner is holding this position at the top of the stairs. Both players from XSET will look to retake from the same area. They're going to walk right into Gunner's line of sight, playing this angle, but he repositions. He's given them a window to go through weight room if they so choose. They're going to have to swing on to Gunner at the same time. All the while, Geo is repositioned as well. XSET fighting for their lives at this position. A pre-fire from Gomez does not work out. Weakens Gunner, but he's still upright. His 5th kill to his name. Yaga searching for more. He got 1 to start off the midway point of this round, but he's running out of time with that diffuser. Hunting for Geo, but Geo's the one to get the kill. Soniqs regain the lead.
That to do, and a great opening once again. Always finding opening kill and Superset at like a 90-something% conversion rate when they get the opening kill into a round victory. And they're really making sure that they get that every single time because, again, they're very slow pace. And XSET, they matched right here. Yogg with an impact grenade, got that kill onto Grixer down below. But the downside of that happening is that the moment they saw Yogg downstairs and they saw Gomez on the main stairs, well, Geo and Gunner knew the last 2 members are both roaming as they could deduct that from the operator weapons or operators themselves. So the plant, it was relatively free. Both members were playing impact grenades, so no C4 was really had there. And no information on the side, seemingly, as there was no real yellow pings going out at all. So good round again from Soniqs. Basements on the table, on the menu now for XSET instead. They're gonna try one more time. In the opening round, they went basement. Soniqs did a very slow roam clear inside kitchen, hatch, execute. They didn't go for the plant, they went for kills, and they were successful in that. But a bit of a different operator lineup right now. Gunner is actually attacker repicking from the Sophia onto Nuke. That's going to be the first time in this matchup where she gets played. And I will say on Clubhouse, Nuke is not the most common operator because the map isn't this, you know, it's not a bank, it's not a huge open map with a bunch of different avenues really. You got your garage, your blue window, you can go in strip side or top floor, but usually you have like one pathway towards your objective, and that's going to be one of those main staircases. Now, Nuke does have those frag grenades regardless of whether you want to be sneaking around or not, so you're always going to have more explosive utility, but I'm curious as to see if Gunner's going to be going in solo. As he's proning through the door into stock, it looks like he is going to be trying and disrupting these roamers. Gomez in the blue stairs, and while Maya of York just ran up that staircase, he could easily find one free kill here.
This really has been a slugfest, though, but Gunner's been so good. Can he creep up and capitalize off of this? Yes, he can.
That's so scary.
Easily done, and that's a jump scare for Gomez. Gunner had some issues in his first 2 play days with being among the first to die for Soniqs, and yet they still persevered. Well, now Gunner is leading the way in these opening picks. I believe he has 3 of the 4 so far for the Soniqs, and he's 6-1. I mean, Yaga tries to engage. He gets a kill on the Rexen, but Kansan is there for the follow-up. They trade out, but every single time there's a trade out for the remaining 2 minutes of this round, it will benefit the Soniqs.
I mean, the fact that York gets a kill there is actually really impressive and very important because that's a 5v3 otherwise with both Ace and Thermite alive. So he really shouldn't have gotten that kill, but that's York's raw aim skill and mechanical skill that got him there. And now the side of Soniqs have to attack with just 2 exothermic charges at their disposal. They have to make a hard decision now. Which 2 hatches or which wall are you going to be breaching? It's going to be bar. That's step number 1. That's either going to be in church wall downstairs is next, or the kitchen hatch will be up instead. No impact on eyes from XSET. Kitchen hatch is relatively safe to open if you want to go for it. The C4 Spirits didn't get used aggressively last time. It might not be this time either. Ultimately, it comes down to the executing the gunfights. You can do the best strategy in the game in Rainbow Six Siege, but if you lose your ones, you lose that 50-50 gunfight, well, the round is not going to go your way. And it is indeed going to be a Moto hatch, kitchen hatch, execute. So a similar fashion as the first time around. Let's see if XSET can hold it or not.
Well, I think the big issue is going to be blue control, whether Soniqs can get it very quickly and box XSET in. They've lost Spirits now, so 2 players for XSET stand against the tide of SQ. Gunner continuing his reign of terror. Kino repositioning over towards Church, so some light blue control is still there, but Kansan split push down dirt is too much for XSET to handle. Kino now with 0 kills to his name. He sees the calves of 1 player, but not much more. He controlled his recoil, yes he can. Gunner had just a tiny bit of HP. And for Kino, it was just a couple bullets. But Grixer's there for the follow-up, watching Moto door. Soniqs will stretch their lead after the diffuser goes down. They're up 3-1 over XSET.
And again, it's all about that man advantage. They came from so many different areas. Blue stairs, dirt tunnel, kitchen hatch, and main stairs / Moto. So 4 different positions from the attackers against just 2 defenders. You gotta pick your options. And well, you look the wrong way at the wrong time, you might just get shot in the side. That's exactly what happened. Last 3 rounds in a row, all 3 rounds were plants from the side of Soniqs. Open and kill all 4 rounds so far, although be it 2 of them were traded back relatively quickly by XSET. But they really got the statistical advantage right now, looking really good on Clubhouse, both against DC, last Playday, and so far on their attacking side against XSET, looking quite formidable as well. And XSET actually has called a tactical timeout, so both coaches of both teams can talk to their players to see what's the next steps, what they're going to change. And one thing to bring up is, on the analyst desk, we spoke about how when DarkZero called their timeout after round 4, as Jesse mentioned, well, Soniqs actually changed up their pace entirely because they're like, okay, they have called a tactical timeout. Their coach is seeing something. They might be ready for what we're going to be doing. We're going to just change things up. They were on defense back then. They went for an aggressive spawn peak. We could very well see a rush this round from Soniqs to be like, you know what? That tactical timeout is not going to matter. We're going to change the pace entirely and keep you guessing as to what we'll do next. So we'll see. Gunner is flexing around so far, so we can see when the round starts for real, what operator he will be on. That might signify what kind of push they'll be going for. Nuke, he was sneaking around. Sophia, he's entering. On Maverick, likely gonna take a backseat and breach those walls first, as we are fighting ourselves on the CCTV bomb side.
10 seconds left.
I like the time being taken now. Again, there's some theory crafting that happens when teams take the timeout because you have 2 rounds remaining on defense for XSET, and then obviously they swap sides. How much of that discussion, how much of that conversation that's happening with their coach Vivas behind them is about this defense? How much is looking forward towards attack? How much is just trying to like settle nerves as well? Because a lot of times with XSET, they always thrive after a timeout. Is it because they get some more strategic element that's been missing, or is it because their mindset needs to be changed? That's a question that can be done in the exit interviews. For now, we can speculate. This is the very first time that we are seeing a defense of this CCTV cache bomb site. That is correct. You are hearing that right.
Yeah.
Took 5 rounds. Why? Because the third bomb site that showed up was actually the bar stage bomb site down on that first floor, which is the only bomb site that XSET has won so far, which is really remarkable given the way that Clubhouse tends to play out for the defenders.
That it is. 3 members on the main piece now. Here is Gunner, or Sledge, Maverick, and Thermite rather. Gunner's gonna walk around and rotate elsewhere. They got the wall open up relatively easily, so there's no bandit on the board for XSET, so no real wall that can be had. But they're just walking in Garage, just gets that opening kill, and that's gonna open up the round so quickly for them. But DS, he's hiding on the rafters. Oh my god.
Rexon is on something today. Geo adds to the tally. XSET took this time out, but it is not anywhere near as successful as they would have liked. Only 2 players from XSET left with 90 seconds to go. Grixer a kill of his own. It won't be a team ace because there were 2 kills from Rexon earlier on. And there will be no team ace at all. Geometrics taken down by Yaga, who's still on this one-man stand inside of Cash. Tries to rotate out, but it's a 3-piece for Rexon. That means Soniqs will take the first half 4x because there's still 1 more round to go. They could take it 5-1. They could lose it 4-2. But either way, Soniqs very firmly in the driver's seat of this matchup.
I think that round is like, I feel like if you were to, like, if you asked me, explain the roster change of Soniqs, I'll be like, play this round for them. It's just like the firepower right now from every single member is just there. And I think Super spoke about it as well. He said, Geo plays the same role as I did, but he's a better individual player. And right now, Soniqs, if they want to, they can quite literally just walk over XSET on a CCTV attack like that. And we spoke about pace and the tactical time. And they might go for a rush. Well, they didn't go for a rush, but the round ended within 60 seconds, essentially, from that when that wall first got opened up. They drone Garage a singular time. 1 member of Soniqs held downstairs of Lounge so that the swing couldn't be had for a trade. 2 members walk in Garage door. They get the first initial kill. Then they find the person hiding on the rafters. And then Geo finds another kill on the side as well. They just completely are on a tear when it comes to finding these members of XSET. And when you burn your tactical timeout, that normally you thrive off of, when your coach gives you valid strategical input, at least we can assume that he did, and then that happens, it's like, okay, what are we gonna do now, boys? Well, let's go back to bar, where we found success in the second round. It was off that yokai that stalled out the plant so long that the members of XSET could push on up and get that crossfire going. It was such a close round. Both members were 1 HP when the round ended, and ultimately could have gone either way. If anything, we gotta look at opening kills. XSET needs to either stay alive for longer and burn down that clock, or they need to lash back and be the ones to actually get the opening kill in their favor, because right now they're losing it every single time, and it's not a good look.
Could be a call now to work in synchronization. Is Gunner being droned in, or is this him working off of his own ability? A drone will fall, so at least that opening that was created was done so with limited assistance. Yaga sees the tracers overhead, knows there's one in proximity, and suspects a drone will follow up. There it goes, and Yaga misses the jump over. This is a very similar position where Yaga was before, and he's going to lose some of the protection right next to him as that metal reinforcement leading outside in construction has now been opened as well. All that Yaga has is a deployable shield in front of him. That's all that separates him from the rest of Soniqs. Another bar defense, by the way. Could XSET go 2-0 on this incredibly odd bomb site for a lot of teams to defend?
I really like Gunnar right now. He's sneaking on the basement, trying to, you know, make a different play across the map while the rest of Soniqs distracts the enemies. And he might try and find a free here into Kino on the main stairs. They know he played here last round, so if you go off that logic, he might be there again. And he's oh so close to his gun barrel, which is about an inch away.
They're going to see that massive Alda not too far off, but Gunner again waiting for a call, and it's a freebie as Kino walks right into him. 6 rounds, and the Soniqs have the opening duel in all of them. Hard-pressed to find yourself a better advantage than that. Things go even worse for Soniqs now as Swinger be swung. Spirits decides to swing, misses onto Geo. Still at this jacuzzi breach, diffuser in hand. The only real problem could be if Geo falls here, somebody will need to move over to get that diffuser, but Geo's doing it all himself. A second kill for him. Now it's Gunner involved in a gunfight. He's been dropped by Yaga, but they cannot secure the kill. Soniqs will snap their fingers and circle in around as Yaga is down for the count. Geo a 3-piece. It's Diaz stranded on an island downstairs by Billiard. A flawless denied yet again as Rexon gets out-dueled by Diaz off the hatch. But Diaz has so much work to be done. And he gets droned out over by the bathroom. The 4 players from Soniqs. Just seconds away.
15 seconds left.
Diffuser in the hands of Geo. Can he walk it into the bomb site? Will Diaz be able to find anything? No! Grixer with the F2 in hand seals the deal in that first half. The Soniqs 5-1. Absolute domination.
I am such a big fan of how Soniqs are breaking down these attacking rounds because they went for the exact same attack as the first on the attack bar with one minor detail that has such a big impact. It's Gunner going for that flank across the map. So it all looks, you know, the exact same if you're XSET. Oh, they open the same all at the same time, the same way, but the same operator of Thermite. Okay. And then we're all thinking, okay, we know what's next. They're going to breach this single wall construction, and they're going to swing Yogg on the shield. Maybe Yogg dies, maybe stays alive, whatever. No. They did the same things, but Gunner went basement up the main stairs and found that opening kill, and that creates this massive effect of chaos on XSET. They've lost one of their only members near the bomb site because Echo's all the way in strip. He's sitting on the camera. The roamers are now unsure whether to stick around or go back downstairs, so they're moving around a lot. Geo finds 2 kills on the breach because members of XSET are running around way too much for their own good, and that's just a free pick for Geo. And that's why Geo is a hard support as a Thermite player. The planter of the team is sitting on 7 kills right now. He is just sitting up the fishing line, and when the bait takes it, well, it's a free kill for him. It's an aggressive roam game on this basement roam defense for Soniqs, Capcan, Vigil, Mute, Muzzy, Melusi. We are screaming all across the map that we're going to be roaming, denying information, denying drones, slowing down the attackers. And XSET, they got a hard decision to make. Do you rush the bomb side and gamble that it might be clear, or do you try and roam clear? One of the hardest roam clear lineups that there is on this map. Either way, it's going to be a challenge and a half, especially because Soniqs are hitting their marks, and XSET, they're not really winning their gunfights right now.
What? Just how you finish that point by just the most underrated comment of the day. You totally undersell them. You're like, yeah, XSET's just not really winning their gunfights.
They're not.
That's just so simple.
Oh,
stuff.
they won a gunfight!
Hey! Goodbye, Kansan. Yaga gives XSET the very first blood for his team. And hey, one thing I will say about XSET is while they have not looked that strong here in this matchup, and I would argue not as proficient, oh my, nice shot by Gomez, not as proficient so far in this stage, I can say 2 things about XSET.
Okay.
Number 1, on attack, they are so good at usually getting in the building, making space, getting that first pick. Time and time again, XSET seems to excel in that position. And number 2, they always tend to excel after a timeout. The second has not happened yet. They took their timeout at the tail end of round number 4. Since then, they have not won a single round. But now on attack, they take out Kansan first, they follow up with Grixer. So at least part of what we like to see from XSET is still occurring. The other issue that SQ is going to have to deal with is that they've got a Monty breathing down their necks inside of Dirt Tunnel. Kino can continue to march forward as that shield operator and make a huge problem for Soniqs. Gunner, I don't know if he got baited in or not, but he's down for the count. Now Kino will duel against Geo, and they sound the alarm. Everybody is in. Rexon denies a flawless round, as we have seen time and time again. These teams get so tantalizingly close, but they can't get every single kill without suffering a single death. XSET picks up their very first round on attack, and it's their second round in this match.
And they needed that so badly, right? Not just a round victory, but a confident one at that. They got their gunfights, they won every single one of them. The Monty in Dirt, you mentioned it, huge fan of that as well, because there's no smoke on the defensive side of Soniqs, so you can't really stop Monty from just walking in and creating chaos. You also can't really deny him from the freedom of just walking around as he pleases, because the only real counter we have for Monty is going to be like Echo and Smoke. because the toxic babes will do damage, they'll deny the area. If you yokai stun a Monty, you force the shield out of his extended position, you can shoot his legs. Sure, you can try and throw a C4, but a good multiplayer will just coordinate around that and, turn accordingly. So that's not really going to work out necessarily. It's going to force a bomb site switch here from Soniqs. There was too much to handle downstairs, so up we go instead to the top of the gym. Mirror being brought out, no Frost on the table, which bit of a shame because Frost lately in both the EUL and the NAL has had so much success. She got added back that 1.5 Exhume Scope. Rexen, my man. He went for a spawn peek on stock door, it seems like, and he took out Yogg on the floors. That's gonna make life a little bit more difficult because it's the only soft breacher that you had on your table. There's no grenades, there's no Sophia, no Ash. So now you only really have flashbangs and gun skill to work against this lineup that is going to involve both Maestro cameras and mirror windows, and of course vertical positions that you can no longer clear because you don't have any explosives to do so with it. Gonna be a tough round for XSET. But they gotta try and find their way in somewhere on the map right now. Scouting around, multiple drones going in windows, going in drone holes, figuring out exactly what is and what isn't clear.
Interesting to see Maverick get brought back in. I feel like Maverick's pick rate has been through the basement at this point, way down through the ground. Obviously losing nades significantly hurt him. Flashes being brought by Diaz instead, and I don't know exactly what your intended goal is here of clearing out, unless these flashes are actually designed to flash people, which we so seldom see at this level. Usually they're done to burn an ADS or a magnet for a nade to get thrown in. Well, I don't know exactly what you're going to do against Soniqs, because Rexen just continues to swing, picks up his second kill of the round. Boy, oh boy. Gunner and Rexen combining for 15 kills. Geo not too far behind with 7 of his own. Grixer with 6. This is a lopsided scoreboard for the Soniqs. And they are 3 kills away from putting themselves on a match point. We've seen XSET in worse situations in the past. They've been able to clutch their way out of the unthinkable. But their clutch master tends to be Kino, and he is having a rough game so far. And both Yaga and Gomez are not available as well to clutch out. So this could be quite dire. 1 minute to go in the round.
XSET is fishing right now, right? We saw it on Catwalk Rafters, trying to sneak around, get an opening kill. Spirits, again, just holding down an angle. They need to wait for an opening kill somewhere to get back the score somewhat here in the man count. But we'll go in, Flashbang comes out. Beautiful execute there on the member of Gunner, who's alone office.
He's still in this position. Spirits looking for yet another. Now it's Rexen to take some damage, but Spirits gives his position away over on Logistics. Rexen picks up a 3rd kill. He's got every single kill so far for the team, and ace denied by Grixer. A 4K still on the menu. Diaz walks in, but it's Geo to seal the deal. A team effort by Soniqs. They are firing on all cylinders, and they are putting XSET into the wastebasket. It's 6-2, match point now for Soniqs.
Yeah. And I'm actually very curious what would have happened in that round if no spawn peek occurred from Rexen, because it really looked like the Flores skill hurt them because they were fishing so much. It seemed like there was no real strategy going into that round the moment that occurred. They were droning kind of loosely, 1 member downstairs, 1 member on the window, 1 member on the breach, waiting for Soniqs to make a mistake or to swing and then maybe lose a gunfight to try and get back at least 1 or 2 kills. Nothing really happened. And then, XSET, they actually quite beautifully, they opened up the round for themselves. Maverick on the hatch with flashbang down into office. Spirits walked up the main stairs, got the kill. That looked really cleanly done. But what really went wrong was that Kino was on the windows of the master bedroom alone and got shot from the CCTV window. Diffuser was dropped outside. He ended up dying. All of a sudden, well, you got the bomb site somewhat in control, but you ain't got much to do with it because you gotta go retake that diffuser case. That flash up in the corner. Normally when I see that, I'm always thinking like, there's no way that's ever gonna work. But I think it's those kind of frost traps where you're thinking, there's no way. Those are the best ones because no one is going to really be expecting it. So it comes down to drone information, sharing that information, and making sure that nobody makes that misstep as you're injured throughout the map.
Well, no bar stage defense here. Soniqs will hang their hat on a cache CCTV defense. Much more standard, as we see. Garage being patrolled and held off by Rexen. Can he fend off the interlopers when they come? That's the real question.
No.
But Grixer rips a nitro cell and down goes Gomez. It's not a spawn peek, but it's a spawn kill.
That is, again, if I am Gomez right now, I'm so angry, right? I make it out of spawn, I droned, I had information, I get C4. out of nowhere, basically. And now my team is playing 4 vs 5 on match point that we need to win this round. Yogg, Kino, Spirits, and DS, they gotta show up in big force now, try and get this round back into their own hands.
All firing away at the now open wall, or well, rather, reinforceless wall, barricaded-less wall. A late shield will get put up by Rexen as he knows that Garage might become a greater focus with the door shot out by him. He's inviting them in. It'll be Diaz to potentially take the bait. With Zofia down, they lack any direct ability to open that up without a Sledge or a Buck getting particularly close. It's Yaga to do it instead, so some of the wall towards that CCTV has been opened up, and then Yaga runs, but the shadow in that position actually gives you away. Rexen nearly capitalizes on a kill. Down goes Gunner, consistently one of the best players for Soniqs, but if you look on the right side of your screen, Rexen, Gunner, Geo, and Grixer all have 8 kills apiece. Those numbers are going to have to go up if Soniqs want to prevail. A Banshee at the bottom of the stairs, and that shield at the top gives Rexen incredible staying power on that Garage catwalk, Nick. Down goes Spirits, shot away from Geo from above. There was a minor kill hole, but it leads to a major kill. Rexen's still the main focus point here. 1 minute left in the round. Soniqs with the upper hand, looking to put this one away, and Diaz walks backwards into a frost mat. Rexen surely hears that, but can he capitalize? They've got some spam pings. He knows that there's more than one down there as well. Secures the kill onto Diaz. Action just not stopping. Now it's Yaga with a nade out in hand. Tantalizingly close. He's not going to give much. Rexen pops up. Yaga engaging. And Rexen wins that gunfight. This is an anticlimactic end as it's now Kino with a shred of HP, Nick. Anything to say in the final 30 seconds before Soniqs puts this one away?
I mean, Soniqs won 7-3 against DC, looking to make it a 7-2 against XSET. They're looking better and better in XSET. Hopefully tomorrow they can show up in greater force. Kino with a second kill, but that might just be it. Yeah,
Rexen. Is that a 4K for Rexen? What an impressive showing. Soniqs absolutely demolish XSET. 7-2, it was never really close. They're putting on a clinic. And I think the most impressive aspect of this Soniqs roster is they're doing this with 2 new players. You lose your main support and your main IGL in Super. You lose a lot of that structure. Geo is a great player, but is he a plug-and-play kind of player that can immediately take over Super's role? I think a lot of people said no. But there doesn't seem to be an issue with direction on this Soniqs squad, and there doesn't seem to be an issue with the way that they play the game. With these 2 new additions to the squad, Soniqs look even better than they did before.
They do, and I'm impressed. I mean, Super said it, 3 weeks of practice, you don't expect this kind of performance, so I'm curious to see if it's going to be a honeymoon phase or if this is going to stay throughout the entirety of Stage 3 and then maybe go into the Major as well.
I mean, who knows? At this point, Soniqs 3-0 with the massive advantage that they have in round differential 2. It presents a very hard path for them to fall off. I'm not going to say they've secured a spot at the Major, but they are marching their way towards it. That's it for our very first matchup of the day. We have Spacestation versus Parabellum up next. But before we get there, the desk. And before we get there, a break. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back once again to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host Doa here, along with Jesse, Jacob, and Super. And pretty super results. If I do, you already made that pun first, so it's okay. Super results for the Soniqs as they got a pretty dominating win, 7-2 over that. Were you satisfied, Mr. General Manager? You happy with that?
I mean, it was an okay performance. We lost 2 rounds, so I'd say they have a lot of work to do. But outside of that, they looked all right.
All right, it wasn't too bad. They did okay. It was only against XSET.
Yeah.
XSET, looking kind of overwhelmed there, weren't they?
Yeah, I think they only won. So 2 rounds, one of them was even scrappy on defense that didn't even feel like it was that coordinated. And then when they switched to attack, this is where I figure they probably, 40% on Clubhouse historically for this year actually isn't a terrible statistic, still given the fact that Clubhouse has that defense lean. But for the love of God, we got down to those last couple. It just got embarrassing for XSET.
Yeah, well, we got some stats to take a look at while we continue to kind of break that one down. But yeah, it was a 5-1 half on attack for Soniqs to start things off, and then XSET did not really get much more going when they got to go on the attack as well. Got 1 round there, and that was that. Pretty dominating.
Yeah, columns 4 and 3 here are going to be the main ones you got to look at. Those opening engagements so heavily in favor of the Soniqs. One singular battle lost by Kansan on the entry. Otherwise, very, very strong. Rexon and Gunner both going flawless on attack, and then on defense kind of spread those out a little bit. Really nice start there for the entries of Soniqs.
Yeah, they just never got going. XSET never did. Even on church defenses where they were focused on turtling up, even still in those moments, it was probably still 2 kills done within the first minute, and then all of a sudden everyone on Soniqs is just compressing all at the same time. It really sucks when you can't get momentum, when you get that first kill and you think, nice, we're already off to a smooth start.
Yeah.
Even just that one little thing was something XSET never had on their entire defensive half, and that's where they started this game.
So Super, be honest. How many of the strats we saw today are stuff that you developed?
I pretty much initially make all the strats, or I made all the strats, and then they just tinker with them. I think going back to this game, though, it's kind of a story of what I said before the game. The Soniqs capitalize on 91% of their entries. They have 8 of 9 entry kills in this game. Wow. They won 7 rounds. They pretty much kept up with that statistic, and XSET, honestly, they just seemed overwhelmed.
Yeah. They sure did. We've got a couple replays to take a look at to kind of illustrate that point. The first one is going to be round number 3. Now, this one came down to a 2v2, and it did look like we were talking about this when we were watching the games, that XSET was looking for some of those early kills, trying to force kind of smaller 3v3, smaller engagements. They got the 2v2, but Jesse, it did not go their way.
Yeah, I didn't really like the decision making here. You can see we're going to send it down to a 2v2 now, and these two players on defense, XSET, right, they're kind of on around these top floors. They've got obviously Yogg down below. Gomez runs down to try to play below as well. I don't like this decision. Obviously, they know he's on main stairs, but if he had been able to pressure a little bit more from there, maybe they could have stopped this plant from going down, maybe forced that plant to go into a different position, because it's completely free reign from Soniqs to plant wherever they want. And so, they're a smart team. They're going to plant where the floor is hard. You can't actually get through that with the impact grenades that both Yaga and Gomez have down below. So, it's unfortunate that XSET have to play this post plant from down below. It really sets them up for a bad position, and I don't think they had to play it like that. Obviously, they could have maybe had Yaga coming up, the other side of the stairs. They could have come up red, maybe tried to pinch, stuck around on those main stairs for a little bit longer. It's unfortunate they had to play this from all the way down below because it really didn't set them up into a great situation.
Yeah, it's free real
estate. It's free real estate.
That's what I'm supposed to do. It even felt like Gio, from that Jacuzzi breach position, even when XSET were defending bar, still felt like he was getting an unreal number of kills, like a very unhealthy amount just from that one spot. He could watch from the staircase back to Logi. It felt like that was the consistent trend over and over again. And I feel like when Gio lights up, that's great for the Soniqs, but it means everyone on XSET, when they try to make that late rotate back up, I felt like they went down a little bit too early before they needed to waste more time contesting on the side itself.
I felt like that round was a good example of Gio's experience helping them win a round. He recognized that Yaga was playing Valkyrie, so the reason he runs downstairs is because they probably have a Valkyrie cam in sight. So he doesn't plant in an area where they could impact or C4 him below. He plants on hard ground. It leaves XSET with no option where they have to run up the stairs, and those are obviously going to be a lot harder fights. I think that's Gio just having a really heads-up moment to realize, hey, there's info in sight. I need to plant somewhere safe. And XSET kind of underestimating, honestly, the Soniqs' thought process in these rounds.
If only he could get those aim lad stats up, though. So it's too bad. Gio suffering there. Come on, we got to give him another try at least. But speaking of another try, let's have another try at a replay. This one's going to be two different things, and this is going to be Gunnar basically doing Gunnar things, coming over to the Soniqs here for stage 3, making his presence felt on the entries, didn't he?
Yeah, we want to watch both of the Church and Arsenal rounds, and we're going to watch the opening pick from both of these rounds. And I want you to focus on how Gunnar's able to get these picks around blue stairs two different ways. Number one, he's by the window, catching Yaga as he's trying to fall off of that aggressive position. Then when he comes back around for round number 4, we've got the round number 1 top-down view of it here. What you'll be able to see is that he comes at a completely different approach. Now he's on Nook. Now he's coming in through Lounge, and he's going to get a very similar result. He's still going to get this opening pick. Of course, Jaeger, no idea where he's at. Gomez sprints into his death. But it's the same execute. It's the same, result that we get here. So I love that Gunnar is able to find a pick here around blue stairs, catch these roamers as they fall back two different ways, but still managing to get it done.
Yeah, XSET still wanted to play a little bit of that fallback position whenever they played on Church defenses. And if you're able to get the blue power position, it's fantastic, because I was wondering where Gunnar got another kill like later in round 4. It was from that exact same spot. On blue, he already has secret cleared. He has Gomez back behind generator, but as soon as you get that opening frag, it still works out phenomenally for the attack if you're able to at least claim one spot, and then you can move it from there.
I think that it's honestly just a good example of Gunnar getting more comfortable in the Sonic system. The first game of the season, he didn't play that well. He played really well the next day against DarkZero. And this game, he looked basically as he did on Parabellum. Heading into this game, Gunnar was one of the worst entry players in the league statistically. Last stage, he was the #1 overall entry player. Obviously, he was the team of the stage player. He was like 4-0 in entry in this game. So it's kind of like he's getting more comfortable in the system. And the Gunnar that you saw last stage is now all of a sudden this stage, and that makes the Soniqs extremely lethal.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at this now, what do you think? Do you think 9-0 Soniqs? Do you think it's a possibility? That's a big statement.
The problem is when you get to the end of the stage, and let's say you've already guaranteed yourself a major spot, then you have to worry about hiding stuff. Now I do know we care about qualifying for the NAL finals because we are technically the defending NAL champions. So, and because the Soniqs had a bad stage 1, we do need some points to move ourselves up. So it's certainly something that we're thinking about.
There you go. All right. Well, we'll see how the Soniqs do as the stage goes on. They got another game tomorrow. We'll see for now what the future holds as we look ahead to our second map of the day. This one's going to be Spacestation Gaming versus Parabellum. Should be a banger match. Do not go anywhere. The NAL day returns in just a bit. And we are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Doe and Jesse Jacob Super here with you for the week. And we're going into Spacestation Gaming versus Parabellum. Now, Spacestation was able to get a win last week, but it was an overtime win. So certainly trying to look a little bit better this week. Parabellum, though, looked incredible. New players, Asian and Doc, joining the squad, but it seems like, if anything, this team is putting up better results than what we saw on stage 2 already.
Yeah, I mean, Parabellum are off to an amazing start. I think they're the most surprising team to be in such a strong position. They didn't have easy opponents in the first week, but they still managed to take both of them down, 6 points on the board. They've got to be very happy about that. Only second based on some round differential tie differences. But ultimately, I mean, they're feeling very, very good with their new pickups this stage.
I just love the fact that we're seeing more new talent still get an opportunity, and to flourish immediately straight out of the gate is always nice when you're looking for proof that these new pickups, guys that have only played at a tier 2 level, are actually able to carry their weight in gold, and they did against two very, considered top tier opponents. The only difference being it was the same map. So I like the fact that we're seeing initial success, but I still want to see growth out of a Parabellum team that has shown at times that they're able to get out of like the 5th to 7th place gutter. If they can do that here on a different battleground, I'm going to be way more impressed.
Yeah, Parabellum and SSG coming into the match with some changes. Obviously, Parabellum has 2. But Parabellum look a lot better than I think they did last stage. The question for them is they've only played Border. So what do they look like on the other maps? And what is Space Station going to look like a week later?
I mean, maybe we'll find out, right? Because, I mean, Space Station's still kind of dealing with their own roster swap, like you mentioned. Sky's out, Yeti in, coming from your organization to join Space Station now. But so when we talk to Space Station, we asked kind of about like how things are going, how's it been like incorporating Yeti, why incorporate Yeti to begin with. But we do have some words from some of the Space Station players in the video we're going to check out. Let's do that right now.
I just expect to win, pretty much. I expect to play well, and I expect for us to show what we're really capable of.
I have high expectations this stage. I've kind of gotten off my entry role, which is what I've played pretty much my whole career these last couple stages, and I played more of a flex, like lurk role. And I think I was good at it, but I don't think it's what I'm best at. And so now in stage 3, you'll see me back on the entry, and I think this is gonna be my best stage in a while.
I'm expecting for me to have more of like an explosive season, hopefully. That's the plan. I need to prove it to me. Like, I need to see it, and I mean, I'm working hard, like outside of game, and I just need to see it for myself. I felt so good at Saudi for Gamers 8, and I felt like I was at a very good point in my game, and so I'm excited going into this, kind of feeling like I'm back, kind of thing.
What do I expect from my teammates? Beast mentality.
To be a winner. The same thing I expect as I'm always. It's not always performance-based. Only thing I can really expect from my teammates is have good energy and good comms on game day. Make sure everything's clear and let our IGL, guide us through the rounds. And if we play our game, we'll be fine.
Top 4. I expect the very same thing. I expect them to come out with fire and to want to show everyone what we're really capable of. I'm sure everyone's feeling the exact same way.
So that was kind of a through line with the Space Station players. When I talked to them a couple weeks ago in Vegas, they were all saying top 4, we're feeling really good with Yeti in the mix. The results haven't necessarily gone their way quite yet. Of course, they do have 1 win, but again, it was in overtime, not worth as many points. They need to pick it up this week. They need to kind of really make things work. Because I feel like with a player like Yeti, you have less of a sort of incorporating the player time than with other players. He's not a rookie. He's not new to the stage. He's been around for a long time. Should be able to get things rolling a little bit quicker. And with the kind of expectations they have for him, being that vibes guy, being the one to keep people positive, you want to see that change come into effect quick,
Yeah, I think with Yeti going to SSG, it made sense to them just because, they were a team that kind of had trouble. Unfortunately, they've already kind of lost a lead this season. They had, I believe, a 6-3 advantage against OXG and ended up going overtime. But the idea behind bringing in a player like Yeti, he's a great vibes player. He's a great teammate. He keeps people checked in. He's not going to get rattled. So I think that's, kind of a long-term project if it's a mental kind of block on SSG, but I think Yeti's the right guy to kind of help steer that in the right direction.
Yeah, Spacestation obviously, not the best start to the stage that they would have wanted. I think although they didn't achieve their goal in stage 2, they still had a lot of upsides. Last stage, they were the second best attacking team in all of North America, 53%. They had a lot of great creative attacking strategies. Through the first week this stage, though, they have fallen off down to just 37% on the attacking rate. The only team worse than that is Beastcoast, and Beastcoast, I believe, are sitting at literally 0.
Literally 0.
So it's, it's a low bar. SSG currently needs to get that one up. And you look at the changes, you look at the stats as well. Last stage, Spacestation had more grenade kills than anybody else. 15 nade kills. That's 70% more than the average and 36% more than the next highest team. A lot of that was Rampy. Rampy by himself would be 4th if he was his own team last stage with grenades. And obviously, you take a look at this meta, one of the biggest changes we've had is just the lack of nades. Finka nades don't exist anymore. Maverick nades don't exist anymore. Nook is banned in most of the matches, so her nades are often taken out of the field as well. And so I feel like with SSG losing some of that explosive utility, that has hurt their attacks, and we haven't really seen them bounce back from that yet.
Watching that OXG game on Cafe last week firsthand, I just keep on thinking that everyone would be looking at that win a lot better if they hadn't blown that 3-round lead and then allowed OXG to get 4 in a row, bring it to a point where they'd have to win their last 2 in overtime to actually win the darn thing. And they probably also would then be looking at the Skyscraper game against the Soniqs, which was only a 7-5, as that close of a victory. Instead, now we look at this team as one that's unable to finish until literally they put their nose to the grindstone, find that last thing that works, and that's not always something that you can rely on. It's nice that you're able to come out with a victory, but still, that win, even though it's a win, is still probably going to put a lot of bad taste in SSG fans' mouths until they start getting a lot more of these problems ironed out.
But in space, no one can taste? No, that's not.
Is that Rap God?
I don't think that's how it works. Never mind.
No one can hear you scream, Noah.
Looks like all the fans at home screaming right now. I can't hear them, and that's the important thing. Let's talk about Parabellum, the other team on the other side of the arena. 2 new additions in Asian and Doc, and they have worked out very well. 2 strong wins over 2 strong teams. But, can a team like this keep the momentum going? I feel like there's obviously a lot of talent on there, but you've still got sort of that new player thing that you're working in. I feel like that's a team where you could run into a couple down moments, right? Where the cracks start to show a little bit and the nerves come through.
Yeah, they've only played border so far, but there's still so much I like about this team. They're actually taking tag timeouts, for one thing. It's something that we criticized them for 2 straight stages, but they've got Sonar behind them who's actually able to dial things in when he realizes things are down, and they're doing a great job of capitalizing on it. On 2 straight border games, they're also allowing Doc to play more of a long angle smoke, which has freed Kool-Aid up to be a roam monster. That's a big reason for why he was able to secure MVP in the first place back in Playday 2. Their roams and timing make the most of their distraction potential. Sometimes they're still swinging a little bit more than is healthy. Sometimes you can definitely still tell the inexperience and the recklessness is still there, especially for the 2 new young gunners, but still, for Parabellum, it feels like the aggression is definitely on point.
Yeah, I mean, Kool-Aid is arguably the best support player right now in NA. That's 2 stages in a row now, with this stage included, that he's kind of been, honestly, kind of a support carry. And what's interesting to me is I've noticed they've made a little bit of a role change with Eska kind of getting off the sledge and going to the flank watch, and Blaz moving to more of an aggressive sledge role. I feel like he's really been playing a lot more free with this kind of style, getting a lot of picks, and it makes him a lot more dangerous on tag.
Yeah, Kool-Aid, our MVP, of course, from last Playday. I thought he was very versatile on defense. I absolutely agree that he may be one of the best support players, if not the best in the league right now. He has been so impactful for Parabellum throughout this first week. I also think the rest of his teammates, though. I mean, you talked about Blaz. The entry game has been really strong from both him and Doc. Parabellum 70% opening pick rate overall. That's Doc being 4-0. All of those picks coming in on attack where he's playing Zofia. He's getting those opening kills back-to-back to finish off XSET at the end of day 2. He's having a lot of impact there. And then Blaz, 7-1 on entry. Fantastic stat coming through there. Also mostly on the attack, a couple of kills on the defense as well. Very consistent at finding multiple opening kills in both their game against Oxygen and against XSET. They played 11 total attacking rounds, and the only time they lost the opener was once when Blaz lost to Yaga, fair enough, and then once where they team killed Eska. So all in all, they really don't struggle too much on the opener.
All right, well, we know they've played border a couple times. Let's find out where they're going for this match right now. The map bans are in, And no border ban yet from Spacestation. Clubhouse and Villa first to get X'd out.
Yeah, I would hope that most teams have already kind of learned from what we've seen Parabellum 2 against two very good teams on border. So long as we don't see it, then I think Space Station are definitely going to be looking that way. They haven't taken it off the board yet. Instead, Space Station have gone for their own permaban this whole year. If they have a permaban, it is still Villa. And then Oregon, one of their most played, is something that they don't want to allow Parabellum to look at any VODs for and actually use against them. So still, I'm curious about where Space Station take us more than what Parabellum do, because Parabellum's bans have usually been pretty telegraphed. They don't like Club, they don't like Bank, they don't like Sky. The fact that we're still seeing it up though at this point because there's a Chalet ban from SSG has me a little bit concerned about why we still haven't seen it taken out yet.
Yeah, Cafe Theme Border, the two other maps we haven't really talked about there, both not ideal for Parabellum. Okay, you take a look at Cafe, 3-game losing streak throughout the year, and Theme Park, one that they have yet to win through 2 matches as well.
You're kidding me.
They both get banned out though. So, I mean, Theme Park, a map that SSG have never played ever, so they don't, I guess, want to see that on the side of Parabellum. Maybe some surprises. But yeah, Border's an interesting choice from Space Station.
I mean, to me, this is a little bit of a baffling decision. It maybe says something that SSG's map pool is just not really where it needs to be yet with Yeti. Taking a team that has not lost this map to this map when they have 2 new players, they have not played any other map. I just don't understand the logic in it. Now, maybe SSG is thinking, hey, we've seen them play this map twice now. We can do some counters on it. But, like, it's a new team. This is the only map they've shown they can play. Don't you want to, like, test them somewhere else? It's honestly a baffling decision to me, but I'm sure SSG have something in mind.
I mean, obviously, Doc and Asian have played plenty of games on the other maps too, but as far as NAL is concerned, Border is their comfort zone right now, you know? So you want to be able to do something that shifts them out of that comfort zone. I'm a little bit surprised too they would take them back to Border. It's got to be like you mentioned, they think they've just got enough tape on them, Space Station, to try to win it with that.
It is a comfy map for SSG as well, right? 4 games throughout the year coming through for Space Station on Border. Played it once in Stage 1, 3 times in Stage 2. So it's not a map they're unfamiliar with, but yeah, when you look at your opponent's map pool, it is an interesting pick.
It still wasn't the most impressive thing when they played it back in Stage 2. I remember when they were struggling against Mirage for those first couple of rounds, and they were still trying to figure out how the hell are we meant to make this thing work. The one time they played it back in Stage 1 was at Astralis game where we figured maybe this is the time we see them added to their map pool. They did in Stage 2, but still, it's only a 50% win rate on the year, and even though I have more confidence in SSG's coaching staff to use VODs effectively, it's not to say Parabellum can't do the same thing. So this is still a really weird pick.
I mean, honestly, we played them on Border last stage. They were up 5-1 on us. We came back and beat them. I think that game we set the record for plants in a game. And no offense meant to Yeti, but in that game, Yeti was like 0-6 on entry. He was kind of the reason the game was even close. And now he's on SSG.
Jeez, man.
He played Blackbeard.
So the one round.
You know, Yeti's a great player, maybe just not on Border, but this is, I guess, a redemption chance for him. Yeah, good luck, SSG.
All right, well, we're trying to solve a tech issue right there over in Vegas real quick, so let's take a look at some more stats before we go further. We're going to take a look at the statistics for the newbies on the Parabellum squad. Doc and Asian coming up on a Challenger League. A lot of people excited about seeing what they can do, and they've both put on a pretty great performance so far.
Yeah, it's great to see the confidence from these 2 young players in their first week. And we talked a lot about the entries from both Doc and from Blaz, which has been a huge help for Parabellum. But I even think Asian, you go back to that very first game where they were playing, of course, on Border. And it felt like he had a lot of impact late game, right? He was taking a lot of really smart fights, really did get into those engagements with good gunplay and good confidence. So love to see that from Asian. I think all in all, although he's negative on the entry, the team really picks up the slack in that regard. And his fragging power has been fantastic on attack.
I think it's mostly the fact that he's a really good second guy right behind Blaz. I'm loving the fact that Blaz is stepping up to a point where Asian's still going too far on entry isn't that much of a problem. I still question whether 57% cost is something that you have to keep on focusing on as time goes on, but that's not really a number that they themselves are probably going to keep in the back of their heads too much. They just know they're winning. They've gone to the same map twice. They understand that their confidence level is already pretty high. I love what Doc is doing too, but I mostly love the fact that Blaz and Asian seem like they're turning into the real tip of the spear for a Parabellum team that's been looking for a way to get into maps quickly. They've got a lot of early control, and Asian is a huge reason why.
Yeah, I've spoken to Parabellum's coach a little bit in the past about these 2, and he honestly felt blessed that they were able to get these 2 players. And a lot of eyes, these were the 2 best available Challenger League level players. Asian was kind of considered a bit of a prodigy coming up and had a really nice stage in Challenger League with Luminosity. So I think Parabellum feel like a little bit lucky that they even were able to put this team together. And I always find it interesting where, you know, Parabellum did make 2 changes. They lost Gunnar, who was a great player for them, literally team of the stage. So he's one of the 5 best players in the league. And then they let Penguin go, who was an IGL without, you know, maybe lacking a little bit of the fragging power. So to make up the difference with Gunnar, they bring on 2 fraggers. And you kind of even it out because maybe you're not getting the performance of Gunnar, although Doc is playing great.
Yeah.
You're getting a better performance than Penguin was giving. So it evens it out and it kind of makes you more of a threat because now instead of maybe worrying about 3 or 4 players, you're worrying about 5.
Yeah, and as far as the shot calling stuff goes, when I was talking to Penguin a little bit in Vegas, he was saying he felt a little bit of the pressure on that to kind of step into that role, make some of those calls. And, you know, the shot calling, it seems like in Rainbow Six right now, has become more of a democratic thing than a you know,
that's a word for
unilateral thing. It's more of a group calling than having just one IGL at this point for a lot of teams, isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously I even stepped down as IGL.
Yeah.
I just didn't feel like, I just don't feel like in the current meta, you know, with the attacker repick, where before a round you can kind of, you know what site it is. As a team, you probably have several different takes per site. You can just come up, you know, just say, we'll do this take. And if you're a good enough player, you don't need to be micromanaged around the map, right? You know what to do, you know what to recognize, and you can make plays off of that. So if you have good communication, and if you're a smart enough player to recognize things that you can take advantage of, an IGL right now in this meta is just, to me, not that necessary.
It's so interesting, and I mean, it's especially interesting because you have these new players coming in with less experience at the pro level to be able to kind of contribute to that kind of thing is a big extra burden that you don't see placed on a lot of players. But they're handling it well. They're putting up good numbers. We'll see if Parabellum can keep that momentum going, though, against Spacestation. But for now, we have to make some predictions. Oh yes, it's time. And so first of all, as usual, we'll have our casters weigh in. Pengu and Intero still waiting to cast this match, but also to give us their choice for who they think is going to win it. What's it going to be?
I guess I'll go first on this one. I look at the fact that Parabellum won their first match 7-4 on border, and then they won their second match 7-5. And that they're probably going to go to overtime. But does SSG have what it takes? I want to say yes, but I don't think they do. So I'm going to go with Parabellum.
Yeah, I'm looking at, you know, the first 2 playdays, and I'm thinking Parabellum looked really good. SSG still had some shakes they got to figure out. So PB seems like the obvious choice, and I agree with Super, like, going to border for a 3rd time. You know, SSG choosing to let them basically go for a 3rd time. I'm like, why? Maybe counterplay, whatever. But I also personally would have liked if SSG challenged the map pool more of Parabellum. I think PB comes out ahead here. They're going to take the top.
All right, so there you go. The numbers game kind of favoring Parabellum right now. That's going to be our choices for our 2 casts as well. Thanks for your input. It's always valued. I want you to know that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to check in with them in a moment. Now to talk to our analysts here. You know, you got to go last time, Super. So you're going to go first this time. What's it going to be?
So I guess I'm going to be a bit of a contrarian here, and it kind of doesn't make sense because I just spent the last segment just blasting SSG.
Okay.
But I'm going to trust in the minds and the thought process of SSG.
Really?
It's extremely risky, trust me. But I'm going to pick SSG to win this game, and the reason I'm doing so is they know Parabellum has won this map both times. They know it's the only map they've played. So in my mind, the only way you take this team to this map is if you have just the ultimate counter strategy, you're certain you're gonna win.
Yeah.
So either I'm the fool or you're all fools because you're gonna pick Parabellum.
Well, hey, I don't get to choose it all. I just let fate decide. So I'm you know, free of this one. But Jesse,
the coin's
Jacob,
the fool.
Exactly. Well, it was in stage.
Want to go first?
Sure.
I'm happy to be a fool. If Parabellum lose this one, then I think we're all fools. I'll go PB as well. I agree. The map maybe
Right.
not the pick for Spacestation, but mostly those entries from Parabellum, the way that we've seen Blaz, Asian, Doc, everybody play on this map from PB has been so good. I got to imagine that'll continue this game.
See, I do trust that Spacestation would not have gone to this map if they didn't figure that there was something in the tank. But think about the obstacles they have to overcome. They still have to incorporate a new guy into the lineup that probably still needs more time to bake. And if you're going to take Parabellum to a map that they've already played and won twice in good fashion against good teams, you also probably have to change up the playbook that made me really, like, unconsciously unconfident about the way they played it last stage. So if you have all 3 of those things to do and Parabellum are already really good on this map, screw it, dude. I'm taking PB because SSG just have too many things to figure out right now.
All right, there you go. Well,
Tell me
Parabellum
the
means
coins with me at least.
Was it? Yeah, there you go. Parabellum means prepare for war. SSG seems to be prepared for Parabellum, possibly. We'll find out what the coin says. It's gonna
prepared for war?
Prepared for preparing for war. Prepared for the ones who are prepared for war. Anyway, I didn't read Art of War. It's gonna be Spacestation Gaming heads, Parabellum tails. Let's flip it.
Nice.
Oh, thank you. It's heads. Spacestation Gaming. All right, the coin going with SSG. We'll see what it's gonna be. Now, you know, the coin and Super did both. We're both the only correct picks.
Coin.
The first one, that's true. You're one with the coin today. Let's see if the fans are as well. No, the fans are going with Parabellum as well.
Fools all of you, honestly.
There you go. Once again, we'll see who takes it, though. We got a community poll as well to take a look at in a moment here. There it is. Who will secure more plants, Bosco or Kool-Aid?
Well, Kool-Aid shoots people. Bosco doesn't. So, are you going for the plant or are you going for the kill?
There you go. I was wondering if it meant out of game, like who's going to have like more of a garden or maybe some succulents because they're in Vegas. You know, it's kind of
Kool-Aid
hot climate.
speaks to me as a gardener.
Yeah,
I could see it.
I could see it. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I mean, not like the bonsai tree type of gardener, but you know, you have like a cactus you water once a month.
Something like that.
There you go. Well, on that note, we got a quick break and then we'll find out who actually is the most prepared to get the win on Border. Is it going to be Spacestation? Is it going to be Parabellum? Tune in just a few minutes to find out here on the Rainbow Six North American League.
To no controversy, it's my boo. I can make $250,000 off a haiku, and I can make another quarter off it ×2. If it's money on the table, I'll be on it like Bobby or Epic. You peep the aesthetic, it's hard to forget it. I hear you talking, but you're hardly right. I'm the voice of your prototype. Summertime and then why? Summertime and then why? It's too cool. Get the dry tops out. Summertime and then why? Talking 6 a.m. tea times, 18 with the mayor talking land banks. I waited for it, gotta get mine. Snag a seat up at the table if my man can't. Heading to a meeting, we're familiar with no briefcase. Just my mind in a free state. I got a plan through a vision, but it takes time. I'ma make mine. Summertime and then why? Now I run the front, call the shots, make the deals, know the deal, know what's up. Too much for the books, then I put it in a tuck. Too much for the tuck, then I give it to my love. Once I make $1 million, man, $1 million won't be enough. Watch me fake the struggle while I get it off the hush. Now it's JetBlue miles, Rolex dials, frowns turn to smiles. Summertime and then why? Now as you come to an end. Summertime and then why? And the falls upon us. I want you to bring that energy. Summertime and run that thing back. Yeah. Until next year. Summertime and then why? Yeah. And why? Summertime and then why? Yeah. We gone.
Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos. Cop a Henny sour, and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power. Yeah, this time it's really ours. It's time to get the bag. Yeah, it's time to get the bag. Yeah, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Ask for it, you receive it. Got it locked, put the key in. Got them looking, yeah, they praying. She like, I like what I'm seeing. Now we up, they agreeing, play full. Yeah, we eating. Now you can't ignore this feeling when you got it from him seeing. Why these built in? If I love, why you cheating? She know that I'm never leaving. They want beef, but they vegan. I don't know why they on that. Get a pack, then I roll that. She got, tell her throw that. Start her on, it's a throwback. Just a straight roll, I don't even pay tolls. The boy a genius and I ain't talking yay though. Been a living legend since I was like a day old. I remember days though, listening to J. Cole. I remember Draco. Had to up my profile, had to up my payroll. Getting too high, yeah, you know I had to lay low. Getting too fried, eating on some big dough. Yeah, I came through, and you know I had to make do. Yeah, I came through, and you know I had to make do. Getting all these dollars, yeah, you know I had to make them. Yeah, I came through, yeah, you know I had to make do. Beat by Apollo, stop at New Apollos. Cop a Henny sour, and I'm puffing Jack Sour. Yeah, I feel a black power, yeah, this time it's really ours. It's time to get the bag, yeah, it's time to get the bag, yeah, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On the mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On the mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it.
I dip in the corner in something imported. I'm copping the land at the sand where the shore is beautiful. Women who time in the mirror to show up the shows and see me perform this. Used to ignore me, I'm all the day here, but I used to be timid. I don't know what fear is. Just talked to my dog and he told me he got me. I hopped up the line and went straight to go get it. I got us. Building this up out of mortar and brick. The way that it's going, I don't see it ending. The pigment is tinted. I'm really that. Go figure. I'm tapped into a higher power, feeling bigger than me. It's centering me. My enemy silent. They see that I'm fire. I can't put my energy. I got some real ones on my sideline, abiding by them guidelines. I'm way up near the skyline. You so belly fine, right? Only kings around me, others go now. Why I shine bright? Yeah, you hella fine, right? Hey, you looking like the wine and dine type. I'm basking in that limelight. Brody, get your chip stack. I'll teach you. I'm the wise guy. I'm getting right back that shit I'm sending out with vibe wise. You know we good on this side.
Border match for Parabellum. Their third Playday and their third time going to this map. Are Spacestation fools for letting this map through?
Or geniuses? Are they prepared?
I was fielding the question to you, Nicholas. Which one do you think?
Honestly, I think Super made a great point towards the end saying that if you're gonna take PB to the border for a third time, you are so prepared. But then we gotta talk about, is that enough sometimes, right? Because with these young gunners that are being picked up from various teams for the Stage 3, sometimes you just gotta shoot straighter. And that's exactly what PB did in Playday 1 and Playday 2. They were up against great foes, but ultimately could just shoot a little bit harder back, and they were winning in great fashion against both OXG and XSET.
While two teams with new looks, Parabellum picking up both Doc and Asian in the offseason. Yeti joining Spacestation. I don't really know exactly. I think it's way too early for us to talk about which team rather has benefited the most from these roster changes, Soniqs. But, you know, I think if you look at all of the teams that have made changes so far in the offseason, Soniqs, there's one team that really stood above the rest. But Parabellum look much better with Doc and Asian on that roster. Can't really say the same for Spacestation with Yeti just yet. Not sure that Yeti plugs the holes in Spacestation's team, but there's still that time to get acclimated. So we're in the ban phase. Fultz has apparently already crashed. That is unfortunate. Parabellum starting on defense. They get very first ban, and even though Fultz isn't in the server, we can still continue onwards with these operator bans. Ying and Twitch. Very different from the Capitao Thatcher ban that occurred in our previous matchup.
That they are. I mean, the Ying is a good old stable ban towards SSG. Hot and Cold used to be an absolute menace with that but in Stage 1 and Stage 2 earlier in the year. And SSG in general likes to play around that operator quite a lot on their attacking side. Twitch, of course, is a target ban towards Parabellum specifically. And then Sami, that's more of a stable ban on various maps with the 9 lines of sight because you can restructure the map quite drastically. Almost like a throwable castle barricade that can go anywhere on the map really. And Mirage follows Troop to at the end. Again, one of those operators that on border, there are so many long lines of sight that mirror windows can really establish and utilize. So we want to see that being removed from the game. We'll pause for a player crash. We'll get right back into it momentarily. Shouldn't take too long. And thankfully, as I say, it was before the game started that we can do this, so there's no abruptions, hopefully, during the game.
Have you ever been to the esports arena?
No.
I was going to say, I've never been there either. Neither of us have ever physically been there.
You've never been there for like content or something?
No, I mean, it's in the Luxor, right? Yeah. I stayed at the Luxor the very first time I ever went to Vegas, but I am reasonably certain that was before the Esports Arena existed. That would have been back fall/winter 2015. I think it was like October 2015. I stayed at the Luxor. It was actually before the hockey arena had been built in Vegas as well, if you just want to go back. It was before the Golden Knights were even a thing, as far as I recall. But
okay,
I'd like to get to see it at some point. I'm hopeful.
We can go together. You know, I live like a 20-minute drive from there.
I mean, saying you live like a 20-minute drive in Vegas doesn't give me any indication as to where you live.
No, but it means that it's a 20-minute drive, which means if you come to my place, we can go together.
You invite me over?
I'll invite you over.
Are you inviting me over?
I mean, if you want, we can fly out Thursday. We'll go back together, holding hands or something. I don't know, whatever you want to.
We share a bed.
That's too far for first dates. We can work towards it as a goal, but...
We can work towards it as a goal?
Yeah, but let's start with the hands.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. Anyway, on to the topic, as now Fultz seems to be in the lobby and everything is in working order. The one thing that I will say is Spacestation banned out the Azami. I think that's a smart idea. Azami enables a style of defense in the security part of this map.
Yeah.
That is so potent and so strong. Instead now, you're going to have to rely on deployable shields, and you're going to have to rely on just other gadgetry that you have. Goyo being brought out right away, I think, is a great operator for that. The 20 seconds of flames that come from those canisters being broken open really do feel a lot longer than 20 seconds, especially in a post plant. You're going to take a lot of damage if you try to trudge through it.
Yeah, and he's got 4 of them, so it really adds up if you were to stack multiple of them in the same-ish area. There's a bit of a cheeky offset pick right in the window, getting some information for the team members of SSG. They are starting on the attacking side, which I think you would like to if you choose to counterplay, right? You studied Parabellum's defensive setups, or at least we hope that SSG has, and they should have a pretty good idea going into this as to what they want to be doing to pick that apart.
I know that we don't often want to talk about like skins and all that jazz, but I really appreciate Doc running Jinxie's charm. If you haven't tuned into Jinxie's content, he is pretty great.
He's hilarious, in fact.
He's very, very funny. And Foxay actually just got a charm in the game. You and I have had charms in the game for ages. I actually think our charms came out at the same time, if I remember correctly, alongside, what was it, Justin and Zig. All 4 of us joined at the exact same time. So how coincidental. Either way, congratulations to Foxay. I believe he's co-streaming this. I could be wrong. Super also has a charm in the game, who is currently guest analyzing. Very first pick of this matchup is going to go to Fultz. That's the Yana, finding some success. Down goes Kool-Aid. The Aruni gadgets will continue, but the actual Aruni will not.
Yeah, and of course, getting that opening kill is always favorable, especially on border that is all about the gunfights. It's almost like the second coastline, if you will, where sure, strats, they play a factor, but how you move through the map, how you clear these positions, and how you can play together as a team to get those opening kills is a very, very important factor, especially on Armory, right? All these open lines aside, very long angles, but Asian, he trades it back onto Fultz. The 4v4, even numbers again. But SSG, they're looking for that Archives execute with the Ossa Shield.
God, what a nuisance Hot and Cold has been so far. Final Talent Shield goes down with the ADW in hand.
He's alive.
He'll be in a good spot. I honestly cannot believe that Eska lived. Down goes Asian to Yeti. The coverage seems to be okay, but now Doc is in a reflex test as he gets collapsed upon by Bosco. Now it's Doc with the bailiff in hand. No damage to be done. Didn't Super say Bosco can't fire back? Yeah, well, 2 kills suggests otherwise, and I don't know what Yeti is saying, but that was a lot of spit coming out of his mouth. Space Station up 1-0.
Oh my god, yeah, looking good for SSG for a great start. I loved how Hot and Cold using the offset throughout the entirety of that round, securing the east stairs first, denying the spawn peak as well, and the aggression towards the windows, and then getting into the bomb side and establishing a strong position as well as a plant there towards the end. I mean, if this continues happening, then Parabellum have to change their approach. Right? They need impacts on the table, and right now, Blaz and Asian, they both have them available. The question is, will they spend them on rotations throughout the map? There goes the first one from Blaz. Or will it be Kool-Aid and Doc using their secondary shotguns and melee punches to establish those rotations instead? Because whenever you are thinking you're against an Ossa, you always want to keep 2 impacts at a minimum in pocket, preferably 1 on each member, because because if one person were to fall early, for example, let's say Blast used both impact grenades and Asian has 2, well, if Asian is the one who ends up dying, then you have 0 impacts. So spreading out that utility is a really good approach to this so that multiple members can respond accordingly, and as I mentioned, in case anybody were to die. But it's going to be a similar setup on Parabellum. They believe that with this impact change and with the right player in the position to deny those Osa shields, that the round will play out differently. Joke's on you though, Parabellum, because SSG, they're not bringing the Osa this time around. Now, they attack are repicked, so Parabellum will have no idea about this just yet, but the line is being brought out with the Nuke. That's going to be the 2 operators that SSG will use to kind of force their way through the map right now. Hot and Cold was on Osa, now on a Heartbreach instead, so SSG playing that flex game quite well so far.
Ooh, the Nook comes back. It's not usually rampy on this operator. I think Fultz is the go-to for Space Station. That's 40 seconds, 45 seconds now that have been used, and you have to burn those Aruni gates, the Surya gates, or as Ace likes to call them, laser gates.
Laser gates.
That is a horrendous attempt at an impression.
Sorry.
Yes, you should be apologizing to the good people, even the people in this chat who like anime. They deserve an apology as well. But
it's a bit far.
Well, I pissed off the weebs on Twitter by asking why all, but not all, but most of the new R6 share skins are all anime. Look at this! Rampy is on the hunt! Just like those kids in my Twitter mentions. Down they go. Yeti will need to be retrieved. Rampy can do just that, but Eska misses out on an opportunity with the Vector in hand to secure a kill. Down goes Asian. Parabellum having some problems right now as Space Station are looking more formidable than we've seen before on these entries, and it has unfortunately depleted the reserves of Parabellum. We've lost 2 very strong players and the 2 newest players to the team.
It certainly looks like SSG are finding these openings, and they're pretty much like premeditated. It seems like they're going to these rounds saying, okay, round 1, we forced the Osa. Round 2, let's force the Nuke, and then just look for that opening kill time and time again. And I mean, it is only round number 2. And as you see, they haven't won it just yet. But it does look like there's a good plan in motion right now for them. A lot of decisiveness as well. Kool-Aid was MVP last play. He has to get quite aggressive right now because his position is compromised. Gets the first kill, does not get the second. He flicks it at the last moment. And it's SSG and Hot and Cold who ends up picking up the pieces. Blast and Esk in a 2v4 now, and with a member of SSG on Sandwich Repel, the cross has been cut. Once they get in, it's hard to play that retake. Esk at C4 could be huge in this round. They got 35 seconds to play with.
Eska can emerge here, but again, a really tough spot to be in. The low HP from Space Station is the only real saving grace at the moment for Parabellum, but they've lost Blaz now too, and it's Eska to capitalize on nothing. Hot and Cold, the final kill. Space Station now up 2-0. Man, Parabellum can just not roam the way that they want. They are getting smothered on this entry by Space Station.
That they are. They really are, and I mean, I believe it's going to be happening as well. There might be a tactical timeout being called here, and honestly, if you are Parabellum, I mean, you're only down 0-2. It's not the end of the world. It's not. But you clearly need to make a drastic change in your approach because you are being played right now. And yep, Parabellum, they are indeed calling for a tactical timeout to change this around and see what they can do. On Border, it is arguable, and this is always tough because you can refer to statistics, you can look at the current meta, the old meta, whatever, but throughout history, Border has always really been an attacker-favorite map because of how the long angles work. You got zoom scopes, of course you got all these pieces of gadgetry, whether it's shields or flashbang smokes or grenades. So if Parabellum can just get like a 2-4 split on their defense and have a great attacking side, we're looking at OT essentially if they match what SSG did. So they only really need a few rounds here to still have like a statistical good shot at making this a close series. It's not the end of the world, but things have to change.
I'm a little worried at the speed at which Parabellum had to call that timeout, obviously not playing up to their style of game. And I mean, that's pretty sensible if you've watched the way that these teams have played. If you go back to the very first Playday and then you look at the second Playday, the one thing that Parabellum did not have to deal with was that Azami ban. She was open in both of the matches that they've played on Border so far.
Well, sometimes one operator can change everything, really. And it's again, it's plays to both defense and attack because both teams have to go through the motions. When SSG, when we get to round 6 or round 7 rather, they will have to defend without the Asami themselves, but the goal for Space Station is to establish such a big round lead and confidence in the server, momentum as well, to be like, we can deal with that when we get there. And also, they're prepared for it because they went into this match knowing or thinking that they would ban out this operator in particular to counteract Parabellum setups. Bombsite has been changed to ventilation instead, and that now means that a different attack will come out from Spacestation. We're both on unknown territory from both teams now, and Asian playing a bit of verticality inside a break room. Here's the footstep rotation on towards the east stairs inside Ana. Clone, Gemini clone that is, not a real player.
Well, Asian's discomfort inside of security leads him to this vigil role to try and waste time. One thing Space Station's done very effectively through these first 2 rounds is gather that information to then be able to make something come of it. An opening pick. Both rounds so far for Space Station. And they've got all but 1 drone at their disposal too. They've only lost a single one. So good management at this point. To go with the operator lineup that's brought out by Space Station and to help enable that info gathering, they have a logic bomb that'll go off by the Dokkaebi. Yeti on drone work, so letting his gadget do most of the talking as Hot and Cold creeps up through the main lobby. And we'll see a multitude of doors that have been barricaded off. Eska takes a whole lot of damage, but as Oryx, the fastest operator in the game, he can get away quite safely.
That he can, of course, but so low HP, that's not going to bode well because 1 more bullet and you're out for the count. No healing on the defensive or attack inside in this matchup so far. When 1 minute and 20 left on the clock, Kool-Aid holding down Armory, a crucial position as it oversees the bomb site itself. Blast, of course, is nearby an archive site to follow up rather. He has the sound on the member of SSG, but no angle.
Well, that's going to drop depending on what happened with the sledge there, but does not end up coming to be. Instead, he finds Rampy with a good bit of patience on that hatch. Hot and Cold now the one in pursuit, but he doesn't look the right way. Blaz easily feasts off of that. Asian was the intended target for Hot and Cold. Bosco will get him instead. Now it's Kool-Aid with a bit of sloppiness. Yeti all of a sudden making it work. Blaz a 4K, and it's him versus Fultz. This is going to be the showdown. There's still 2 other players from Parabellum in this server, but do they matter? You're going to look for the ace, and Blaz gets it. Every single kill in the server. It gives Parabellum their first round after the timeout as well.
That they do, and that timeout seems to have done the job that they needed. And, I mean, that's the round that they really had to get in the bag right now. It's going to also give you a bit of more of like a relief on their faces as they're saying, okay, we're not going to go 0-3. We can still, you know, find our footing in this matchup. But it comes off a massive play from Blaz, like pretty much individually saving that round. And sure, he was playing up his teammates, got some trades, moved around the map, etc. Got kills both vertically and horizontally, but we need all members of Parabellum to show up because that's when they thrive the most. They give me a little bit of a Astralis vibe where they can play off each other extremely well when they're all firing the same cylinders, but when it's just an individual component, that's when I feel a bit for them. And right now the scoreboard, it tells that tale of a single hero. And right now, that is Blast. Ventilation, or it's not ventilation, rather. Ventilation got 1, so it's now bathroom time instead. Was where the majority of the attackers were from SSG last round, but this time it'll be where the bomb site will be instead.
Well, rotation through the bomb sites so far for Parabellum, and I mean, if it works, it works. You can keep going to other parts of the map. I mean, you drew them into bathroom, even though that wasn't the actual bomb site. Now it is. Down below.
Down below.
Down below. I wonder what was discussed on that timeout, as we've mentioned before, that sometimes timeouts are more motivational, sometimes they're more about mindset, sometimes they are more about strategy. I don't think the strategy of Parabellum was really lacking. I mean, they didn't look as comfortable as we pointed out on that defense. They couldn't roam, and that's a big part of this Azami ban. An entry from Soniqs, or for Space Station rather, but Doc gets his C4 ripped out of his hands. Kool-Aid the first kill, but he's traded out by Hot and Cold. Nobody really gains an advantage in that regard. You lose the Mute, and you lose the Yana. I would argue that that's a bigger loss for Space Station, but Asian has been playing in this same spot inside of security, and he's been getting picked clean. Bosco took those words from Super on the desk very personally right now, because 4 kills is enough to give him the most kills of anybody on Space Station.
Yeah, finding great success right now, and I mean, the Dokkaebi phone call came out, and basically Bosco heard the sound through the door/barricade and got that wall bang It's an easy kill, really. A bit unfair, if you will, because sound only really works one way in that situation because you cannot have that ring on the defense. That is an attacker gadget only.
Blaz still in this rat spot. He's been remaining elusive through this entire map so far. It's half of the round to go. Spacestation will double up on trying to take control of the stairs through office. They then need to translate that towards this bathroom bomb site. There's an avenue into workshop that's been created through that soft wall, so extending the bomb site out for Parabellum.
The thing is right now, Parabellum don't have a whole lot of map control with that verticality from the block above. That just means the bomb site itself is going to be, well, nowhere is really going to be safe. Eska fighting for his life, has to run around and just gamble. No one's holding him stop. But look at this, PP, they have left the bomb site entirely. They have no real leg to stand on, and SSG could just drop and plant.
These two bomb sites, this and then the Events Workshop bomb site, are so ripe for retakes. We see it time and time again. Will it pay off for Parabellum? They trail in numbers, and now they will lose the plot in terms of timing as the final 33 seconds become the final 45. As the diffuser goes down, Hot and Cold the first kill, Bosco in as well. It's Blaz as the last man. He got the ace for the team in the previous round, but the jig is up. They know where he is. A logic bomb goes off, and all the noise that emits will get him spotted by Hot and Cold. Space Station might have taken their foot off the gas for round number 3, but they find the pedal again, and they're up 3-1.
You really have to live and die on the floor above the bomb site on border, because once you lose the vertical control, unless you've killed all the self-destruction operators, well, the bomb site is no longer yours. That's what we just saw right there. PP had to run away or fight the vertical angles that are so favorable for the person up above, and they're also losing or getting traded in their opening duos right now. SSG are challenging them 1-1, and PP are actually going to go back to the same bomb site for the second time. Round number 1 and 2, both were armory defenses. Round number 4 and number 5, both are going to be bathroom defenses. And they're not really finding success so far on this pattern. They have to keep changing things up. It can't just be down to a, oh, this kill or this gunfight didn't go in our favor. Oh, this guy got lucky with sound on the window wall bang maybe. It has to come down to the bigger things, the strategical setup, the trades, how close or how far are you from a teammate? Because I know right now in Rainbow Six Siege, it's a very chaotic game, very aggressive, and it's all about playing off one another. If you are more than a 2-second sprint away from a teammate, you're arguably too far away to help. Your teammate, he gets into a fight, he loses that fight, he's gone. Then, if you're too far away, you gotta pick that exact same 50-50 gunfight. And when you're on defense, on border, you gotta play close together. Have a cross or have a trade. Otherwise, you're just playing 4v5, and that's where SSG really are pushing their buttons.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that the supporting cast of Space Station is showing up huge. Yeti and Bosco combining for 8 kills through 4 rounds is, let's not mince words here, it's quite unusual for both of these players. Going all the way back to Yeti's days on Soniqs, he wasn't responsible for getting the kills, but there were a lot of opportunities where he still struggled to do so. The fact that he and Bosco are leading the charge right now in terms of kills might not be a great thing, because obviously Rampy and Fultz are the 2 players on Space Station that you expect to be topping the charts, especially with Hot and Cold there in tow. But it at least shows that there's that depth for Space Station. When they were at their best, the argument for Space Station being the best team in the world at the time was their depth. They could play anything on any map and excel. It's been a while since we've been able to say that about Space Station, but in this matchup so far, it sure seems to ring true.
That it does. And don't forget the SSG clutch factor. They were the most clutch team for a while across the entire world. And I wouldn't say that they've lost that touch, so to speak, but it hasn't been their saving grace in more recent history. They are finding themselves being outbeaten in those clutch moments by some teams, but right now, they're doing really good across the board. Good information game here as well. Hot and Cold with a nice drone up above. Sees Asian and his movement. He can relay that information. He can try and go for a catch here and, again, play for that man advantage.
It's the worst game so far for Asian of all of the matches that he's played. Mind you, there's only 3 at this point, but still, bad time for him to be having a bit of an off game. It's one of those 2 star-studded acquisitions. Oh, no! Along with Doc, Asian gets Hot and Cold right as he looks in the wrong direction, but the good news is that it's yet again a trade. Space Station loses Hot and Cold, but they managed to pick off both Doc and Kool-Aid. Eska trades 70%, 60% of his HP to get the kill onto Yeti. Again, that supporting cast for Space Station will need to be huge. Bosco, the one in the driver's seat for his team. Rampy and Fultz still alive as well, so there are threats on the board.
Yeah, one member of PB is still up above, creeping, and they don't really know his whereabouts. They both play the sound game right now. Drone is coming out from SSG, but it's droning the wrong direction. It's clearing out the archives office portion, the top floor. Asian could either hold the cross, go for a flank, or fall back towards the bombs. But remember, the buck is alive, so verticality is going to be the name of the game. Esk is going to hold it down. It all comes down to Asian's flank later on.
Oh, and there's Bosco again! 7 kills to his name, and with the diffuser in hand, he'll rely on Rampy and Foltz to do Overwatch. Blaz and Asian to retake. Different positions on the map, one above, one below. Blaz very close, but he can't get the read on the players inside of the bathroom. 2 of them watching in that direction. Blaz sees the buck, but it's Bosco with 3 kills on the round. 8 so far through this map, showing up huge when the team needs it. It's 4-1 Space Station.
I mean, it must be fun to play Ace hard support on Border, because just like with Coastline, it's a map where you get to actually have fun in the game and try and seek out your gunfights. But one thing is having the opportunity to take these gunfights. Another is how Bosco are just straight up winning them off the bat. Walks in first entry. Sure, he has a follow-up. He has a teammate right by his shoulder, but he doesn't need them. Every single time, either he plays off someone else, like in that final 1 versus 3, or he just walks in and gets the job done himself. That is 8-1 on the board for Bosco. He's also carrying the diffuser, planting the diffuser on occasion, and doing the drone work when there's downtime. So I would say SSG, you're doing a really good job at what we call leapfrogging, where you have a guy drone in the entries, then the entries, they slow down the hold angle so they start droning, then the person that droned him in all the way back and spawn, they can room apart if anything. They're still cutting the crosses, they're holding the roamers, they're finding all the information that they need. They're basically winning the first minute and a half of every single round, whether it be a kill, whether it be map control, whether it be their pacing. They're hitting the marks in one of those 3 areas every single time, and people are struggling against it so far. We are back on ventilation, or downstairs ventilation, should I say. It is where Parabellum found their only round victory so far. It was after that timeout. And then, well, it was double bathroom downstairs. That didn't work. Change things up again. Aggressive lineup, the Vigil, the Alibi, the Oryx. We are clearly trying to fight SSG every single chance we can. We're just not winning them. I mean, even Doc on Smoke has the FMG instead of the shotgun. We just need gunpowder, but we need it to actually land.
We get a good read on Asian playing inside of security still by that banana position. The drone right behind him as the cloak runs out, and Foltz giving information. There's a buck on the board. A drone gets swatted away. Asian might think that he's free and clear, but there's yet another one of those pests in there watching for him. Space Station will need to double up if they want to capitalize off of this. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Asian looking the wrong way, and an open window allows Foltz an opening pick. Space Station right now in great shape to take 5 of these 6 rounds on attack.
Yeah, that's the drone work right there. The information game just gives them so much value in that position. Now Kool-Aid, he has to try to find something else. I mean, he might jump out the window, but there's not really anybody there from Space Station because they're all around the security break room area of the map. But there's so much phantom pressure. Wall downstairs and passport has been opened up. Windows and doors across both sides of the map have been opened earlier in the round. So PP are basically guessing as to where SSG might be. And look at this. They aren't really in any of the directions that PP are holding. They don't really have any real information as to where the attack is coming from. That's not going to bode well.
Sights are lined up with a minute to go. The calm before the storm, potentially. Asian the only one that has fallen so far. Both Doc and Asian a combined 3 and 10. That's not what you want to see from these 2 new acquisitions, especially when they are often on these roles that are a requirement that they get kills. Doc may be playing a bit more sheltered minutes here on defense, allowing Blaz and particularly Kool-Aid to excel off-site. Blaz in particular has earned it, but all 5 of his kills came from a single round. So that's obviously papering over the fact that consistency has been a huge issue for Parabellum, and the kills really do often speak for themselves. Blaz, though, picking up one onto Yeti before getting traded right back. Space Station an advantage that's taken away by Doc, and Foltz ensures that he's doing his best to keep it close. They're in tandem now, working together, but Bosco falls, and then Foltz will be right after. Parabellum snag the final round of that first half and prevent an absolutely lopsided first 6 rounds for Space Station. Still, SSG emerges with a 4-2 score as we switch sides.
A 4-2 is what we know worst case, that's what I was like, PP needs that 4-2 to go into their own attack inside because they can show up and attack. But that final round really looked like SSG had it. It was a 5 versus 4, verticality was established, they had cleared the entire top floor basically, and they were just about to hit the bomb side. But then Parabellum, they were taking these fights upstairs and on the main stairs, and then it became a bit of a chaotic fest. And it comes down to, well, Bosco lost his first ever gunfight basically because he was outswung by Melusi, and that kind of sealed the deal as the case was dropped in a tough position to be recovered. Now we have to see SSG, have they done as much groundwork on their defensive half as on their very impressive attacking side, because they will need to win here as well to seal the deal for themselves on border and take down Parabellum's win streak on this map. They're starting in Bathroom. That is often the case when you go to border where defenders will start. You mentioned, Parker, that Castle and Asami are these formidable operators because you can change the layout of the map. Well, Asami being banned just means that they will bring the Castle instead, and that's going to help mitigate some of those positions and some of those angles and enable others. Other than that, it's going to be the Capcan my eyes are upon, because if PP pushes too fast or chases somebody, well, those Capcan traps can take you out really quickly.
There's nothing really that abnormal about the attacking lineup, but go back a year or so ago, maybe a little bit longer, and show the average Rainbow Six enjoyer this defender lineup. Castle, Capcan, Oryx, and Alibi. And they're not necessarily troll picks. This was back when Oryx's pick rate was in the basement, as was Capcan's. Alibi was used in large part for some gimmicks here and there on certain bomb sites, but it really was the 1.5 scope that was given to her that elevated her pick rate, along with that deployable shield being so valuable. So it is just fascinating, as a side note, for me to see this. Yeti gets slaughtered by Kool-Aid. Jameson on one today with that shot, but then he's immediately killed by Rampy, who then gets out of there on the fastest operator in the game. Back to an even scoreline. That's basically a trade for these two teams, but still, Asian will fall to Fultz on defense. Parabellum not having the best success on this attack, as now it's Doc swatted away. Fultz from the same position inside of Armory, putting such a hurt on the chances of Parabellum.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, the 1.5x goes really hard on this weapon. The fire rate is so quick that any bullet will hit your head. Well, you're out for the taking, out for the count rather. SK inside of break room, fighting the member inside of office. I believe that's the Oryx of Rampy. They're holding on top floor right now. SSG are not surrendering it. They know they can hold it down for a bit longer at the very least, or maybe get a kill more on the board, but they've done a great job on their own already. They've basically won the round for the team. The Anchors might not need to do much this round. We'll have to see if PB can clutch it out.
Eska hears the Nitro Cell go off, and he still can't escape it. Bosco yet another kill, marching towards 10. Blaz will walk right in, beheads Bosco. A nice shot, and this is why Blaz was so highly touted when he came over from all the way in Europe.
It's a good read
now, and it is a very good read, but look who gets out of there. The Oryx just scampers away. You know why that is? Because he's the fastest operator in the game. Almost as fast as the fire rate of the T5. Rampy gets the final kill. It's 5-2 for Spacestation as SSG comes out on top of their very first defense.
Very well played. I mean, PP, they just look like they're kind of falling apart when they lose those opening engagements, and it looked really good for them. Kool-Aid got that opening kill on the break door, and then he swung the second of Rampy inside of office and lost that one immediately after. So when you gain the lead, well, it was immediately given up again. They also lost their only Heartbridge member on the lineup because they didn't bring any secondary Heartbridge operators or secondary pieces of utility. And then the drone work from PP, they seems to either be missing or a little bit lackluster. I don't really know how Fultz was enabled or was allowed rather to get 2 kills inside of Armory back to back like that. Either they didn't know he was there, or they knew he was there and just lost the gunfights. We got a question. Who will secure more plants, Bosco or Kool-Aid?
Well, Bosco got 2 down. Kool-Aid has 0 so far.
Yep.
I mean, the people so far are correct. Both with great hair in that photo, by the way. Honestly, Kool-Aid could be a model. I'm gonna say it.
He could sell shampoo.
He is my favorite Twitter user.
Yeah?
Kool-Aid.
Okay.
It goes back to a joke that we had. One time I can't remember what he said, but he used to have the soldier from TF2, Team Fortress 2, the better TF2, not Titanfall 2.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just kidding. Titanfall 2 is fine, but TF2, Team Fortress 2 is better. He used to have the soldier as his avatar, and he used to say some unhinged things on social media, as a joke, obviously. Not unlike Suzaku used to. Not unlike Shabazz does now. But either way, I used to call him my favorite Twitter user. That was the whole story. And it's a great story, and I'm glad that you were all here to hear it.
Thank you for sharing it, but no one asked.
Okay. All right. First kill goes to Yeti onto Eska. Everything falling into place for Spacestation so far on this round. Yeti was first to die last round, but in a very similar spot over by security. He will persist.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna suck if you Eska, because you're playing the Nomad, because you want the map control to establish those air jabs so that you can't get flanked, and you die first. So now the map is all for the taking for the defenders, and we're playing very aggressive if we're a Space Station. I mean, even though Rampy's getting droned, he's holding down the soft wall. No one is a member outside that area. Not gonna allow Sledge to open up the wall. Not gonna allow them to add any further pressure. Doc finds it comes to Yeti, who's moving a little bit too much inside of 90. Rampy looking to trade it back again. The confidence right now, Rampy, is through the roof.
Smashes his way back into Fountain. Surveying what damage has been done to the soft wall in Office. Parabellum is not very keen to take an engagement from there. Instead, their focus is on other parts of the map. Asian will come up as Kool-Aid is on Armory Wall. Rampy still persisting. It's Doc to fall. Then Blaz will come in next, but you have to pick your poison, left or right. Or how about down? Bosco breaks double digits with a well-placed Nitro cell. It was what lays beneath that was the issue for Parabellum. Not anything left or right. Now it's Asian to follow through with a minute to go, but there's nobody up top, and he soon discovers that.
Bosco really is locked in right now, whether it's ensuring on the support on the attacking side or just prepping C4s, playing off his teammates on the defensive side. He's finding so much value every single round, and consistently so, and that's an important aspect because consistency is what PB is missing right now. Sometimes they hit their marks and get what they need, and sometimes they don't. 1v3 for Kool-Aid.
Not going to get it.
0.
And it's Bosco to finally end the round. Yet another kill, 11 for him. Man's fighting for his life inside of the server. And Parabellum go to border, and I guess SSG just had the answer. Ban Azami. That's it. Knocked them off their stride. The first 2 rounds being so decisive, and I think so surprising for Parabellum, is that they had to burn that timeout. They have not been able to course correct for 6 rounds now. And it's a shame if you're a fan of Parabellum, because they called that timeout early enough to try to settle themselves down. They get 2 rounds of the next 4.
Yeah.
But they look uncomfortable on attack. They are just not having engagements go their way. On attack in particular, they seem to lack information.
Yes, agreed. I feel like they could slow it down in this case, right? Because the rounds are ending in the first minute usually, then 2 members die off, like, out of nowhere essentially. We slow it down first of all, use all your drones, right? Try and do like a all 10 drones die before we die challenge, impossible scenario, because right now you got 6-7 drones alive when the round effectively is over. Maybe play an execute-based operator, right? Trying to help you get towards the bomb side. Whether it's going to be the Ossa, whether it's going to be more flashbangs. I know Ying is banned, for example. You can do smoke grenades, a glass, a sense, anything really. Try and get off the 1v1 individual gunfights. Whether it's playing Lion Dokkaebi and try and increase your odds of winning a gunfight. I do like the nuke formation. I want to believe that it's going to give you some value, but I just feel like they're struggling too much to get inside the building to enable this nuke on border.
Really bad performance so far from some of the gunners from Parabellum against this SSG team. Having some difficulties. Kool-Aid found success in the spot previously, but just to get away with his life intact after shrugging off some damage. Parabellum need to take control of security as quickly as they can. Already 45 seconds have fallen by. They know the way that this setup is. They managed to take a piece of the defense away with those Selma charges thrown out. Hot and Cold can see that. Now has a long line of sight all the way from Fountain. He gets droned out, or rather, his teammate gets droned out. He himself not spotted. Light reinforcement goes in onto the Armory Wall. That's the last one. Space Station kept that in their back pocket to try and read this assault, and seemingly have done so correctly.
It's a very good crossfire hold from Hot and Cold and Rampy playing out of Office and Fountain, because they can basically take a step back to eliminate an angle or step forward and help widen that position. So when PB goes to their presumed execute here, they're going to be in a cross between 2 or 3 members. Unless a grenade really hits the spot, they got to force this against the odds. With a minute and 30 to go, time is slipping away. They got to go soon, otherwise it's not going to work.
No, there goes the toxic canister from Rampy. Things will need to heat up. Now Fultz has been downed and finished off by Eska involved in the first altercation, but this time on the right side of it. Now it's Yeti to go. The dominoes for Space Station falling. Asian trades out Bosco for Eska. I don't know if that's particularly worthwhile in terms of operator style, but in terms of man count, it certainly is. Hot and cold down. Rampy, the last one standing. He gets a single kill, and he can't get more than that. Doc reads him well. Parabellum still alive. That's their third round. They have a mighty hill to climb to keep themselves in this game and in contention to pick up even a single point. But that round's going to help.
No, it is. I mean, it really comes down to the fact that they managed to kill the members of SSG that weren't in the crossfire. They won their ones because the last two members are the most important ones. It was Hot and Cold and Rampy that had the cross and fountain office, but if you kill all the members around them, it falls apart. It's they gotta play retake on the bomb side. One member tried to run back, it was Hot and Cold, but the Oryx got shot down and Rampy left alone inside of office with the smoke. FMG couldn't find his way back to the side either because all three members of PB were swinging him from all the corners around the map. Downstairs we go. The benefit right now for SSG is that they are match point. That is being threatened. One mistake for PP that is too great to be fixed, well, it's over. And they can go through bomb site and bomb site and bomb site. And then at the very worst case scenario for SSG, we're in overtime. So they can really try and just throw anything at PP right now and just win it off that. Or they can just have Bosco shove he has been so far, and he'll just seal the deal for them because Bosco really has been the key member today in this particular matchup.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
All right, could this be the final round for Space Station? Pick up 3 huge points. That'll be so vital for them in the standings. Knock Parabellum off their stride and a potential tumble down the NAL standings for PB, depending on how the other 3 matches today go. Parabellum need to show that same level of moxie, that same level of confidence that they had in their matchups against both OXG and XSET. And I really do think there's something to the desk saying that if you're Space Station, you only really go to this map if you feel like you are confident enough to make it work. There were two schools of thought that were floated.
Yeah.
One, with Yeti, you're still unsure your map pool, you might as well go to border, try it out. The other was that you figured out Parabellum and you're going to go here to humble them on the map. It's played so far, and it doesn't seem like Yeti is having any real problems today, especially on defense. He picks off Doc, and that's the first kill.
That it is. It's a beautiful shot as well. So quick on the reflexes. And yeah, you always wonder, are they geniuses or are they fools? But so far, SSG are proving us all wrong. They look weak in Playday 1. They looked a little bit weak in Playday 2. But right now, right here, they are looking a lot stronger. Playing confidently, playing aggressively, taking their gunfights. Losing this one. It's Hot and Cold to Blast. But they still got the numbers. Falls on 1 HP. Can be weakened by anything hitting his body. A single flashbang, for example. But no, he stays alive and gets a kill to Asian.
And now it's Blaz to absorb an awful lot of damage. Has some difficulties with the default cam as the bullets just whiz by him. They know exactly where he is. Who's going to be the one to get the remainder of his HP? Eska still there, trades out most of his health for the single point of HP that Fultz had. That is correct. Literally was sitting on 1 or 2 HP. So I would still say very worthwhile for Space Station. The remaining 3 players on SSG's side, all full. Waiting intently, and there goes a Capkin trap. Oh my, Parabellum. They're not looking, Nick. They're not looking down at all. Blaz sitting on 40 HP. He'll get softened up through the wall, and he retreats. Looking for a 10th kill. No jump scares from Capkin traps up to this point. Space Station so solid at the moment. Just being very patient. It's Yeti to get the first kill, and Yeti to get the last. Well, that was a quick one. Space Station topple Parabellum. 7-3 on the map that Parabellum has played 3 times now, but for PB, 3rd time is not a charm. They lose border for the first time this season. That's a big 3 points for SSG.
It is, and I mean, I have to say that final round, if you're running into a Capkin trap on top main stairs, and then you don't check the next door you walk through, and there's another Capkin trap, I feel like either you're mentally out of it, you're stressed out in the server, or you're just not respecting the Capkin itself, because you can't get hit by 2 Capkin traps back to back within 10 seconds and not check the doorway. And we spoke about the Capkin earlier on, where it can be this massive factor of an operator if you're going too fast through the map. Well, it looked like PP on their attacking side, they needed to take it slower, because the slow rounds, or the slow round that they played on our attack, actually worked out, and they won that one.
There's obviously going to be a lot to digest about that matchup. Parabellum can't be very happy with it, I don't think. But, I mean, there were still some promising signs that we saw. The desk Well, they're the experts. They're going to be able to talk about exactly what we witnessed after this break. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analysts Ask Doa. Jesse Jacob Super here with you as usual this week. And guess what? The Coin and Super looking pretty smart these last couple matches. I believe being the only ones to get it right so far. So what was it about your intuition that led you to pick Spacestation here and get the win?
All logic would tell you that Spacestation won't win that game. There's no reason you go border. There's none at all.
But
I don't believe in logic. I trust my gut. And my gut said, well, my gut said Parabellum too, honestly. But like, you know, I just couldn't fathom why you would play that map if you didn't have a plan.
It seemed like the plan was there, though. The counter strat was there. We saw the Azami band come in, and Spacestation got the business done much quicker, I think, than anyone was expecting. It was, I thought at least it would be a pretty close series, but it ended up being very one-sided, didn't it?
Yeah, it really didn't feel like anybody could get anything going on the side of Parabellum. There was one round where obviously Blaz popped off, got the ace. Otherwise, though, everybody was struggling to really get up there on the scoreboard. The Azami band really struggling for Asian. Obviously, he's been that player who's been on that role so often, but with it taken away, couldn't really find that impact in the roam.
True enough. Well, over in Vegas, we have Bosco standing by to have a bit of a chat with us. Bosco, congrats on the win today, getting it done in short order over Parabellum. Spacestation seemed very prepared coming into this one. With the 7-3 win, did everything go to plan?
Yeah, I would say everything went to plan. I mean, we just... You can hear me?
Yeah,
okay.
we can hear you now, yeah.
We just played our game on that map, to be honest with you. We didn't do anything, specific for them. Maybe our bands around them were specific for them, but I mean, we just loaded into the map and played our game.
Obviously, it wasn't a flawless week one for you guys. You had a really tough win that you had to really fight for, and then another loss last week. What was the big thing that you tried to work on in the break that we had that you've been trying to bring here for week number 2?
That first week, even though we had some tough games, I still think we played really well. Soniqs, they're looking really good. They're a great team, and they played Skyscraper. They played a style on that map that's different than most teams, I would say. And then OXG, we had a great game against them. We kind of just let it slip and let them come back. But, I mean, just focusing on the same thing that we've been focusing on from the start, and that's just, teamwork, and everyone being on the same page, and we really were focusing on keeping pace for this week, and I think we showed that really well this matchup.
You mentioned that you guys didn't really change anything for Parabellum. Were you at all nervous, kind of just going in a border map, like the only map they've played, or were you just confident that you guys are better at border, you're the better team, doesn't matter what map?
Yeah, I mean, we were just confident that we were better, especially on that map. I mean, there wasn't anything crazy from the VODs of their border from the first 2 weeks. Sure, they won against good teams, but it didn't look like anything that would deter us from wanting to play a map that's really good for us, And with the way that they were playing CC with Azami, we figured that just taking that away from them would free up. It would just make it easier to get map control from them, and that's exactly how it was. They weren't able to hold on to CC nearly as long or the same way they were the first two play days. So.
You've got a third of the stage already down, and for all of the different reasons that you wanted to bring Yeti into the roster, give me the status report from your perspective. How's that working out?
It's working out great. I mean, I love having Yeti on the team. We all love having him here. The energy he brings is pretty unmatched, I would say, from any past teammate of mine. I mean, he's just a huge upper guy. He tries to bring everyone up, keep the vibes up, and I mean, he's doing just that. And he fits into the roles that we needed to fill really, really well. And yeah, he's just helping us be a better team, and it's great.
All right. Well, glad to hear that's working out. Glad to see you getting the win today over Parabellum. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us, and we'll catch you next time.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. Bosco from Spacestation Gaming, and he's kind of casual about the whole prepping for Parabellum and all that. I feel like sometimes pro gamers, they're not willing to give us a whole story, right? They're like, oh yeah, well we didn't really do a lot. We just kind of showed up and played our game. It's like, come on, Super. There's more prep that goes into it than that.
I have definitely given answers where I didn't want to say exactly what we did to kind of prepare for a game,
exactly.
But. I do kind of buy that maybe they just thought they're a better team. It's probably wouldn't be my strategy, but it worked out for them.
Genuinely think that a zombie ban threw PB for more of a loop than they were anticipating, because it changes being able to stay stationary in one room, create a fortress for yourself, and force the team to come to you, and makes them or forces them into a position where they're far more mobile. Best thing about SSG was they were able to actually trade back every time Parabellum got an entry kill, and when Spacestation got the opening frag, there was no answer back from PB.
Yeah, that's right. Well, let's take a look at a couple replays that kind of illustrated a little bit of that. We're going to take a look at rounds 4 and 5 together, and this was where some entries come in from Parabellum, but Spacestation handled it quite well, right?
I'd call it a really big step up in coordination from the way that they played back versus OXG, because that was probably the biggest issue that I took with the way that they played. As soon as they get one opening frag or Parabellum finds a kill, someone is instantly there for SSG to find this kill initially. So look up top, inside armory lockers, there's the first frag. Immediately Fultz goes down, down, and Hot and Cold is able to refrag instantly as soon as Kool-Aid comes back in. It happens round 4, and then it also happens again on round 5. It's just the kind of back and forth style of play that makes it seem like SSG is more on the same page than they were just last week. Exact same thing happens round 5. As soon as the opening kill is there is a trade all the way down east, down the long hallway. It feels like SSG is on more of the same page than they were originally, but it's just small incremental steps like this that I think is going to allow SSG to function like the new rule team that they were trying to come into this stage to be.
Bathroom seemed like a really rough spot for Parabellum because it was a site that SSG went 3 for 3 on, 2 for 2 on the attack, and when they were pushing it, it felt like they really did want to focus in on getting that top floor control, dropping down into Bathroom and getting that kit down on the ground. And it felt like Parabellum just didn't really have a good answer for it. Even if they were winning some of those early rounds, even if you get that opening, the drop always came through and it was always uncontested. So definitely something that Parabellum might want to look at a little bit later and perhaps try to sharpen up if they get back to this map ever again.
I've said this before, but I think when you bring in new players, usually your attack is going to be the harder thing to learn because attack revolves a lot more around chemistry, that kind of thing. And that was kind of interesting to me because last stage, SSG were actually the #2 ranked attack team. They were just horrible on defense. Right now, they're actually playing pretty solid defense, but their attack was near the bottom. If we see SSG start putting together these attacks to where they're getting near or at the level that they were last stage, all of a sudden they're a team that plays defense pretty well and a team that attacks really well. And that's an SSG team that I feel like SSG fans probably haven't seen for a while.
Yeah, and for Parabellum, who were already really highly rated on defense coming into this through 2 border games, it's really unfortunate that the time we see our first clutch in the NAL comes in this match when Parabellum get blown out of the water. That was one of their only defensive wins, and the other one felt like, what, it was round 6 that one time where it felt like this is the, like a really late execute attempt from Spacestation that just doesn't work out. Parabellum come ahead in the trade game. It's really unfortunate that we get that kind of accolade. We finally crack the ace marker open for the first time this stage, and it comes at a time where SSG are just playing on a different level.
I think too, I mean, if you look at the stats, one last little point with that is we did see Doc and Asian down at the bottom numbers-wise this time around, and you know, it's like that. This is the sophomore effort for their pro performance. This is the second week. You come in with high expectations, you get thrown a little bit. Things can collapse a little bit easier if you don't have as much experience at pro level. Feel like we saw a little bit of that too, but nonetheless, still good players. We'll see if they can bounce back tomorrow. For now, though, we're going to take a quick break, and then we get set for our third map of the day. It's going to be Astralis taking on TSM. Should be a good one. That'll be in just a few here on NAL. Don't go anywhere.
Spacestation.
I think stage 2, at least like I would say like the Soniqs, TSM, those teams improved a lot from stage 1 to stage 2. This next stage is probably going to be insane.
I think we have 5 players that all play with swagger, and I think that's something that kind of lags. I think, in my opinion, from scrimming older TSMs, they just were like ignorant and just did not care about. They're like, oh, you're holding this flank, cool, I'm flanking you. Oh, you're getting the bomb down, cool, I'm gonna run up on you, like stuff like that. And I think that the last late TSM, I feel like they've been trying to play a really perfect way of the game, and now I think with 2 new pickups, actually younger players who are less experienced than them, we're gonna, in my opinion, do things that they probably wouldn't think of doing because they're like, oh, you shouldn't do that because of like I have this experience and that's not smart. But like I think me and Snake are gonna be, you can honestly say dumb if you want, but I think that dumbness will be better for the team. And I think that when they see me and Snake kind of doing certain things, it'll make them do things. And I think that it'll allow us to play a very ignorant style of Siege. And I think that's what they need.
For us, not wanting to make any changes this stage is mostly just like we said it to ourselves like when we started this year. It's kind of just, this is the team for this year. We believe in growing and learning as a group, and like adding a new player, you have to catch them up on how you want to play the game, how you see, and it takes a long time, and it hurts like everyone else's progression, and it just makes it easier for us to like keep as a team. We all have the same problems we share, and also like another thing for us is like we try to be a family or just be close in general, so try to not make roster rooms because it's kind of hard to be a family when you make a lot of roster moves.
We've had some good scrims, some bad scrims, you know, lots of learning scrims where we kind of learn, you know, we shouldn't be doing this, we should be doing that instead, you know, learning how each other play off each other now since there's 2 different players.
You kind of have to go into the game playing your own style and trying to like force that out and then adapt to like whatever they show back to you. Because obviously you're not going to know like what a new team is going to do. You just have to like trust in your team to like force like the play style you want to play. And if it doesn't work, then you just try your best to adapt to like what these new players are doing.
I think if we just keep scrimming and we like improve week after week, we'll definitely be able to win more games. And if we just keep grinding, like actually actively trying to improve, I think we could definitely be one of the best teams.
Well, there you go. The philosophy of adding new players, how to improve as a team, a lot of different thoughts and approaches on display there. But at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. Astralis coming into this one with 2 losses, 1 an overtime loss, but TSM coming into this one with 2 wins, 2 regulation wins. So if the burden really does seem to be on Astralis to keep up with TSM with these 2 new players is kind of brought to the table, right?
Yeah, I think you take a look back at Astralis, and it's been a disastrous last couple of months. The major did not go the way they wanted it to. Then they start NAL with back-to-back losses, puts them on a 5-game losing streak at the moment. Gonna want to be breaking out of that, but of course it's a very talented team, right? First place stage 1, first place stage 2 in the NAL, making it all the way to the grand finals back at the first major. So this is a great team full of good players. I think recently though, they've just been kind of off the horse a little bit. They need to get back on it.
Yep, and in recent history, if you think about it, the only team that started off a stage by losing 2 games straight and still made it back into top 4 contention was the Soniqs when they qualified for Berlin. So OXG and Astralis both find themselves in very similar holes where it's a really, really rocky start, have 1 game that goes to overtime, only come out of the first week with that 1 solitary point. It's the kind of hole that statistically is going to be really difficult for them to dig themselves out of. And it's just reminiscent of an Astralis team that doesn't really seem like they're playing like themselves, but like, credit where credit is due, TSM also had a pretty easy first week as far as all things are considered in the schedule.
Yeah, it sounds crazy to say this is like a very important game, 2 games into the season, but if Astralis lose this game, they're sitting 3 games into the season, that's a third of the way done with 1 point.
Yeah.
You usually need 15, 16 points to make the major. That pretty much means they got to win like every game after. So this is actually huge for them to kind of buckle up. And is this going to be a letdown stage, or is this going to be, you know, the Astralis that we know that gets first place in NAL?
Well, that's a big question, right? Because let's zero in on Astralis a little bit and talk about them more specifically here. They are the team that took first place in NAL Stage 1 and Stage 2, but here they are in Stage 3 with theoretically kind of their slowest start yet, right? And like Super just said, they need to turn it around. Turning it around against this TSM team might be a little bit difficult just based on the success they've had so far. But there's no doubt that we got a lot of good players on this squad. I mean, some big numbers have been on display from these players in this season.
Yeah, I mean, we've had like a lot of success from Astralis in the past this year, but sometimes that success can kind of come around and bite you when we get here late into the year. I had the chance to get in a call with Callout last night, and he talked about how burnout has been affecting these players, right? It's a very busy schedule when you make both majors, when you've got to adapt to a new meta when you come back. He told me they only had 4 days off between the end of the Berlin major, then coming home and prepping for this next new stage.
Sheesh.
So it's all on all the time for these guys, and I think that absolutely is going to get to anybody, especially when you got a team that's not making any roster moves. Everybody's in it for the whole time. It can be difficult. So one thing that he's obviously working on as a coach is to get these players right back into the mental game, try to make them know that like even if you have a bad week, even if you have a bad game, the team still has confidence in you. You still can bounce back. The team still can make the major. So reinforcing that's going to be very important for Astralis. Obviously, they've got a couple of players that have not been amazing throughout the first week, and that's, you know, not characteristic of what we come to expect for them. DP Fire, kind of the big one, who had the worst week of anybody not on Beastcoast, which is something unfortunately we have to say this stage. But he can bounce back. We've seen him play good stages in the past, and I think that's really what we're going to be looking for today.
I think big factors, they've only played Theme Park so far over 2 games, which I think if they start playing a different variety of maps, they can show like how diverse their map pool actually can get. But it feels like they ran into a wall on attack, specifically in that second game against Roams and Gunfights, and that's against Mirage. Mirage, a team that we've not really had that much of a reason to hype them up, played spectacular defense to start things off with. They got played on the timeout game to a point where they had to use theirs really early and couldn't use it late when it really seemed as though things were falling apart. They only had attack wins when they were threading the needle on a roam sometimes, and J9O dropping split 1 round. Like, there are still a lot of inconsistencies about them attempting to play fast in this meta, because it feels like a lot of other teams are trying to do that themselves. It feels like it's a more generally accepted method of play, and Astralis were the ones to write the book on it initially. That's what got them nearly as far as they did in the Charlotte Major, but now more teams are adopting it, the meta leans more into it, and it doesn't really seem like Astralis, through these first 2 games, has been able to pick up on that kind of thing and blaze their own trail like they did it back at the beginning of Stage 1.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I actually spoke to Forrest on my podcast last week, and he said that he thought teams kind of figured out how they play, because the meta right now is very fast. Astralis at the beginning of stage, nobody knew how they played, right? So they were just kind of pressing you. Now everybody plays like that, so everybody's Astralis at this point. So they kind of have to learn how to play a different way.
That's one thing we talked about too when I was chatting with the players in Vegas too, is that everyone's kind of caught up to what they were doing in Stage 1 and Stage 2. Now the question is, can you be adaptable? Can you change things to stay ahead of the game? We'll see if they can do that. But now let's focus in on TSM, a team that has changed with the times, making a couple roster moves, bringing in Snake, bringing in Gasher, letting Chala and Geometrics go. And the thing is they have shown better results for this, despite having 2 new players. So far, so good, with 2 wins coming into this one. But can they keep it going?
I feel like this is a team that, with their 2 new players, they are finding a lot of success. You talk about Snake as the highest rated rookie right now, besides Canadian, who is a little bit higher EPSY, but realistically, of the rookies, Snake currently up at the top, undefeated through 4 opening engagements. It's the most opening engagements that anybody is undefeated in currently. He's the one player that's kind of always been on these exclusively fragging operators. He's been brought in this role to play an aggressive kind of gunfight heavy style of siege, and he's done that very, very well so far. So it's exciting to see Snake. And then Gasher as well, kind of the exact opposite situation. He's got a very high survival rate, a very high cost. 84% is the best in the league, meaning he's impacting a higher percentage of rounds than any other player right now in the NAL through the first week. It feels like he's working really well with the team to be able to stay alive late and then have that impact later. 10 deaths and then 2 plants is a really good stat line for a support player to have, and so I love seeing that come through from Gasher.
It feels like for TSM, it's also a slight redemption story on a couple different areas. The big one was communication, and it feels that there's considerably less wasted motion from this team when they're roam clearing. Everyone knows what they're meant to be doing. There isn't a time where someone's just stuck waiting on an angle. There's always somebody moving, always somebody droning, which is very much a byproduct of the fact that they fixed up the way that they're meant to be communicating internally. And then when they went to Theme Park, a map that we knew that they had lost 3 times back in stage 1 and hadn't played it since then, they have much better defensive timing, understanding of the spots they want to play when they're establishing those defensive positions and falling back rather than just straight kill hunting or getting aggro on the entry players. It feels like both of those were shortcomings that they faced over the past 2 stages, and yet they've already gotten better. The only real downside for TSM is just the teams that they played, Beastcoast and Mirage. Mirage, I think, is going to be considerably better this stage based on how they played that Astralis game. It feels like those timings were way better. So they might have only gotten the one gimme win against Mirage back when they played them in Playday 1 because they will be better. Now you play an Astralis team that, in spite of still being troubled, is still very, very good, and the rookies have been showing up, so TSM's future still looks great right now.
Yeah, I think this is a good test for TSM just to see where they're at. Obviously, as Jacob mentioned, the first 2 games they had, honestly, maybe they paid somebody off for the schedule. But now they're playing, Astralis, who, yes, they are struggling a little bit right now, but it's still Astralis. And that's a real test. So I think this is going to give us a good idea of where TSM stand and where Gasher and Snake stand. Because as you see, Gasher and Snake, they've played great so far this season. And no offense to Mirage and Beastcoast, but a lot of those players right now, they're brand new to Pro League, or they're kind of honestly playing at a little bit of a CL level. So for Gasher and Snake, it's almost like they're still in CL. Now they're stepping up to Pro League, playing a major runner-up, top, 1 NAL back-to-back stages. It's going to be a good game.
I think, honestly, we have some similarities in this one to our first game of the day as well. Our second game of the day. It's been going so fast. But we have 2 rookies that did really well in week 1. Now here we are in week 2. Again, they have these expectations for themselves. They've built up in their past performances. They're playing a tough team. It's tough to kind of keep that momentum going. And again, when you get thrown off, it's really easy to sort of collapse a little bit. I feel like we did see that happen to Parabellum in this game. And I have kind of the same questions because we've got a similar situation in this one as well.
Yeah, it's tough opponents too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're coming in against Astralis. Yeah, sure, right now they're second last in the standings, but this is still a team that we've seen play so well in the past for the NAL. I do think for TSM, they do have like a very strong kind of core of players. Obviously, you take a look at like Bolo Achieved and Merc on this team, and whilst they have been quiet throughout this year, again, they've been very, very strong in the past. Obviously, SI champions, we don't have to say it, but everybody knows how impactful they can be. So even if we see Gasher and Snake maybe falling off a little bit today, I'm hoping that they're going to at least be enough of backbone from TSM that they can support those players.
Yeah, I don't have enough of the first impression fallacy to think that just because they played really well in 2 straight games to start with, that exact same performance is going to continue. I'd love to be proven wrong because I love it when what is now an underdog world championship team is looking for their own redemptive story with 2 new guys on the roster. I'd love to be proven wrong on this point. However, it's a little foolish or unrealistic to think that this exact performance will persist day after day, week after week. Yeah. If there's a bit of a fall off, like Jesse mentioned, I wouldn't call it nearly enough of a reason to hit the panic button, as much as TSM fans are just grilling this team every time they make a mistake. So far through 2 games, there's been very little to actually criticize them on, so this will be a good test today.
Well, let's find out where they're going. The map bans are in, and so we'll be able to suss out a little bit more about what we might be able to expect from this one. No Skyscraper, no Chalet.
Yeah, I think the onus here is on Astralis to pick a map that they're comfortable with, because we've already seen TSM demonstrate a lot of flexibility and comfortability with one another. So if Astralis are having some problems behind the scenes, they want a map that they already understand very thoroughly, if it means they're playing into defaults, which means if they have more control over it, they are going to have last ban here in a couple of picks in just a second. So they don't like Chalet, they don't like clubs, so everything is still fairly default, and they're not opting for theme, which means that's like they've played it both times this stage already. There is some uncomfortability there, so they've got a couple options left here that they can still take TSM to, that hopefully means they'll actually have a little bit more flexibility to work with.
Cafe, Bank, and Border. Border should be the first one banned out from TSM. It's not a map that they've ever played in official competition. There it goes. Also one Astralis are undefeated on in the NAL. Not as good internationally, but that's okay. Bank then and Cafe, the last 2 choices, gonna come through. Bank we have not seen from either of these teams since like early stage 2. Cafe goes even farther back, and that is gonna be Cafe.
Oh, all right.
Astralis last played this map back in Charlotte. TSM last played it back in Stockholm.
Yeah, I mean, if you know TSM, if you're a fan of them, you're probably happy to see this map. You know, TSM have kind of been notoriously good at Cafe, but with that comes nobody's playing you on Cafe. So how many repetitions does TSM have on Cafe? They're probably going into a lot of their matches assuming teams aren't going to play them on it, so maybe you don't practice it as much. They also have 2 new players. And keep in mind, Astralis know that TSM have a reputation of being very good at Cafe. So maybe Astralis scrimmed TSM on Cafe, saw, hey, these guys aren't that good, I think we can test them. Or maybe they're just not buying it and say, when was the last time this team even played this map? We're ready to see what they're made of. It's a risky pick for Astralis, but I kind of like it.
Well, we'll find out soon, but for now, we got to predict. We got to decide who we think is going to win this one. We've got 2 different casters to ask first about that exact thing. It's going to be Blue and Stokes joining us today. How you guys doing? What do you think? I feel like this one is kind of a tough one to call.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one, especially when you consider the results. It's a little bit hard to look at Astralis too, seeing as they've played both of their games so far on that same map. With that said, I do agree with the points that was echoed on the desk and seeing that TSM very good on this map despite not seeing recent play. I feel like it's going to be a little bit too complex of a puzzle for Astralis to solve, so I think TSM is going to be taking the victory here today.
All right, 1 for TSM. Stokes, what do you think?
Again, I got to stop letting him go ahead of me because I'm going to have to pick TSM here for very, very similar reasons. I think TSM is on an upward trajectory. I mean, they've got 4 players in the top 10 right now in the NAL walking into week 2, and I think that they can continue this domination streak.
All right, well, you know, the thing is, if you want to go first next time, you can make that happen.
Yeah, I'm going to have to fight him or something. We'll figure it out. Don't worry.
You just got to take the initiative. You just got to get in there.
Just speak up, Sam. We know you like to talk. Just do it.
I'll throw it to you first next time. We'll make Blue go.
There you go.
We'll try at least. All right, thanks for the opinions. 2 for TSM from Blue and Stokes. We'll check back in with them in a moment here. For now, though, the analysts have to make a choice as well. Jesse, why don't you go first this time?
Well, I don't think the map is really going to influence my opinion here because whilst it was a good map for TSM back in the day, you know, the meta's changed so much since they last played this map and everything's going to be different. So I do think that I'm going to go TSM anyways. I like that their new players have been starting off really strong. I get that they played weak opponents, sure, but they still had a fantastic week 1. We still saw a lot of upsides coming in from them. So I got to pick them over an Astralis that we just haven't seen at full strength yet.
Yeah, that Astralis struggle bus is like really concerning me right now. And I think it's the sort of thing that even if you recognize whatever problem you might be in, it's probably still an ocean that you will not be able to swim out of for a very long time, especially when TSM's got some momentum. I do trust the rookies will slow down in this game. I don't think they will be nearly as hot. I think it's probably going to fall back on the same strategies that TSM have used on this map in the past, which is something that their veteran players are very comfortable with already. But I feel like this is just the kind of thing where we see expectations for the new guys dampered just a little bit. I'll still take TSM, but it should be closer.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going the other way. I'm going to go Astralis here. As I said earlier, this is an extremely important game for Astralis.
Yeah.
If they lose this game, it kind of, in a way, eliminates them almost from major contention. So this is a huge game for Astralis. I like the fact that they're kind of testing TSM here. That, to me, tells me that they either know something about TSM, maybe they're not as good on Cafe as they used to be, or Astralis is very confident in their Cafe. Either way, I like when teams make risky choices because there's usually a reason for it, and so I'm going to go with the riskier side in Astralis.
I mean, so far, the risk has definitely paid off. You're 100% on the day. We'll see what the coin decides to say here. It's going to be heads. Astralis is going to be tails. TSM. And, coin says tails. Ooh, diverging from Super's choices for the first time today. That makes
mistake, coin.
Makes the coin a little bit worried. It was doing so well. Picks TSM. We'll see if Astralis can keep up. There is a lot on the line. See what the fan vote has to say. If, of course, to be TSM. TSM kind of dominates the internet. There you go. TSM is the choice, so just Super, the lone pick for Astralis. I agree now. I agree that the importance is there for Astralis, but can they rise to the occasion? I mean, the first week looked a little bit rough.
Astralis were the first place in NAL 2 stages in a row. TSM have not made a major, and they have 2 rookie players. All of a sudden, Astralis are going to just fall off a cliff? I don't see it.
I don't know. You were at Berlin, though.
I was there for a short time, unfortunately.
There you go. Well, they were there for just as short a time. So
yeah,
and they looked
that
is true.
There, yeah. Well, there you go. Let's see what the fan poll is going into this one. Who's the better trash talker, Iconic or Achieved?
Remember that video that I think Red Cube posted from a while ago that was Achieved being like, Iconic, you look so good today, or whatever it was. Like, it's trash talk, but it's love between these two.
Yeah, there you go. Well, on that note, something to think about as we go into this next one. Quick break, and then we'll find out if Astralis can finally get something good going this season, or if TSM will keep the momentum going. We'll find out in just a moment here on NAL.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get ready for our third match of the day. Bound to be a good one, given the caliber of these two teams. TSM, of course, rocketing themselves to that SI victory, but has been struggling since then to make placement pretty much anywhere here as they've been trying to find themselves a home here at the NAL. Meanwhile, for Astralis, you heard Super mention at the tail end of the analysis test, top finishes at both of the NAL stages so far. And then aside from that, some pretty impressive showings at the majors as well. But the first two games in stage 3, been a little bit rocky. So how are they going to look to rebound here today, Stunks?
I love this dynamic, honestly, especially with Super in here calling the ball for Astralis, saying that this could be potentially a big game for them to bounce back. All of us saying TSM as well. I don't know, man. I just got a lot of faith in these rookies right now. They've been playing extremely well, but I will say their schedule has definitely been quite easy here. So walking into Cafe should be quite interesting between these two, especially given the circumstances, how dominant TSM has been on this map throughout history. And fortunately enough, folks, we don't have to wait very long to see if that's going to continue. Astralis versus TSM, it starts now.
All right, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going live on to Cafe. Not a map we've actually been getting here at the NAL, at least for our casts all that often, so it'll be nice to return to it. The band's already getting started as well. We're going to have a Ying right off the bat coming in from TSM, and the secondary attacker band coming up right now from Astralis. They will choose to eliminate the Flores. We have those fairly interior buildings, or interior rooms, I should say, in the building, which are going to be quite difficult to access when it comes to removing utilities. There's going to be areas like library on the second floor, the kitchen down on the first floor. You just really can't use like traditional grenades and whatnot to get rid of things, so Flores can be very useful for that, but not today, as they'll be banned out.
Offense getting rid of the nuisance operators, and defense looking quite clean in their bans. Valkyrie and Mira making the utmost sense for a map like Cafe, so that's going to leave quite a few things on the board in both circumstances. Lion, Dokkaebi, and Nook out for offense, so could see some Nook slinking her way through the building soon enough, but we'll have to see what Astralis want to do with their offense here. It's going to be warming things up for a kitchen defense by TSM.
Away from that, I'm not going to see any huge surprises here when it comes to those initial picks. Like you said, though, Kitchen is going to be the starting site for TSM. Still work themselves downstairs. This has become, for a lot of the NA teams anyway, kind of the go-to starting site. Third floor obviously is very much played out at this point, so teams are usually leaving that towards the tail end of their rotation, which is obviously in contrast to where things have historically been played. We've usually gone up there first. So you've got both of the second floor sites available as an option. We more than likely will see those played out by TSM at some point over the half. But aside from that, it looks like we are going to be seeing horizontal pistol setup prioritized for initially here, but given the operators, I would not be surprised if we see TSM try to extend this game a little bit further up to the second floor to try to waste some time up there as well.
So actually a pretty interesting fact about both of these teams, at least in very recent history, they actually both played Mirage already, so I'd like to talk about that a little bit here. Initially, we've got TSM up against Mirage that was actually able to take a dub on Theme Park in 7-3 fashion. Not only that, but Gasher and Snake both looked fantastic during that game, the two highest rated players on their entire team, and both +4 in their KDs. As for Astralis, though, it didn't work out nearly as well, and in fact, it was almost the exact opposite. A 7-4 in favor of Mirage on Theme Park, and not only that, but only Iconic above a 1.0 in rating. So Astralis, at least by proxy, could be looking down the barrel when it comes to TSM, and Merc going to be starting things off strong with a kill onto Iconic.
Talked about how we might see that little bit of an active room game being played on the second and third floor. Apparently it's going to be very active for Merc as he gets himself right up to the cigar windows and is able to pop off Iconic to start this off. It's going to be an operator they'll surely miss as well. The sledge goes away. We don't have a huge... Actually, I'll correct myself there real quick because we do have Shuttle on the buck. So with regards to the floor openings, not going to be the end of the world, but it will be the end of Merc's world. Trying to hop out the white windows. DP Fire will catch that, only losing about half of his own HP in the process, and now equalize out the player count.
I appreciate the aggression here. They've already gotten some of the drones off the board as well as Iconic, but obviously they still have that soft destruction potential in the likes of Shuttle. And not only that, but he's not rocking the C8, he's rocking the cameras instead. Some of these players starting to favor the DMRs a little bit more since the recoil patch, where it's changed up all of the recoil patterns and made it to where there's a little bit more initial kick on a lot of these guns. So the DMR are getting a little bit of a buff in that sense, where obviously it is that single fire, so a little bit easier to hit those repetitious shots and get a lot of damage off on somebody, even if you tag them just one time. And well, now for Astralis, they're trying to deal damage to the defensive setup. They've gotten control of the mid floor, and they'll start knocking out all of these walls with the skeleton key.
That things will go pretty calm across the map as Astralis continues to look for avenues to open up a cleaner path into the kitchen itself. You can see even the breaching charges coming out from J9Os, that death of Iconic we talked about before, certainly slowing down the process, but definitely not stopping it from activating in the first place here, as they have plenty of soft breach to make up the lack, of course, of Iconic in this run. More so going to be missing his fragging capability when it's time to entry into the site, a time which is approaching very, very quickly for Astralis here, as they have that hatch open. They have the bottom of white somewhat controlled, but of course the wraparound where you still have positioning from Achieved is going to cause some serious problems if they try to go directly for the drop. And there we go, Achieved with a good follow-through as well. He'll get a second one, knocking out Forrest and dropping the case in the process. So Astralis' execute is already nearly dead with 30 seconds to go. It's going to fall to Shuttle and DP Fire to make up the difference now in a 1v4. And we'll see DP Fire go down last there pretty quickly as well for TSM to lock in a pretty solid first round.
Very lackadaisical entry there from from Astralis, as TSM making some very solid effort on defense. They are able to deal an initial blow from Merc, and he's traded out. But the big thing is that we see Astralis not really get too much control over the actual players of TSM on site and around that bottom floor. And what it forces is Astralis to try and go for this drop play that we see right here. They're trying to combat this with a little bit of like a side angle from red stairs and things like Bakery, but they're not worried about this VIP player. So Achieve just gets 2 free kills, and that's the round for TSM.
Solid one from them as well. Merc obviously getting himself quite active at the beginning of this one. Curious to see if he's going to try to deploy towards that a little bit more. Probably not, as we do need to focus a bit more on the second and third floor positions this time and make sure they stay alive for as long as the defensive setup will allow here. We are going to see, of course, a big extension come in from TSM now to fully reinforce Cigar as well as the freezer and cocktail areas. Whitehall, of course, plays into that one as well, just to try and waste out as much of the time bank from Astralis as possible before TSM is eventually forced away from that setup onto the actual site downstairs in, I believe, library.
Well, you really hope Astralis has some burn here, because they are going to be bringing not only Aruni but Wamai here on Bolo, and we all know just how deadly he can be playing inside of that forward bathroom position, trying to hold things off for Christmas. Astralis is going to have to deal with that, but it seems like they've brought plenty of cards to the table, especially in stuns, having 6 of those in between Forrest and Shuttle. But what we're really looking for is for Astralis to try and get the ball rolling in a positive manner, as they'll try and look for this opening pick here, but TSM have done a pretty solid job of being able to stay away from the intel game thus far.
Aside from that, like you said, Astralis is trying to figure out TSM's setup here, figure out the best point of insertion for themselves, but taking it quite slowly as that first minute has gone by, mainly just with drone usage being the way to proceed forward here for Astralis. Yeah, but we don't really have a whole lot of their players working on actively droning forward at this point. More so just trying to set up, I think, those initial positions from the roof, and TSM just leisurely moving along inside of their third floor setup, waiting for that first move to truly come in at some point from Astralis here. Where they'll find it is yet to be seen, as that first minute has now completely elapsed, and again, Astralis still focusing on the drone game. You can see Iconic and Shuttle, along with DP Fire, moving around, trying to ice that at the positions of Bolo and probably a few other members of the TSM squadron, but have not found that winning way to get themselves into it just yet.
Yeah, Astralis only have one chance to do this the right way, otherwise TSM can end this round pretty early on here if these gunfights don't go in favor of the offense. Shuttle, he's going to be able to get some positioning here inside of Cigar, but it's going to be a quick trade back and forth between DP Fire and Achieved as J90 and Merkle go down. DP Fire gets gunned down from White Stairs by Gasher as he swings wide with an SMG-11. Not even going to take any damage at all. Now Astralis down to a lone soul inside of the building. Bolo's got some pressure from the white window here, but it's going to take a lot more than that to take out this player. They're trying to move forward. Shuttle will take him down with the cameras, and we at least have equalized going into the last minute.
Even so, still wasting out a few extra seconds here, and those are going to become incredibly crucial for Astralis as we enter the final minute of play. You've got this wrinkly little play being deployed by Snake, of course, has not been dealt with yet. More than likely spotted out now because of the shot that came in from the Mark 14, trying to take down that drone being thrown into Skylight. Gasher, though, still sees a moment of opportunity in the distraction that was provided by Snake, so he's going to move up top here. Snake, though, as you can see, dealing with some problems as he tries to get back in and prevent the case from going down on the ground. Won't be able to do that for us. Successfully locks in the plant, and now that timer is going to start ticking against TSM's favor.
Well, Gasher has a great position, but he can't find any members of Astralis. He'll finally take down Shuttle, but Iconic and Forrest still lurk around the mid and top floor. One inside of Reading, and it looks like that's going to be the first point of contact for Gasher. A smoke out, but a player still inside of Laundry. Will make the move here for Dining, but so many supporting angles. He's going to try and trudge up White Stairs, a stun out, and he'll get gunned down on his entry into the Laundry room. It's finally going to be an Astralis round, but they're starting to collect him here early, as that's just round 2.
TSM potentially making a mistake there and realizing just how strong their third floor hold might have been for a retake situation there, as it really feels like Astralis, for the most part, is able to waltz right in through that library door, more than likely entering through hell, and unfortunately TSM just does not have the proper angles to work it from up on top once they're reduced down to those two players.
Yeah, Astralis did a great job of keeping TSM busy up top, whilst they accomplished a lot more down low inside of pillars and hell, like you were talking about, able to sneak in behind TSM or at least get a lone engagement that opens up the site for AST. So fantastic job from them, and that's immediately going to force TSM's hand as we're going to go sky high into the bar defense.
So the third and potentially final site from TSM. This is one of the maps where we do see teams tend to experiment a little bit with mining that fourth and final site as well, just because it's fairly similar and just changes kind of the setup you need to position yourself towards more than anything. Doesn't cause any huge title shifts in the overall strategy, so we might see TSM extend to that if things don't go too well here on the third floor hold.
Yeah, we've been kind of seeing teams work bar out as well, not really appreciating bar cocktail as much as they once did, and you can't really blame them. I mean, there's been a lot of delay for quite some time when it comes to this offensive unit and trying to get walls open and everything else, but with EMBs and everything else that they've implemented in the game recently, bar gaming, or rather bar cocktail, just not nearly as fun to play. But we'll see how TSM manages, as we don't get too many of these anymore. But past that, though, DP Fire with a new tool that we've gotten inside of the last handful of months here. Sense will be brought in this lineup, which could add an interesting wrinkle, especially if it's played from, like, I don't know, like Skylight or something like that, where you can really get that utility to make a nice cut across the site setup, potentially giving Astralis some openings to work their way in.
So we'll see what DP Fire is going to try to line himself up towards here, along with the rest of his teammates, of course, and trying to set up a successful entry for Astralis. Much like the previous round, though, it is going to be relatively quiet at the beginning. TSM has a spring-loaded setup for their defense, and Astralis does not want to accidentally set up the trap. They'll do it anyway. Snake takes the challenge from White Stairs, knocks out 2, nearly is able to catch DP Fire as well, but thankfully he's gifted the trade at a minimum. But even now, DP Fire not safe. We'll have another contender down on the second floor, ready to challenge him, I believe, from the inside of Dining Room if they want to fully swing out for that peak.
No one ready for the aggressive play on White, and Snake gets away with 2. TSM have done such a solid job of playing from an advantageous point as well. So See if they can try and hold on to this. Achieved with a fantastic read, but he can't get the shots lined up on a DP Fire. He had that supporting angle from Forest down low on White as well. A great clear here. It's going to give Astralis the mid floor.
Good composition from Astralis to not let things go completely awry after the double kill from TSM at the beginning. Nicely played, of course, from that member of TSM, but Astralis have rebounded beautifully and have now evened out the player count. Gasher with an angle, but not able to succeed upon it. It's going to be unable to get that kill down below, so things stay even at a 3v3, and Gasher won't take the risk on that positioning anymore and needs to send himself back over to Cocktail, where things are a lot more well-aligned for himself and the rest of his teammates. When Astralis are ready to make this play, Bolo holds for one, but he now goes down to DP Fire. The Sets may not be providing a whole lot in the utility department, but for frags, it's working out great at the moment here. 3 kills for DP Fire in the round already, and now they've brought it down to a 2v2.
And it's the funniest thing because so many pros were talking about how this gun felt so good after the patch, and it's really paying off for DP Fire. Yes, he might not be able to get it inside of his utility, but he'll get it back with the rifle instead. He's going to toss out a bunch of these, and this is going to look quite interesting from the defender's point of view. DP Fire going to push 4 white stairs. Looks like J90 wants to try and get a supporting angle up top or drop into new balcony. He'll choose the latter as they try and wrap themselves around this last bastion of TSM's defense. Gasher and Merc lying in the wings inside of Cocktail. They know one's coming up stacks. They know one's inside of Bar, but somebody's got to blink first. It's going to be Merc. He gets gunned down. It's a quad for DP Fire. He knows where he is, and it's an ace for Astralis. DP Fire stands tall in round 3.
DP Fire single-handedly taking on every single challenger from TSM and able to win out every single one of those attached fights. Beautifully played by him, and he's going to pop off deservedly so here, as he pretty much has just handed his team around on a silver platter. The lead comes along with it too now, as Astralis will be up 2-1 over TSM, giving them 2 out of 3 losses on their initial site rotation. We'll see if they want to try to go for the 4th site, but if not, they do have the kitchen unlocked to return to that now.
You really got to feel for Snake there, because you get those first 2 kills, and you're like, all right, the round's practically ours. There's nothing that Astralis can do.
This down.
Yeah, and then DP Fire spawns into the server, and he's got a problem with that, so he's going to take it to TSM. And Astralis are going to get the lead for the very first time as well here, leading from the offensive side of the coin as well, which I got to say, seems pretty hard fought. I know there's quite a bit of utility in play right now that we really haven't had throughout the stage thus far, but Flores and Ying on Cafe are 2 amazing operators, especially Flores with the way that you can get rid of influential shields and positioning, kind of like Bolo upstairs, and make it so much easier for Astralis. But instead, they were like, no, we don't want to deal with this. We're going to try and do this in a harder way, and they're accomplishing that as of right now.
All right, well, let's see if the Astralis roster can keep that train rolling against TSM. TSM, of course, did decide to make that return back down onto the 1st floor, so we are going to see a more traditional operator lineup as well for holding on to this one. It's going to be fairly similar, of course, to what we got back on round number 1, because the round number 1 hold was pretty much flawless from TSM, so no real reason to change that one up. It's when we move to the upper floors and those upper sites that TSM has to be a little bit more cognizant about potentially shifting a few things around here, since things go a bit more awry there, mainly due to the exploits of DP Fire, of course, in the previous round, but the team overall with that great insertion in through Hell to take library control as well. Finally going to start to see Astralis steal some map control away. Mark is ready to descend back down onto the 2nd floor. Things get a little bit too hot for him, but at the same time, players from Astralis taking their own time to make sure they don't overstep their bounds and give that potential play opportunity over to currently Merc holding the 3rd floor.
Loving the adjustment back to the 0 and picking up Forest here. Snake takes down J9. Nobody putting a drone at the bottom of red stairs, just thinking that TSM are going to slow down the aggression simply because Jackal's cleared out a lot of that area up top. There was no footprints or anything of the sort. They think that they're able to work their way in, but obviously that is so very wrong. An aggressive peek here, and fortunately enough for both members, wow, take my words back as Merc drops the hatch. That just seems like the angle that you do not want to take as the offenders. Every single time, it's a jumping fader from the defender, and this time the ball just happens to be in Merc's hands.
Early round from Astralis overall has to be quite frustrating in the 4 rounds that have been played out so far, as they are just constantly dealing with aggression from TSM, and unfortunately they don't really know where to look for in a lot of situations there. So it's leading to quite a few lost players at the beginning and quite a bit of lost utility as well.
That's exactly why I was talking about Jackal and Zero. That's why I was so happy I wanted to get to that point, is they brought all that info to try and hamper down on TSM's roam. But TSM did such a good job of avoiding the initial parts of that info game and then immediately capitalizing on the fact that TSM didn't really know where they sure. And now we're going to see the ramifications of that. Astralis have to try and climb out of this hole.
Down to 46 seconds already here, so Astralis very quickly running out of time to even get themselves onto the first floor. This is where they floundered outright on the first round here, just could not make that transition down onto the first floor, and as a result of that, TSM had a very, very successful defense. Unfortunately, it's looking like a potential repeat of that is bound to happen, considering Astralis does not look very confident in the lineup that they are going for right now. One player trying to hop in through the window, but unfortunately there's an alibi clone in the way. That's giving all the info over to Snake, gets the pre-fire off, but is unable to get the kill outright. Instead, that'll fall to achieve
Beautiful.
to shut it down. Either way, it's very, very one-sided to TSM, and they get a very convincing second round onto the board from that kitchen defense.
It boggles my mind how comfortable these rookies look with this team. It looks like this team has been together for quite some time at this moment. And I mean, you can really say the same thing when we were looking at the Soniqs, right, as well. Like, the teams just look like they're meshing at such a high level for how long they've been together. TSM now draw it 2-2. Up against Astralis. Haven't had to deal with their offensive side yet, obviously, so we'll see how that goes when they get there, but they're going to be headed back towards this mid-floor. Now, a lot of these trends have been set thus far throughout the rounds by, players like Snake and players like Merc that are able to get these big initial frags, but for Astralis, they've been having to force a lot of things around the map. The big round, obviously, that we've been talking about is their big hell play that happened thus far, but past that, it's been radio silence from Astralis. We've kind of just seen them trying to work their way around what TSM's setup is, but getting caught off guard in a lot of different instances, and it's making it to where the later part of the rounds are really difficult for them to try and pull back across the line.
So we're going to see if that difficulty continues to shine now as they'll make that return up to the second floor. Things were a little bit more stable, of course, for the library hold itself, but as you mentioned, that hell play potentially throwing off TSM, making them think to themselves they still would have been able to crunch it, considering they had those two additional players upstairs holding, but
not again!
Unable to make this early round work. Astralis is, for I believe the 5th round in a row, going to lose a player before they can even get to the inside of the building. Forest will go down. That's going to eliminate all of the Nomad charges as well, and it's from a very uncommon position that we'll see the shot come out from as well. Works out beautifully here for TSM as Snake continues to put fear into Astralis at the beginning of these rounds.
Man, the only counter to that at all is just to have those early drones out there staring at windows. You cannot move from your spawn until you confirm that. And honestly, I think that's something that we're going to start seeing again, John. This is a thing for a long time in Siege history once people kind of get comfy and start spawn peeking again and that kind of stuff, especially in a professional way. It comes down to that info game and really what you can get early. So we're probably going to see a lot of teams trying to confirm that they can even move out of spawn from now on, at least up until they can start, getting some shots back and potentially getting some big picks that could slow down the defense's aggression for that opening minute. But TSM are going to get away with it yet again. And not only that, but it's Snake for the second or third time here.
Merc, of course, going to try to get sneaky from the inside of the primary bar on the third floor as well. We did see an attempt to make this play work out back on round number 2. Didn't really work too successfully, though, so going to have to see if Lightning can potentially strike on the second attempt. Astralis, though, quickly running out of time. About half of the round now gone away. Nitro going to be deployed down to the bottom of Whiskey, but it's a little bit too obvious of a play. Merc will not be able to make the connection on that one. What we will see, though, is Bolo able to line up another pick here. J9O trying to move forward deeper into mining. He gets cut off. Now it's going to set us down to a 5v3. DP Fire is still locked on the inside of this one as well, so no safe harbor for Astralis to escape this current situation. They'll need to commit themselves even deeper towards it here, but quickly running out of player count is not going to make the situation look promising.
Yeah, Astralis did a good job of setting up the area to try and support J9 moving through, but nobody was there to try and assist him if he did end up getting fragged. Nobody close and that can actually walk through the building. Everybody's on windows or rappels or something of the sort, so practically impossible for them to try and barrel their way in and get a refrag or anything like that, unless obviously a TSM member wants to try and peek into them. So now Astralis worse for wear, 3 versus 4 in the last 40 seconds. And not only that, but they have to worry about Merc on flank. Forrest, luckily enough, on a drone. We don't know if it's in the area, though. If it is in the vicinity, then potentially Merc gets sussed out. But as of right now, body language-wise, it doesn't even seem like Astralis are aware of the situation. DP Fire looking over towards White. Iconic with a nice kill into sight as they're trying trying to work their way through Library, or rather in through Laundry. It'll be Gasher to take down DP Fires. They're still stacked inside of this room. Merc has the ability to take them down, though. He'll see one and take out the Twitch, but it's only left up to Shuttle. He has the case in hand, but he's worried about the verticality coming back through Laundry. He'll get caught from Cocktail in the reading hole, and TSM take the lead back.
Astralis with a bit of an awkward shuffle at 2 points in the middle of this round. One when they were, of course, trying to push themselves deeper into mining, and they kind of get stuck there, so not really sure what they were able to do past that point. And then later on in the round, when they move into Janitor as well, I think they were expecting TSM to have a wider rotate main in that position, and you can see they get jumbled up a little bit in those final seconds. That opens up Merc to get at least one of the kills he got at the end of the round, and just overall did not let Astralis push forward and get the map control I think that they were hoping to have at that point in the round.
Yeah, there's so many safe havens for TSM to be playing around on that mid floor. I mean, Pillars is completely free for them, and that's exactly where Bolo's lying in wait. There's no drone, no information at all, and the biggest punishing factor for Astralis is that Forest was already dead and they had extra drones. They could have just set a drone in there before they went for that play, but instead they thought that they were going to be able to slink J90 in quickly, or maybe have him punish Merc inside of Train with, you know, maybe Merc just being a little bit too comfortable over swinging or something like that, and just not knowing that J90 was going to be in the area. But instead he gets caught off guard by Bolo because they simply don't know that he's there. And TSM deal a death blow to Astralis yet again. They're making this defense work for him.
So time to see if they can seal the deal by locking in the lead outright, of course, at a 4-2. Astralis still, given the two very successful rounds they've had, are going to be right behind that at only 2-3 right now. So a very good capability for them to be able to tie this one back up, especially considering that we've made that return to the third floor. And more so for the DP Fire fans at home, he's made a return to sets. So we'll have to wait and see what exactly he'll be able to do on that operator. Coming into this round is, of course, the last time we saw it, for those who may have not been tuned into the stream, got an ace and was able to win, I think, like 4 detached 1v1s, and of course that fourth one led into another fight as well. Just absolute domination over TSM the last time he assaulted the site.
Yeah, truly disgusting. Not able to get too much done with the utility, but I mean, beggars can't be choosers. You get an ace with the primary gun.
Got like deeper into white for himself. That was about it, though, really, with the green screens.
It's so funny watching those things bounce around, though. They kind of have a mind of their own at some moments in time whenever they are able to tap debris and things like that. But past that, though, back in here for round 6. We've got Achieved on the pulse this time around. He's got a solid read on DP Fire, playing white once again. Awaiting the arrival of the pulse. I think they got some info. I think Iconic's actually going to sneak up here and try and kill him, and he's going to take him down. Achieved. He had the sixth sense, but he's blind to the play. Snake won't be able to take down DP Fire and keep things equal, as well as slowing down DP, making sure that ace doesn't come through again.
It's going to be the problem as well. There's definitely a sixth sense for Astralis. Snake may very well have a 7th at this point with the way he's playing here. Always finding that initial entry, or at least initial pick-off for the defense. This time it's going to come second, of course, but still made the impact regardless. And now we're going to see a very quick pinch from Astralis all the way up the top white. Gasher ready for the challenge. The clothesline's iconic. J90 will pick up an exchange. Good read to catch the play from Merc, and Forest as well fends off the challenge deeper into Cigar. Beautifully done by Astralis to take that top white position. TSM wrongly thought they could crunch it out, and as a result of that, Astralis frag their way to a tie game at 3-3.
It's a little difficult to piece together the last couple of moments there because we were just really focused on that force up white. But I do believe for the remaining members of Astralis, we're seeing a drop from New Balcony as well as like Skylight and stuff like that, trying to apply that pressure while TSM are completely distracted by the cocktail take, and it works out so very well. You can even see the Doke on the rappel for White Window. You know, initially it really did look like a weird round for Astralis yet again, but they come back and they surprise. They show us exactly what that strategy was and why it works so well, drawing that aggro from TSM and able to punish them for it. Now TSM going to be switching sides, and obviously same for Astralis, as we'll be headed into round 7. TSM will be on offense for the very first time.
Not the worst defensive half from TSM, but certainly could have been better given the map. They win 2 out of 2 of their kitchen defenses, and they're able to close out on 50% of their library holds, 0% unfortunately on their third floor holds. Now they're on the attack, of course, so it's time to switch that stat focus over to Astralis and see what they can do, as they'll also be going back down to a first floor hold here. A little bit different in the operator selection based on what we were seeing from TSM. TSM wanted to be a little bit more mobile. Astralis wants to focus a little bit more on the insight utility this time, so we're going to see Mozzie coming out for intel denial. We've got 2 forms, I believe, of nade mitigation. Indeed, we were between the Aruni as well as the Jaeger. Mute's going to help out in the utility, or rather the info department as well. And then Shuttle, of course, will have the Malusi's Banshees to try and slow things down if TSM want to try and force the issue a little bit too early.
Yes, indeed. And now for Astralis, Not too much of an aggressive front like we've seen from TSM across majority of their defenses. Gonna be playing things a little bit more tight-knit, trying to play it more onto the actual setup, but unfortunately not for J9O. I do believe he's already lost his deployable, actually no deployable shield intended to be here in the first place, as Astralis doesn't have it in their lineup. They also have an ADS here instead, but they're still going to drone out VIP, as it is of the utmost importance when you start trying to work towards white, you try and deal with these players. They're going to have force on the support for brown stairs as well. TSM starting to build up for this portion of the map. It's going to be a nade in. J9O, he saw the shadow, he knows somebody's probably on white stairs, as Gastro will take down DP Fire, but that was in a completely different portion of the map. Force is still going to try and help here with the booze window, but nobody's committed to the play as of now, so Astralis will still be waiting to try and deliver an initial blow.
Things will slow down quite a bit as TSM wants to make that entry over here from white into VIP as well, but you're going to see Achieve realize it's a much tougher puzzle than first appears. He takes a serious amount of damage. It's a miracle he didn't get cut off completely, so at least be able to escape up the stairs, now clearing out third floor as well as the second floor here, while his teammates figure out what the best next move is going to be to try to take control of VIP downstairs.
Very appreciative of Achieve's decision-making there. Get up top, try and abuse the balconies to overlook Pillar as well as brown stairs, and potentially find Iconic or other Forest still playing inside of that area if he chose to stick around. But now for TSM, this clock's starting to eat at them. We've gotten into the last minute, and Forest as well as his opponent still dance around on the top floor. On their respective balconies, Achieved to hold top of red as Gasher will take down Iconic. This is going to open up the site, hold a little bit more. That grip starting to loosen as Bolo tries to get the kill here onto Shuttle. Drone info looks solid. Force is going to be able to take down Achieved though on that top floor, so they'll have to worry about this flank, but they've got more things to worry about. It's J9O from Sync as he'll take down the case holder.
3v3 is what it devolves into now, and a very, very timid one for both teams. That nice find from Forest up on top, though. This vertical angle maybe making up the difference here, and you can see it's put the fear into Snake. He does not want to try and proceed further down the red hallway to take Whiskey away, as he can get cut off on a flank. J9O winning out one more, and Shuttle as well to take it all for Astralis here, as they're going to be able to bring it back under their control, and the lead will be included in that as they'll surge ahead at 4-3 over TSM.
Yeah, Forrest is the MVP of that round. He took Achieved on an absolute trip right there. That was incredible. Keeping Achieved on the roam clear there, trying to hold things down on red and just see if Forrest wanted to stick around the area. Not only does Forrest get Achieved, but he's also able to completely stifle TSM's actual execution. They try and work their way in towards site, and Forrest says, nay, double nay, not allowed. You will be completely executed for trying to work your way into kitchen. Astralis is going to take the lead back here as they're going to get their very first defense.
Good solid foundation built up for Astralis, but it's the very same one that TSM also used here, so both teams will equalize on that front. The real test, of course, is going to be coming up on these next two sites, assuming they pick the same two that we saw out of TSM. We're going to see operator changes to facilitate that as well. J9O wants a little bit more of that mobile capability to set up cover, so he's going to bring the Azami into the fold, more likely to defend things up here on the third floor, wasting out that time bank from TSM, as they'll have to clear things out just as prominently as we were seeing from Astralis. Almost had an interesting repick there coming from Merc. Was looking at potentially throwing the knock at us, but instead goes back over to the Ash pick, which even that's still an interesting pick in this day and age. We've obviously started to see her more and more now with the recent meta shift coming into this new patch, and this round, of course, going to be no exception.
Yeah, which funny enough, you know, with the meta and how things have been going over the first week and a little bit today here, no Lion, Doe, or Nook really being picked up at all, and I think this really goes to show you that not only do not a lot of teams really have that many reps with these ops, as they're more than likely seeing that they'll potentially be banned out, but also past that, it shows how much utility is required to get through a map like Cafe, where, you know, there are so many areas that the team, or rather the defense, can set up a large amount of utility and force you to clear all of that. And, you know, you don't have the right stuff for that, you could run into a lot of problems. I mean, obviously those ops do have quite a bit nowadays with Gun 6s, EMPs, and frags abound, but, you know, TSM trying to go for more of a straightforward kind of avenue with these frag grenades, especially on Sledge and Yana, backed up with stuns as well as some flank watch and everything else in between. Even got Merc on one of his highlight ops from back in the day, Ash.
So J9O going to be continuing to pace himself back here, wait for that initial clear to come in from TSM. Not going to find it too much. TSM taking a very analytical approach so far to this round, relying very heavily on that drone game and just kind of bracing themselves for any potential swing we might get from Astralis as well. But Astralis not too aggressive here, not trying to swing themselves out. Just a slow process of control and Cigar right now for the TSM roster as they'll move forward. Snake will be able to take out a few of the Azami barricades. J9O did actually have to retreat from Whitehall entirely, I think, to set up another barricade to support the cocktail hold a little bit, but that has left his position, at least the one he wants to play into, quite vulnerable. He doesn't know how far TSM has been able to progress up, potentially towards that pixel doorway, or even worse, into the bathroom while he was looking away from it. So he's not looking to take that risk here as he goes around the corner leading into the Whitehall itself.
What a delay this has caused from TSM, though. They don't know how to dice up the building, at least as of right now. This top floor set up like quite the bastion of defense. J9O thought a grenade was going to be coming in, something of the sort to try and assist with this situation, maybe some stuns and some aggression, but instead it'll be coming from the windows. He's just trying to hold the white player, and it's still going to work out for Snake. They were more occupied with what was going on inside of Cocktail, and it pays off in quite the bountiful way, taking out 2, and now Astralis now down to Iconic and Shuttle in a 2 versus 5. Fortunately enough for them, though, they have time on their side, and some good info on the pillar player, but oh no, Shuttle not able to see Merc as he dropped, I guess, and he'll get caught off guard with the G36C in hand. Iconic gonna try and stop a flawless round. He'll at least do that, but his life more than likely fleeting. He'll be able to get at least the case holder. My God, Iconic. A triple kill with the 416C. No. Make it a quad. Snake will shut him down. Iconic looking indomitable inside of Reading, but fortunately enough, TSM have everybody and a kitchen sink to throw at him to shut it down.
I got way too close there. Iconic allowed to get away with entirely too much on his defensive run inside of the 1v5 that he nearly wins. Gets 4 kills, I think, in less than like 2 to 3 seconds. Really some incredible stuff from Iconic, but for you guys at home, I'm going to have to ask you to really quickly go and Twitter tweet thank you Snake to whatever his Twitter account is, because he just saved TSM's butt right there by making sure he at least closed out on that last kill, and has really saved TSM in quite a few other situations as well. He's leading the charge, at least tied alongside the other new member of TSM as well, Gasher, both sitting at 9-6, 9-5 right now, with Merc following closely behind at 7-6.
Are you looking at this lineup from TSM right now?
I just wanted to finish my point and let you move on.
There is a mountain on this team, and not only that, that mountain is 1-7 and is all somehow still Bolo, while his other teammates are all just running a frag fest across Astralis right now. Bolo is going to end up switching off of the Monty. I was actually really excited for that. I thought we were going to see some crazy aggro plays coming out, you know, very forceful with the things that you can do with Monty, but instead he's going to be going for the bread and butter. The Zofia works her way in, and not only that, but it's Zofia AR. I'm going to take every chance I can to say that as the LMG meta has worked its way out, and we're all much happier for it.
Unfortunately, there's a thorn selected on Astralis' side too, so that may have put a, no pun intended, but a thorn in the side of the plans from TSM here. Sorry, I couldn't think of a better word to use in the spur of the moment. But yeah, so that may have kind of made them think, like, okay, maybe the Montaigne's probably not going to be the best idea if we miss a few of these and end up losing him due to that one, so they end up pulling away from that one and indeed put him on more traditional Zofia pick.
Yeah, I think it'd really help Astralis to deal with the snake in the grass on TSM.
There you go.
You're welcome.
All right, so opening action getting started here. Astralis want to try a few tricks here. We've got a Nitro Prime from the defensive end of it. Good to hold it, though.
He didn't throw it. I was so scared. I was terrified.
Did not want to commit to that one, so Iconic holds it back. And is going to try to wait for another opportunity to maybe let this Nitro sing a bit later into the round. He'll get hit. I'm not really sure where from. Maybe the back, like, cocktail, or not cocktail, back cigar window or something was able to get a shot off on him or something like that. But weird angle either way, as it's only 1 bullet for now. So he's just going to kind of awkwardly crouch his way over towards the cigar closet hatch and make sure that, all right, if that was a real shot hitting me and not just a random stray bullet, I'm going to get ready to evacuate.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to evacuate from that split-second nade timing from Achieved. Iconic never even saw the warning indicator, so he goes down outright.
That would, like, just walking across the crosswalk and just getting smoked by a car with headphones in, man. Like, they're literally, no, like, just not a sign of anything in Iconic's eyes. Zero, you know, chance to be cautious in that situation at all. Completely caught off guard, especially for me. I was not expecting that out of nowhere. Either way, TSM, they'll open things up with that, but yet again here, this timer is starting to get to them. DP Fire going to take some damage, same as J9O. And obviously, we already saw what became of Iconic. DP Fire is going to try and hold on to this top floor as of right now. TSM, are they going to switch gears and try and go for a mid-floor take instead? It looks like they still want to try and make a deal with the Devil. Astralis, they're going to get caught off guard as DP Fire tries to work his way down the hatch. J9O still occupying red stairs, but hasn't found a way to try have any influence over TSM's attack just yet. Seems like more of a late round play building for him.
Timing or just game sense about knowing when to peak where for TSM has been absolutely phenomenal today, especially for players like Snake as well, but some of these other players have been showing some really good stuff, such as that pick we just saw on the DP Fire as well. Far more often than you would expect, TSM are catching players on Astralis when they just really can't respond to it, such as the nade that went in against Achieved. However, we are going to see a little bit of a flip around here now. Snake will try to stem the tide, but Forrest will put him back down before he can really put a dent in the overall defense here. Achieved, what went wrong there? The nade drop, apparently not primed enough, as he'll end up killing himself with it as he drops down the hatch. Gasher now alone, going to try and sneak in the plant. He's going to get a shot snuck off onto him, and Forrest will finish it off with the shotgun as well. A round that maybe should have gone a different direction, but some mistakes towards the end cost TSM far too much.
I'm just astounded that that's how that round ends right there for TSM. They do so much right, achieved with an incredible god nade from the skylight, one that we, honestly, I've never seen a nade quite like that into Hut for Cigar. So heck of a toss from him, but the very next grenade is the one that steals his life away. TSM, a blunder for the ages here up against Astralis, and now AST up 5-4 when really more than likely should have been TSM.
Definitely the case. So Astralis, regardless, will take that wherever they can. They were struggling hugely inside of the early round. Obviously, we saw Iconic's unfortunate event, but even for DP Fire, too, getting cut off without a chance to respond to it, TSM had themselves set up for what very easily could have been a 5v3 closeout. Unfortunately, just could not keep that consistency towards the mid and end round, losing that momentum. And then, of course, the very unfortunate situation with Achieved seals the deal, leaves their last player alone in a 1v2, still needing to plant the case as well, so just not really a winnable situation at that point. TSM, we are going to see Pojamade realize that this is probably a good time to pull the boys out of game for just a split second, calm them down a little bit, give them a few corrective notes, and send them back in as that pause is now concluded. We're heading back into round 10.
Well, I think for a team that's went to back-to-back majors here up against a squad that's basically reinvented themselves since they won SI, it's a heck of a lot closer than any of us would have assumed. I think for Super, he more than likely saw this ending up at like maybe a 7-3, potentially a 7-4. We still have the opportunity for that. But for a lot of us, I don't think that we saw maybe Astralis getting this far with how some of these previous games had went, but they've at least are starting to show signs of life in a really good way, especially some of the things that we saw from offense. But these defenses starting to light the world up, having some of that late round lethality, especially in the clutch moments that we're used to seeing out of this squad.
It's also a map that we mentioned at the beginning here that we don't see too often played at the end, at least not for our cast at least, so it might be a little bit unfamiliar for these teams too, and that could be contributing to some of the closeness coming into it. I think it was Super that mentioned at the desk as well, Astralis could be coming into this one with a lot more confidence. Maybe they've rehashed their strategies building up into stage 3, and for TSM, they just don't really bring it out that often, so for them it could be a while since they've actually, rehearsed their own strategies, and they've got 2 new members to work into that strat book as well.
Exactly. That's the big thing right there. Yes, TSM is amazing at Cafe, but are you amazing with 2 new players?
At least with Snake, it doesn't really seem like it's good to beat, to be fair, because Snake has taken this early round aggression role beautifully on the defense, and even on the attack, I think he's been able to get at least a 1 opening kill for himself as well.
Man, he's out-fragging Merc right now, which is usually the person that we look to have those opening moments. Bolo's usually that mid-round where he can just be the game decider if he really gets going. So we'll have to see how the remaining rounds go, though, as TSM are now down their timeout and looking to try and get it back in blood here in round 10. Astralis will have a pretty solid defense on the top floor. Azami will be supporting this, as well as some ADSs out of Iconic, but TSM have the utility to try and deal with this, but can they get it done without a Snake? That's the real question.
Indeed, Snake will falter, an uncommon turn of events as of the results of this game here, so he will fail to pick up that opening kill, and it'll be Astralis instead to remain stalwart, not needing to give up any positioning. We are going to see a potential cross line up here. I saw the silhouettes working towards it a second ago, but it's not going to align so early. Jane, I know, will be able to peek back out into the cigar bathroom. As you're going to notice, not a whole lot of action going on here, so not really much for him to look towards. He does have this correct pre-fire angle established, but he needs the player on repel to oblige that, and just not going to happen. In the meanwhile, Merc, Oh, once again, the timing on the fire coming in just lines up beautifully with the movement from Astralis almost every single time. That'll give them their opening kill now against J9O. Put us into a 4v4, but Forrest quickly making up for it. Adds one more to the counter for our defenders here and allows for the rest of the team to retreat back into the actual site.
Well, the rookie's gone for TSM. It's down to the veteran pillars of this team to pull this rope back across the line. They need round 10. They don't want Astralis having match point already. Merc's got a good angle up top and the potential to take out Pulse here. Might be a pre-fire or a Nitro cell. It'll be the latter, but it won't be a peek from the Pulse, and that's what Merc wanted so very badly. Trying to dance back and forth, the Shuttle down low, but no killing blow from either side just yet. Shuttle's gonna get tagged up so very much, but somehow still keeps his life. They're swinging for white stairs. Iconic takes down Bolo. Astralis, they're getting so far ahead here on this reading defense. Shuttle will finally die. Iconic takes out Merc. Achieved. He's the lone soul for TSM now. He'll be able to at least make this a little bit easier on himself, but with 10 seconds remaining, how can he get this done? Both Astralis members on the same playing field. DP Fire will get tagged up. The other member of Astralis runs for the hills, and that's going to be the round for Astralis. It's 6-4 for the defense.
Astralis keeping it nice and safe there in the 2v1, not wanting to take any additional risk against the Chiefs. They split, both going either direction, leaving it in a situation where, in a worst case scenario, Chiefs going to get one of us, but there's absolutely zero chance he can escape to get the second one as well. Nicely done there for Astralis. Cool, calm, and collected throughout the entirety of the round. Even through losing a few of their players on their upstairs hold, they're able to respond to that. I believe Forrest picking up a lot of those trades there. And then we see the rest of the team calmly pace themselves back, just proceeding according to plan onto that second floor hold in the site where they're able to wait out the rest of the time and shut down the remaining push from TSM.
I truthfully love Astralis' initial game plan with that pick that we see. They get that kill and they immediately hightail it back to site. They're going to keep that man advantage, and not only that, but Iconic is on a completely different playing field, not even close to that top floor, trying to abuse some plays around that mid-level, and he gets another pick on top of that, and that's just that massive punch you're looking to try and get against an offensive unit. Slow down their play, make it to where they can't risk as many bodies to try and clear out some of the portions of the map that they so desperately need to try and get a plant down. I think Astralis did this very swimmingly, and now looking to close this out 7-4. So we'll see if they can get it done. We're going to be stuck back to TSM's soft breach setup. We're not going to be bringing the Zofia this time on Bolo, instead the air jabs to try and hold up the flank, but we're still going to have Merc on Ash. And I think he's sick of it, John. He's got the R4C in hand now.
Let's see how that changes things up for him now as we go back to the default and potentially unleash Merc. If he can line himself up for it. Of course, it'll be on that first floor hold, so a lot of intricacies that TSM will need to be wary of, whether it's the bakery extension inside of Coat Check, the upstairs holds that are actually quite prominent from Astralis too. Full third floor extension from DP Fire. I believe we have 2 more on the second floor also, so quite a bit. TSM won't really be able to just throw themselves into the building at any point here. Going to have to spend a good 30-40 seconds droning things out before they're even going to be able to justify a safe path in from the roof, let alone anywhere else from the building.
Yes, indeed. And TSM taking a page out of what we saw Astralis utilize on their offense. The Jackal will work its way in, not going to have any pairing utility like a Doke or anything like that. It's just going to be the Jackal to try and deal with some of these roamers. And he's a solid choice, especially like that a lot of the Jackals are picking up the PDW now. Such a solid SMG, got that 50-round drum and a 1.5 on top of that. So great choice for the defender, or rather for the offenders, to try and bear down on a lot of these positions with an overabundance of ammunition. TSM, specifically Merc, going to be going for the most Ash play that you potentially can. It's going to be the crouch walk strat down white stairs. There's going to be a drone to try and assist and clear things out. He's going to be able to get rid of a Nitro cell, but they should definitely be aware that there is someone positioned around this area now.
Fire's trying to see if he can get lucky with that flick spray there. Not going to be able to find it. He'll proceed back down, as it seems like most of the extensions have been dealt with now by TSM, whether just through brute force or outright kills. Not going to be able to see any real damage coming onto the Astralis roster just yet, though, so they're continuing to hold in their horizontal setup as we enter the last minute of play. And TSM really yet to touch this floor, let alone begin to clear it out here. So they've got a lot to do, and not a whole lot of time to accomplish it. The good news is that they've got a lot of soft breach, so they are going to be able to do some of this vertically now that you begin to see the sledge as well as, of course, the Buck begin to open up all of that tiling sitting above the kitchen as well as the bakery.
Well, the good news for TSM is that Astralis only had a singular Nitro cell, and they've already gotten rid of that, but that doesn't stop Astralis from trying to swing into some of these angles. Just like that, Force is going to take the fight inside of Prep, and Achieved is going to go down. That's the sledge gone. Gasher has a lot more to do now, and not only that, he's also the man that has the case. So how is this going to work its way into the actual site? We'll have to see. Astralis, they still have all of their men alive as well, so they can continue to play some pretty crazy crosses, especially for Red Stairs. Merc not given an inch. He's trying to take a mile. He's going to need some assistance in this. Snake's going to try and smoke things off. I think they're going to go for the direct hop over, but this is more than likely going to end up with bodies on the floor as Forrest will be able to take down at least one. They might have gotten the cross, and they did indeed, but is it zero timer to end the round? It will be. Astralis take it to the house in 7-4 fashion.
Nowhere near enough control over that first floor hold for TSM to successfully knock out the players from Astralis and be able to fully give themselves access to kitchen. So it's one more very successful defensive setup from Astralis to push them over the edge and lock in that 7th round to give them a massive victory over the current world champs. It'll go to Astralis today and in full 3-point fashion as well. No overtime needed, so no reduction of points to give TSM that little bit of a commiseration award. It's all going to fall to the Astralis roster in today's matchup.
A fantastic job from Astralis across the entire board, from the staff, from the players to everybody. I mean, the ban phase working its way into their favor, like Super was talking about. You know, with TSM not really having the same potential on that map that they once did, or at least to us, right? They end up switching out 2 players. They got to try and update them on all of these maps all at once. So Astralis is going to take them to a map that, yes, they are good at, in quotations, but one that they more than likely haven't played in some time due to the historic events that have happened for TSM on that map, and it pays off in a massive way for AST. Fantastic job once again to everybody over there, as they'll take this one in 7-4 fashion.
And even with that point note, it doesn't really seem like, of course, the new additions for TSM were the reason why things were going poorly. In fact, I would say they're the reasons why things went well in most of the time, so big props to them. But we've got the analysis desk nearly ready to break this one down for you folks, so we're going to head over to a quick break. When we do come back, we'll be ready to break down game number 3 and get you guys ready for our 4th one.
All right, well, there you go. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Analyst Desk, Doe and Jesse Jacob, super here with you. And Astralis getting that much-needed win. Like we were talking about beforehand, going down 0-3 with only 9 games to play in a best-of-1 round robin, that puts you in such a bad spot to try to get to the major. So they needed this one. They got it. What do you think it was that made the kind of the big difference that helped them secure the win?
I mean, I think it was them playing with a lot more confidence, being able to take a lot of those fights, especially starting things off here like on attack. And then when they switched sides, they were completely dominant on defense. They were doing a great job countering that top-down pressure that TSM were trying to apply onto them, and really did have some fantastic holds. That's
right. It was a 3-3 first half, but they got it done in the end. And we have Shuttle standing by in Vegas to chat with us a little bit. So Shuttle getting the win there. It had to feel good to finally put a W up on the board after the first week went a little bit rough here. Where does Astralis go from here? How do you build on what happened today?
Take one day at a time. You know, we came after we lost the 2 games last week, you know, really hit us hard. Came back like this week of practice, made sure it was the best week of practice we've had since we've been a team, made that happen, and it showed like today in the results. And I think it's just taking one step, it's one day at a time. You know, we got Beastcoast tomorrow, and just try to repeat it again.
All right.
Shuttle, you know, as a soft breach player, as a vertical player yourself, it felt like you guys were doing a great job countering that aspect of TSM's game. What was the kind of philosophy from your squad in terms of like countering them when they were up above you? Was it more kind of focused on getting in above them? Was it more kind of focused on flanks? Or what was kind of the game plan there?
Yeah, I'd say like vertical play, like when they're mostly above us. Like I would say like our like we try to like move around it if they make sense. Like just try to like if like for example just holding like making the holes like that they made for their cocktail for the reading doors, like just trying to make like rotates in that instead of like going through the doors themselves. So it's more of like just trying to make your own avenues so you don't have to go through like you don't have to fight those holes because those are really unfavorable. So I'd say it's mostly that part, like, you know, just trying to make your own rotates so you don't have to go through where they want you to.
What was the thought process in you guys going Cafe against them? Because obviously you guys don't really play Cafe that much, and TSM are kind of known for being very good at Cafe. What kind of made you guys lean towards that map?
Just based off the prep, like Kyle was talking, he thinks TSM, and we agree, like TSM is just too much of a different team for what we see in week 1. So even though they've been a great Cafe team in the past, like we said to ourselves, we think they're playing different. So like we wanted to just test them on it because we felt like we've been improving on Cafe. So it was mostly just we were more comfortable on it, and we didn't think they were as strong as they used to be because they have a new lineup and they're just doing different things.
There's obviously a lot of talk about how you guys came back from the Berlin Major, had to kind of restructure some things, and the obvious idea of maybe the way that you guys played back in stage 1 maybe not being nearly as special or something that a lot of other teams have kind of gotten a grasp of. Is that something that you also think in the back of your head that you need to adapt your play style from how you were from the previous 2 stages, or can you just keep building on the same formula you've had for success?
I think it's a little bit of both. You know, you gotta, you know, I don't think it's one or the other. I think both things. Like, you know, you gotta stay true to yourself, and you just gotta adapt to the meta. I think it's more of like I think it's more for us just adapting to the meta, but staying true to our own like values as a team and like how we want to play Siege. It's just like how we talk about all the time. Lose the way you want to lose. Don't lose trying to beat a team the way you've never played before. That's the way we think about it.
All right, there you go. Well, it worked today, got the win, and got yourselves one step closer to a 3rd major. We'll see what we can do tomorrow. In the meantime, thanks for chatting with us. Good luck with the practice tonight.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right, so Shuttle from Astralis. Here's the numbers, a 7-4 victory over TSM. Now, it was a close first half. It was 3-3, but then once the swap happened, it was all Astralis.
It sure was. We saw some great performances coming through here. I think especially Forrest really did manage to step up on that second half, being a huge pain in the butt for TSM. The way he was able to move around them and provide some flanks, as well as just, you know, fighting back on some of those vertical angles, something that we heard him talk about there in the interview from Shuttle. So nice to see him popping off with a over 2.0 KD ratio. Entries were pretty mixed overall from these 2 teams, but didn't let Astralis didn't let it get him down.
Yeah, I feel like Iconic is not necessarily back in form, but there's just a level of solidity that you need from a player like him that he definitely showcased. Forrest was obviously fantastic. DP Fire's ace was nice because we criticized DP for being one of the lowest rated players in the league coming into today. It wasn't a problem. Like ace included, felt like he was still creating impact at exactly where he needed to. My concern is just for TSM's players. I love the fact that Snake was reading the entry as well as he was when they were when they were on defense. His roam game was something that left almost nothing to be desired, especially when it meant that TSM still had trade game very early on. Astralis kind of had to figure that out slowly over time. But Bolo's inconsistency is something I think we're going to be harping on a lot because he was hot during that Beastcoast game and then he has a slump like this. And it's definitely not the first time that we've seen him definitely have some hot and then some cold moments in games over the course of this stage. So if nothing else, I am concerned for TSM's performance if Bolo continues to be as up and down as he has been over the past couple of months.
Yeah, TSM came into this game as the #1 ranked attacking team in the league. Obviously, as we kind of mentioned earlier, that was against maybe some of the lower competition in the league right now. And in that game, they only won 1 attack. So it's going to be interesting to look at TSM going forward if they're able to kind of, maybe not replicate being #1 on attack, but being in that middle of the pack. Because if they're playing solid defense, that gives them a chance to contend. If they're only winning 1 or 2 attacks every game, unfortunately, it might be a little bit of a repeat of last stage.
Yeah, you definitely need me to
Try again. Go again.
All right. Well.
Take 2.
You definitely need to win more than 1 or 2 attacks if you're going to win a match. Wow, we got there. What a great piece of analysis that was, if I must say. Let's get to some better analysis as we take a look at some of the replays from that last map. We're going to look at round 3 real quick here, and maybe not a ton to analyze here. This is just DP Fire popping off.
Wow, I think it was a fantastic way for him to push through the map. This is the round where they're taking onto the cocktail bomb site up on the top floor, and I really love the bottom-up approach that they kind of go for here from DP Fire. Obviously, they lose a couple of players early, not ideal way to start things, but on the white window, managing to grab the first frag, clearing out bottom, right? Not wanting to let these guys exist down there. You've got a pulse down there. It's going to be very, very difficult. And then the brunt of this push is going up the white and playing on the windows. And it's such a nice play, especially here on the Sens, being able to create that wall, make sure those lines of sight favor you rather than the opponents. Getting 3 of those kills and then very isolated, notice, right? In a difficult spot for sure. Doesn't have amazing intel on where these players are at, but has a good idea that they're going to be kind of around the bomb site. There might be one kind of back bar. They're actually both cocktail at the moment. And it's a good crossfire. It really is. It's tough to turn these 2 players into 2 separate 1v1s. But he manages to make it work anyways. The bait from the teammate really does pay off. Thank you, J90, for your sacrifice. It's the ace from DP Fire.
That might be the first and only time in professional play we will ever see somebody ace with Sens.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think it's ever happening again. I think that's just lucky placement. That's phenomenal positioning from DP Fire, but I'm also like, he probably could have done that with almost any other operator.
That's just one of those situations where it's like, okay, we're analyzing it, but the truth is it's just an amazing individual play that wins his team the round. The Sense, did it really even play into it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it shows that they buffed the recoil enough to where you can get an ace with it, but at the end of the day, DP Fire really showed up today after struggling last game and pretty much won his team a round by himself.
Yeah, at the end of the day, sometimes you just got to make plays, for sure. Our second replay that we're going to take a look at is round number 8, and this is one where, I kind of came close to making a play on that level. Didn't quite work out, but still something worth taking a look at.
Yeah, we'll show one team have an amazing play and then another team. It's still amazing play from Iconic, right? Obviously, he does not win this round, but being in an ace clutch situation, the 1v5, is the hardest thing that you can do in Siege. The whole team working against you. And I love the angles that Iconic is like ready to watch out for. He knows that they're going to be coming down from Laundry, knows that they're going to be coming down from White Stairs. Finds the first position. There should probably be faster coverage on that door. They didn't need to plant at 17 seconds. Wow. Means that Bull's a little bit late there, which kind of opens it up for Iconic. Beauty with the pistol.
Oh.
Unfortunately, he doesn't get that last one.
I think it's more like if he tucks back behind the bookcase, he probably wins that thing because the last player is trying to pursue him back through the rotate, from Laundry to get that last kill.
Yeah.
For TSM, the fact that you had an entire setup fall apart because you didn't have somebody covering the reading door to watch the plant is probably the biggest thing overall. It seems like a very small mistake that you can correct, but you almost lost an entire round that you had won and done every other step correctly up until that point because one guy wasn't watching the doorway on the last surviving defender. That's a little scary for them to think about, I'm sure.
That's kind of just one of those rounds where Iconic probably wishes he had that back. Obviously they won, so maybe he doesn't care too much. But once he gets those first 4 kills, he swings that last guy. That's what we call a heat check. You're just like, you're feeling it. You just pistoled somebody. He's swinging for that ace. I agree with what Jacob said. If he just tucks there and maybe prones, Snake has no choice but to swing him there. Maybe wins the round.
That or maybe vault over the bookcase or something. Like, because if he's back in that corner, he has all the protection that he needs.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like so close, but yeah, so far he still took out 4 people. It was still a pretty amazing play from Iconic.
That's called stat padding if you don't win the round.
Yeah, I suppose. But hey, you know, with stats, it's no aim lab stat, but it's still a stat too. But either way, we know Iconic's good. That was an opportunity for them to win the one. Still put on an impressive play. Astralis still did get the win anyway. Again, they needed it. We'll see what they can do tomorrow. But we got 2 more games to take a look at today. After the break, it's going to be DarkZero versus Beastcoast for our 4th match of the day. We'll see if Beastcoast has any life in them. We'll find out after the break.
Spacestation.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host Doa here, along with Jesse Jacob and our special guest Super GM of the Soniqs organization, helping us out with some analysis today. And we're going into DarkZero versus Beastcoast. Now, Beastcoast has a lot on them, right? Making some changes between stage and 2s and 3s. They haven't gotten really anything going this stage yet. DarkZero, though, coming into this one with a bit of a change themselves. Hyper out of the lineup, in comes Skies. So changes for both teams to talk about. Where do we want to get started? I feel like there's a ton to talk about with this one.
Well, I mean, Beastcoast are certainly not a team that have been super successful as of late. Obviously,
not great.
They've been struggling this stage. Having to play with Mark in instead of Ferda has been rough. They're the only team right now in the NAL without a single point. They're also facing DarkZero, an opponent that has historically really done well against Beastcoast easy on a 5-game win streak against Beastcoast throughout the NAL. Of course, stretching back to multiple rosters last year, but still, that is not an opponent that you like to face if you're Beastcoast.
Yeah, my biggest concern, obviously, is Beastcoast and just not being able to fully practice with a team that you know is actually going to have a lot of longevity. There's multiple things about this Beastcoast lineup that simply don't add up. I do wonder if DarkZero getting the supplement of Skies will boost them at least temporarily, because the last 2 games that they've played, both of which not much confidence in that game against the Soniqs, considering they won 1 attack round out of 6, and then even in that game against the Astralis and Playday 1, there's still a lot of things to look at on this DarkZero roster that you're like, this isn't how things are supposed to go.
Yeah, Beastcoast just have looked flat out terrible. They're like, you know, they do have the excuse, like, yes, they have a coach playing because of a visa issue with one of their players, but the reality is they have looked bad. And yeah, DarkZero coming into this game with a player that maybe they didn't expect to have to play this stage, Skies filling in for Hyper. But if you're Hyper, if you're DarkZero, this is probably the game you want to kind of like use as like a little bit of a welcome back. You know, Skies did play last stage. It's not like he's been out of the game forever.
Right.
But, you know, this is kind of a nice warm-up game for maybe a more difficult game tomorrow for DarkZero.
Yeah, for some reason, Beastcoast end up winning this thing. I think DarkZero's chances are very firmly in the gutter at this point.
Yeah, a lot of questions will be answered shortly, but we did catch up with some of the DarkZero players before the stage began to kind of get a bit of a status check, and let's see what they had to say.
I think there was a few things that led to a bit of a slower start for us in stage 2. I think one of the first things was we just came off a win. I've found after winning on different teams that it's almost inevitable that there's some level of complacency. I think we came into the stage a little cold, not working probably as hard as we should have, just not fully in it, not as motivated, all that.
I think we figured out like a side reason why. I think a big reason was like some of the maps we were going to, and BO1s didn't really fit us. I think some of the maps would have fit us better in like a BO3. Like 3rd map rather than like our map pick.
I personally just don't think we should have gone to some of the maps that we did. We went based off like scrim performance, but it usually wasn't versus like pro teams. It'd be like, oh wow, we're crazy at this map. And like we'd be playing like T2, T3 teams on it and like inflate our stats, and we'd be like, oh, we're feeling really good on this map. But then we play like a pro team with like much better strats, much better teamwork, and like obviously it gets a lot harder. Like a lot of the plays that you'll make, you can't get away with.
Yeah, the comms for our team, like Troy definitely has the biggest hold of them. He's the one who kind of makes like the big call. Second to that's usually Tyler, but I'd say everyone does a pretty good job calming. Everyone does their little job, works their areas. In terms of chaoticness, it definitely depends. Sometimes there's too little, too many. I feel like it's just like any other team, but it's just easier because we have Troy.
I definitely agree, yeah. The longer a match goes on, the better our team gets. I think teams I've been on in the past, I think it's been similar. Always been a bit slower starters. But yeah, I think that's always been almost a strength of me on teams is I think as more rounds are played, I'm more and more familiar with how the other team plays, and I think our team usually starts to control the pace more.
I think a big thing for us this stage would be teamwork and communication. I think if we just kind of keep to ourselves and focus on like what's our goal and like what's in front of us, then I think we'll be fine. And going into this stage, we want to just like kind of keep our heads down and just focus on ourselves and how we can just constantly improve every day.
Yeah, our focus right now, we are trying to strengthen our BO1 map pool. Just the maps we're most comfortable on, because I feel like even though we haven't missed an event in a very long time, like our NAL play hasn't been stellar, I'd say. Like we get like 4th or 3rd, which is like, it's not bad, but like I feel like we should be performing a lot better in NAL.
Well, there you go. Time to focus on ourselves and our own play. Hyper's going to be getting a little bit extra of that as he is not in the lineup right now. Sky's coming to sub in, which he was, brought in as a sub a few weeks ago. They've known this is a possibility that this might happen. Now it has happened. He's in the lineup. How does that change the landscape of this team? Super, you mentioned he did play for them earlier. He did play last stage, obviously, in the NAL. So there is some precedent there. There is a little bit of experience. But how quickly do you think they can integrate him into the team?
I mean, he's been on this team before too, so he's kind of familiar with how they operate. So
Right.
I don't think it'll be a huge thing for them. For me, I found something interesting that they were talking about in that interview, where they were kind of talking about how they don't agree with some of the maps they're going to, and like they don't like their map pool, and that's like strange to me as a team, because so if you're going to maps based off of scrims, and then you're saying, well, your scrims don't tell you what maps to play, and then you're doubting what because your coach is doing your map bans, you're doubting what map your coach is taking you to. It just seems like kind of a weird environment, no? Like, what is scrims for if you don't feel like you're getting productive results? What is the coach for if you feel like he's taking you to the wrong maps? So that's kind of caught me as like a strange thing that they're dealing with right now.
It was a common topic when I was talking to them in Vegas, where they were saying a lot of times, one of the biggest things we need to work on is our maps. And what do you think so far, Jesse? What's the early impression? Have they made any progress in the map department?
I mean, so far, DarkZero played Theme Park and Clubhouse, not maps that they were unfamiliar with previously, both maps that they played once throughout Stage 2, so we'll see. I think that this is definitely a squad that has been kind of needed to bounce back since the start of Stage 2, and it feels like they mostly accomplished that. I think that when it comes to coaches and having confidence in your coach is going to be very, very important for DarkZero, because we've seen that when you start off and maybe have not the best performance ever, having confidence in your coach being able to speak to you can be a really big deal. I think that's something we saw in just last game with Callout being able to talk with DP Fire and get him back into it after a bad week. And the man that we just had on our screen just now, NJR, we want to see the same thing from him. Did not have the greatest of weeks last week. Of course, on that second Playday, 0-6 on attack. Was really often kind of a solo pinching player. Did not really have a great time attacking in against Soniqs. Despite that, still the current kill leader in the NAL heading into this week, 24 frags. So I think it's those little moments that you need to sharpen up for NJR, because again, we know he's a good player. We know he can pop off, but making sure that he's really there with the team, I think is going to be huge for their attacks.
Right. Well, let's go to the other side of the arena over there in Las Vegas. They have an opponent to take out, and it is Beastcoast. Beastcoast, a team struggling, obviously. The biggest struggle is the man on the left side of your screen there. Ferda is on the team. He's in Vegas. He's practicing with him, but he doesn't have the visa done yet to be able to actually compete. They have had Mark, their coach, subbing in for him. It's been rough, though.
Yeah, I think for Beastcoast, I mean, listen, I track 10 different team stats on my sheet, and Beastcoast are dead last in every single one of them.
Oh, yeah.
The answer cannot be for this team, well, we're going to wait for Ferda, and when Ferda's here, we're going to do well. Presumably, Ferda's not going to play this week. That's almost half of the entire stage gone just because you have a sub. And I get that it's a difficult circumstance to play under, but if this is a team that wants to show themselves as like a strong roster to finish off the year, that wants to have a chance of making that major, they've got to figure things out with Mark on their team. I think this team's attacks have definitely been something that you can question. They've yet to win a single attacking round.
Yeah.
Only played a couple of attacks so far because they've started on defense, and they've really gotten kind of slammed throughout the 2 games that they've played so far. But listen, if we can get them on more attacking rounds, if we can get that sorted out, that would be a huge help for Beastcoast.
Biggest thing I keep seeing is that Mark keeps on trying to play shades of the old Mark the Shark. Back when he was on Reciprocity, maybe some of his Tempo Storm days, he's not taking over just the things that you would expect a coach to do in a substitute role. It's not just taking over the breach or the smoke or whatever it might be that maybe doesn't rely nearly as much on aim. He's still trying to play offsite, but his impact is minimal or spotty at best. And sometimes some of the strats they've had through playing Chalet 2 times in a row, especially with Castle, it feels like it does more to keep Beastcoast in than TSM out. It's sloppy setups, it's sloppy timing. Kills that they get feel like the ones that they are expected to get over the course of a round, and nothing is necessarily like that interesting, so to speak. I feel like this Beastcoast team still has the potential to do something like cool throughout this stage, but it feels like the people that they have on this team right now aren't necessarily being utilized in the best way. And as far as Xeno is concerned, this is probably the roughest intro to a Tier 1 league you probably could have for anybody coming up from this year's rookie class.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Beastcoast just flat out lack fragging power. They brought in Xeno as a fragger. As you see right now, he's 7-17, doesn't have an entry kill. Mark is filling in for Ferda, who was also brought in as a bit of a fragger. 8 kills himself. Then, and you know, I don't like to, you know, kind of go at individual players, but they did kind of make a decision last stage to release Drip in favor of Anthony. Anthony right now, after being the lowest rated player in the league, I believe, last stage, he's currently 4-16 this stage on Zofia.
Yep.
They're just getting no fragging from any of the players that should be, and they're not gonna win if they don't get kills.
Yeah, and you can't make the coach excuse for that much if you look at those stats too, right? Because like Mark isn't causing Anthony to like miss those shots, right? I mean, that's on him, you know? So at the end of the day, this is the situation you're in, whether you wanted to play with your coach or not. Nobody does, obviously, but you gotta still do what you can do, and so far no one's really been able to step up on Beastcoast yet. We'll see if that changes. Maybe the map ban will give us a clue to that. We do have the bans in right now, so we will find out shortly where we're gonna go.
Thus far, we've seen Beastcoast play back-to-back chalets, and to their credit, they did have kind of different setups on those 2 games, but I don't know if they'll be willing to bring it a 3rd time, given the poor results. We start with the permaban, Skyscraper Cafe. Neither of these teams have played these maps ever at all in their histories, so we'll see those both out of the field immediately. No surprises. Coming up next, again, you'd expect maybe a chalet ban from Beastcoast at some point here, given their poor results so far this stage. Oregon Theme Park coming through instead. Oregon, kind of the opposite of a perm ban from DarkZero. They've played it 7 times for the first 2 stages of the year. Despite that, though, their record has been kind of ups and downs, so maybe they don't want to bring it out here for their game against Beastcoast. There's the chalet ban. So after we saw them play it for the first 2 games of stage 3, they're going to ban it, and we won't see them on the same map again.
Last 3, I think DarkZero are probably going to continue this 100% ban record that they've got on Villa, just remove it and allow Beastcoast to pick, I think, between either Clubhouse or Bank. So it'll be up to Beastcoast to decide if they want to take DarkZero back to the map that they just played last week, or if they want the Bank pick, but that is not the way that they are going to swing. Beastcoast on Club, this is usually one of their permabans next to Cafe. They've not played it a single time this year. If we've seen them play it, it would have been back last year, which is forever ago and doesn't matter. Completely different squad. And as far as DarkZero is concerned, yeah, there were plenty of mistakes they made in that game against the Soniqs from last week, so it's curious if they've been able to correct them.
Yeah, Beastcoast, I'll give you a stat, Jacob. The last time they won on Clubhouse was against Altiora in 2020.
Oh my God.
Name you haven't heard in a while.
Was that the SI quals?
I don't know.
Way
It's
back
just in
then?
my notes.
Well, when would Beastcoast have ever played Altiora?
I think it was
of all
quals. I
teams?
think it was SI quals.
Holy crap, that's forever ago.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. We're all about history, you know, but learning from history, that's the question. Can we do it? Let's find out in our predictions. Hey, anyone gonna pick Beastcoast? Stokes? Blue? Stokes, I said I'd go to you first, so what do you think? Are you gonna pick Beastcoast?
It's a Mexican standoff. Everybody just has guns pointed at each other like, all right, who's picking it? Honestly, you know, I was going to go first, but I mean, Super showed us all up this last time. Super, I've got to ask you, are they popping sensu beans over there on Beastcoast? Like, are we picking them, or are we going to go DarkZero? What's happening here?
I think the only way Beastcoast win this game is if DarkZero, like, they just somehow get banned mid-game. Like, I'm I just don't see a world in where this is. You know, the games have been pretty fast today. This may be the fastest game.
Larch is just going to walk around and turn off all their computers simultaneously.
I gotta say, too,
he just turns it off. Get it over with.
The thing is with the sensu beans analogy, they might bring you back from near death, but they don't change you from being Yamcha.
Oh, that's true. You got us. You got us
Jesse,
there.
references that flew over my head for 1,000, please.
They're just not cultured. No DBZ for these two,
Come on,
apparently.
DBZ,
So
it's like one of the most basic.
Nope.
I literally have no idea what you're
That's
talking
like
about.
asking if
Come on. I'm sorry.
Dragon Ball Z. Nobody knows what.
No.
What is the world coming to?
I'm such a nerd, Doa. I'm such a nerd. But I will also be picking DarkZero as well. I think Super makes a great point. And not only that, anybody with eyes can look at a rating sheet and see that things are not going well for Beastcoast right now. So I'm going to have to go with the safe avenue.
Yep, it's going to be the same for me. Not really much of a reason to go against DarkZero here, even with the sudden swap over to Skies. Like Super said, he's been on the team before, and I don't really think they're going to miss much of a beat switching over to him.
All right, another one for DarkZero as well. We'll check back in with our casters in a moment. Thanks again, Blue and Stokes. Well, we already got Super's pick. Jesse, Jacob.
Jacob, what do you feel?
Yeah.
I don't want to give more justification to this, and I don't think you need to either. Just say, put DZ on the graphic for him.
Put DZ
Put DZ on the graphic for me.
Wait.
Put DZ on the graphic for the fan vote, and then just go to the coin.
Jacob, if you're feeling stiff and you want to stretch, I think that obviously we have DarkZero coming in with a brand new player, a new substitute coming into the team, and I think if we can see the players that have really been locking on Beastcoast, like Zeno, like Anthony, actually show up and have good games, I don't think it's out of the question.
Can you see that?
Well, no. But I don't think it's out of the question. I'm going DZ as well. But
That's like saying, like, you know, like, yeah, it's possible, like, the studio could get hit by a meteor. You know, it's you never know. There's big rocks in space flying around.
Descend right now into the heavens.
There you go.
Know. It
yeah,
could happen.
Exactly. Yeah.
East Coast need to summon an actual tsunami to hit Vegas right now if they want to win this thing.
All right. Well, let's see what the coin has to say. It's going to be heads, DarkZero, tails, Beastcoast. Stupid coin. It said tails.
We all lose to this, then. I'm just saying.
I don't know. It's happened before.
Yeah.
It'd be way funnier if the coin was also like, nah, I can't stand this.
You never know. If it was Beastcoast Mirage, you know, then the coin picks Mirage, and then it gets to be right. But let's see what the fan vote says this time around. 90% I'm being told DarkZero. There
Only
you go.
90?
I mean,
I feel like if this is even a close game, like even with Skies playing, if this is a close game, DZ go home very angry. Like this is a game you're going in, you're getting your 3 points, you're worried about tomorrow kind of game.
But there is a point that you reach too as a team though sometimes where it's like you don't want to be the first team to give up a win to it, and then that puts even more pressure.
That's true, but usually the other team has to be able to like shoot back. So in this instance, from what we just seen, who's shooting back? Because it's not Anthony, it's not Mark.
Haven't won an attack yet if you lose to a team that hasn't won an attack round, that's a problem.
It's looking grim, and I'm not talking about the operator. Let's look at the fan vote. Let's see what the community poll rather has to say. Which old timer will score higher, Skies or Slashhog?
I'm gonna go ahead with Skies there. Don't think it's really much of a poll. Honestly, expect 99-1.
I like
and the one is like Slash's mom.
Don't disappoint him.
I like the rhyming in that question, if nothing else.
Oh no. Well, this has been a fiery desk segment. There you go. But something to think about. Beastcoast, we got to see what they can do. You got to step up individually. You got to prove us all wrong. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll see if they can do just that when we return to the NAL.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the NAL. Getting ready to head into our second to last game of the day. You've heard it on the desk. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for one of our teams, and for the other one, potentially could be a very quick day. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be true, of course, but the stats don't make it look too promising for Beastcoast as we get ready to head into this matchup.
No, it doesn't, but they do have one thing going in their favor, is the fact that Skies had to step in for DarkZero in place of Hyper. As you can see, him right here on the edge of the bench. So DarkZero will be squaring off against Beastcoast today, who through 2 playdays have only gotten 3 rounds total. It's looking bleak here coming into day 3, but that doesn't mean that they can't try and change up their fate and see if they can try and run amok of the NAL here in the later parts of stage 3. But it all starts now up against a pretty feisty unit that is DZ. Now DZ have had some pretty interesting games here throughout the first couple of playdays here, especially the one up against Soniqs, recently losing 7-3 against a team that also recently made 2 big changes. And now for DZ, we're headed back to where they just had that loss last week.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's not waste any more time. Let's get ourselves into a clubhouse. Will be the battleground for this matchup. Hopefully giving a little bit more credence over to the players on Beastcoast. They should know what to expect from their opponents heading on to this very, very long-standing map here in the Siege community. So let's see if they can get it done, giving us a massive upset for the day, or if DarkZero will give us the expected result and shut things down here. The bans are live, no surprises to start things out, as Maverick is going to be eliminated to make that job of opening things up for CCTV upstairs a little bit more of a pesky job, excuse me.
Absolutely. Now, what's going to be the other offensive ban? This will tell the tape of the offense. It's going to be Habana, more focally pointed towards the hatch play here, try and get rid of some of those X-Kairos that make it so very easy to try and get those hatches open with how you can choose the different patterns for her X-Kairos. So Zamir is going to follow through here for Beastcoast on the defense, one of the most solid defenders that we have available in the defensive pool now, and more than likely, I'd say Mira probably going away here. Thatcher's on the board and everything else, so might see a Kaid ban maybe, and yeah, actually that is what we're going to get. So Kaid off now. Don't want to try and deal with him around walls, but the big thing is that DZ, at least for their last matchup, were looking a lot more solid on defense than they were on offense. It's actually where the Soniqs were able to deal a majority of their damage was the defense, as DZ was only able to put up 1 round on that half. So now starting off on the defensive end could make things a little bit easier for them to at least get the ball rolling.
Basement start, as you would generally expect here for clubhouses. That is going to be very much that bunker that we can see our defenders lock themselves into in this round. Shouldn't really be any exception from that. Skies, I believe, is going to get a little bit adventurous there on the alibi. We can expect maybe 1 or 2 additional players on DC to do the same, but they will eventually make a resounding return to the basement to hold things off here, for an extended play. Meanwhile, over on Beastcoast's side of things, we are bringing a very, very generic lineup of attacking operators. No reason why I would expect this to change, but if they spot anything they feel they need a little bit of extra utility for, they, of course, have the repick as an option for the next 10 or so seconds.
I love the double hard breach here, backing that up with some info as well as some frag grenades out of Anthony. We need to have a big game out of him today, especially running that Yana. That Air X is going to be quite useful in a lot of these gunfights, but as for the DZ camp, I love Skies in the position that he's playing for this squad, especially as kind of, victory lap kind of, thing that he has going on right now for his Siege career. He's kind of got Siege on a back burner right now. He's been asked to step back in for DarkZero, and not only that, but into more of a role that we saw him at the start of his career with teams like Elevate and teams like Obey Alliance, where he played a lot more of an aggressive role. Not only that, but he was quite good at it, back in the day. So we'll see how that works out for them. Skies is currently going to be at the bottom of the red stairwell here, awaiting any BC member around the secret stairs.
We'll see a pretty slow wind-up regardless here. NJ are more likely going to be spotted out by this drone presence in just a moment. As I'm assuming, of course, there wasn't disruption sitting in the way, but Beastcoast will strike first here, catching the roaming mutant Canadian, sending him down and giving Beastcoast an opening 5v4 advantage to play with.
Well, they've gotten the initial pick here, but how is Beastcoast going to translate this? NJR staying aggressive towards the top of main. Xeno flirting back and forth with it, but won't get too aggressive. Wants to try and make sure that there's no more supporting units from DarkZero, and there is not, as the majority of them have rotated their way back downstairs. They'll give Beastcoast the map, but that doesn't mean that they've been able to clear it out just yet. They have to make sure to cross their T's and dot their I's before they get too far ahead of themselves and potentially lose bodies because of it.
It's all gone very, very quiet, especially from DZ's side of things after we've seen the loss of Canadian here. Definitely going to be wanting to take a very careful note of it. Actually, they don't fall back even further than this, as that can make the bunker inside of the site itself downstairs for the basement quite weak and allow Beastcoast to get away with an opening round here. Aside from that, though, not going to see anyone taking any incredulous risks on the DZ side, just kind of showing their face, trying to slow things down from Beastcoast wherever they can. Overall, trying to get a better sense of where this attacking setup may be drifting towards. Should have been a pretty good idea now, as they've taken full control of the first as well as second floor. Just need to make that transition into the basement and take out the remnants of DZ's defense down.
DarkZero have some great crosses downstairs right now, though, and Beastcoast have got to disrupt these. Xeno, I don't know if he's fully out of utility. He's really going to want those concussions to try and apply pressure to some of this defensive setup of DarkZero. They still have some frag grenades and some stuns out of Slash, though, to try and assist the push. But Mark instead will do it through firepower. He takes down Pambazoo and weakens the defense yet again.
Swing from Skies there, is able to catch Surf before he even gets a sense of what's going on down in the basement, wrapping around that final corner of the main stairway. That brings Beastcoast still into a +1 advantage situation, but no longer that outright win that they were looking for. NJR with a very closely won fight, but a much more solid one right after that to knock out Xeno. Leaves it on Mark as well as Slash here, as it's brought down to a 2v1 here. Slash inside of the site. He has the capability to throw the case down on the ground, just not really the time or the positioning to do so. More likely going to be allowed to get away with it, but just as I say that, Skies sneaks in from the back flank over by main stairs and shuts it all down, locking in round number 1 for DZ.
Cool, calm, and collected for DarkZero. Love the transition back to the site and playing their crosses for the entry for Beastcoast. Yeah, Beastcoast have the entire map, but that doesn't mean that they have the means to actually get onto site. They have to take these fights, and DarkZero are much more prepared than BC is, especially for NJR's positioning around blue. He gets 2 isolated fights, and those are the words you never want to hear, especially uttered immediately after NJR, because it usually means he's gotten away with murder, John, and that's exactly what he's done in this instance. 2 people gunned down in blue for Beastcoast. DarkZero pulled the rug out from under them. They thought they had the round in the bag. They just had to try and go in and grasp it away from DZ and their remaining setup on site, but it was too strong to deal with, and now DarkZero will try and back this up on the CCTV defense.
These will shift from DarkZero up to the secondary expected site. We will see some changes coming into the Beastcoast lineup on repick to account for that. Quite a few of them, in fact.
What are we doing here?
Go ahead.
This is going to be fun. I see how this could go wrong in so many different ways, but like there's also so many ways that it could go right. This is going to be a little crazy. I really want to see what Slash wants to do with the smokes here, because obviously Anthony is supposed to play along with him to try and look through those and have some sort of influence. At least just looking at it and using my Siege brain, it really feels like they'd want garage control here to try and play from rafters, smoke across, force the defenders to try and move through that smoke or challenge through it, and allow Glass to do what he does best and start shooting some bananas. But we'll have to see what Beastcoast want to do with this. They've brought a lot of secondary hard breach here, so it's going to open up quite a few different avenues for them to try and abuse.
Sky's continuing to wait for that first bit of pressure to work itself over towards the garage doorway. Not going to be able to find it so easily. Beastcoast obviously taking a bit more of a cautious note this time. With that said, they get a good amount of intel as to what that interior site setup looks like here towards CCTV. And they've got another good drone established by Anthony here as well. So lots of Overwatch already with all the intel they need. Just need to pull the trigger now.
I just noticed something really, really big about BC's lineup. They didn't bring any burn, and not only is there a Jaeger, but there's also a Wamai in play. So that means that potentially a decent amount of Slash's utility could get eaten up. Also, Surf is now dead to the world. Don't exactly know where that happened, but that's Capcan gone. No more smoke play, and that should be a bandit trick here. Yes, it's done. Canadian getting away with so much. He's going to swing into Xeno, gets gunned down, but it's a pretty even trade here. The only piece of hard breach utility left is Slash's pocket.
Important to keep in mind, of course, that Surf was also lost earlier in the rounds. They've already gotten rid of the Capital bullets that would have certainly been needed for Beastcoast to get a proper execute going here into the site. There's micro smokes to block off the line of sight from deeper into cash, alongside, of course, the incendiaries being able to force players out of position. Do not have that as an option now, and certainly is going to be missed as we see Skies and the rest of the team trying to line things up. Anthony as well, his first smoke has been chucked out through the very small breach they've made for themselves. We're going to see a green screen deployed into that as well, just to add extra obscurity for the DZ side, make them uncertain of any play potential they may have inside of that positioning on the site. And as such, it's going to certainly cause them to keep this very, very passive position maintained, but Beastcoast doesn't really seem too confident in their own push behind this either. Most of that utility already having been deployed. I think they may have 1 or 2 additional smokes to try and chuck out here, but for the most part, no, never mind. Looking at it now, the last green screen just went out for Slash, and now he's dead. So, unfortunately, the gambit in the utility department for Beastcoast just has not really worked out. Maybe an opportunity for Zeno to trade it out, and indeed, he will find it. Gets himself that catwalk access, so maybe, just maybe, BC will still have a way to win this one out.
Well, they're still going to have Anthony on the cross, but not only that, Anthony actually has to try and commit through this rotation. Such a dangerous way to try and get to the site, but fortunately enough, Beastcoast have dealt some serious damage to DarkZero's setup. They'll take down NJR to triple kill for Zeno. His best play of the entire stage thus far, but Eclipse is trying to rip it from their hands. He'll take down one, no longer having smoke utility. Mark will deal the death blow, and Beastcoast will get their round.
So nice trade from Beastcoast there, and some really good fragging, just some good marksmanship skills coming in from Zeno, specifically being able to spot out the mistakes from DZ, capitalize on one DZ may have gotten a little bit too overzealous about themselves and made sure they'd be put right back in their place for the team to shut down this round.
I was just awkward, I'd say, that you can say for both ends of that, especially with like how the hard breach gets traded out there, and then we just have the glass sitting on plat. That just doesn't exactly, feel like a great place for him.
For all intents and purposes, the actual attacking strategy with regards to like utility and everything from Beastcoast didn't work. Like failed outright, and they went to this secondary plan of just, we'll just like kind of slow walk in here and see what we can get. And for the most part, that worked tremendously better than what the original plan was there. Is they just kind of, I think, overcomplicated things a little bit with the sense play alongside trying to use the glass to try and get those entries, which again had some promise behind it, but just couldn't make it work in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, well, the big thing with Glaz, as it always has been, is the first time that you hear the report of that rifle, you now know Glaz is on the field, and unless you killed somebody, nobody is going to look at a smoke. Nobody is trying to take an angle like that and take a fight because they know Glaz is more than likely on the other end, and they really can't do anything about it. So it was just a little bit of an awkward play from Beastcoast, but it throws DarkZero off enough to where they're able to get some very serious kills throughout the majority of that round. Starting things off with the kill onto Canadian. He was already getting so much done on that wall, but simply by being patient on the CCTV window, Beastcoast are able to pick him off, or specifically Zeno, who continued to snowball through that round and ended up with 3. So Beastcoast at least getting 1 round over on DarkZero and, moving up that round count for the stage, now on to 4.
All right, guys, we are in a tech pause real quickly here just to make sure you guys are updated. It is not a bug or anything, so we just had an issue, I think, with one of the players' mice, just an in-house issue that we're sorting out real quickly, and then we'll be jumping back into the game. So stick with us for hopefully just another 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll be good to move along. We just had to fix something on DZ's side. You guys might have already spotted it. The admins are working on it right now, so shouldn't be too much longer of a delay. But a good promise here for Beastcoast to put up a decent fight on Clubhouse, being able to take that decent control of CCTV. Potentially could see a retry of that from DZ, but there has been a more common philosophy adopted among most Siege teams where, generally speaking, we see them rotate along all 3 of their sites in the event they need to try and take a pause, that their coach or whoever the out-of-game leadership is going to be can kind of give them input on how all 3 of those sites played out. So we will wait and see if DZ wants to try and go for the full rotate back over into potentially Gym, or if they want to try it, bar stage.
Oh, you said the words.
But we could also, of course, rotate back over into that same site. If they feel that was a fluke attempt from the side of Beastcoast.
Fluke actually casts in Europe.
The verb fluke.
Oh, yeah. No captain in front of that, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Then they'll try to potentially make another play at that. At the moment, we can actually spoil it a little bit here. Because we can see the operator select.
Are you about to tell me the ending of Breaking Bad?
No.
Okay.
It's a sad story. But
it's kind of badass all at the same time, though.
Bit sad at the end, but...
Sorry, I was the first thing that popped into my head was just like I can't remember his name right now, but the main bald guy has a nuke. Like that's like just really oversell the ending there. But yeah.
So it's actually, we've got the soft lock from DarkZero on bar and stage at the moment. So just to spoil that detail a little bit, they potentially are going to be going to a bar and stage hold for round 3, which will be very interesting if we see that played out. This is a site that obviously, if you guys watch the other regions, such as like EU and APAC, they play it pretty commonly now over in that region, but if you're just a North American fan, it's not really one we tend to touch all that often. But I think maybe DZ going to try to take a page out of one of the other region strat books here and deploy it for themselves as well. We've seen it a few times, just definitely not taking inside of the region as of yet.
I was trying to look through here really quickly, but I do believe that one of the, I think the only successful defense that XSET had was actually a bar gaming, well, actually, it is bar gaming on this one, isn't it?
Bar stage.
Bar stage. We have so many bars in this game.
There's a gaming like right next to somewhere in there.
I mean, pool's gaming, right?
Yeah.
It's an esport, I think. Just something like that. No, DarkZero are going to be going for this mid-floor defense, but not only that, they're going to be going with so much information, and that's really what you want on a site setup like this. You really need to know where the entry points are going to be from the offense, how you're going to be able to delay them, how you're going to get in the way of them on something like a top floor clear, things along those lines. And Beastcoast are going to be bringing a lot to the table to try and assist with this. We have the Flores for a lot of those hard-to-reach places with, deployable shields and whatever else DZ want to try and throw at them, but we also have things like Nook as well as Lion to either lock them down in the case of Lion or slink in that back door and try and deal with characters like Canadian on Echo that could potentially be over in Strip.
Either way, it's a very, very complicated setup that teams will have to go for on this hold, and I think that's kind of the hope from DZ, is they're hoping that things will get to be a little bit too complex for BC to properly tear apart. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to work out. Of course, Anthony has brought the Nook into the fold alongside a few other wrinkles for Beastcoast, such as the Lion, alongside, of course, the Flores there too. We talked about him on our previous match about how he can be very useful for knocking out utility on more centered rooms inside of the building that you may not be able to just chuck a nade into from an outside window or something similar to that. So that's why we're going to see him brought in for this time by Zeno, and see what he can work towards. Eclipse actually feeling himself a little bit here. He's going to waltz right up to the new breach that's been made over on Jacuzzi balcony.
Oh, no.
Won't be able to find a mark with the shotgun, but the Nitro will sing true to knock out Slash as he's going to be stuck on drone still.
To this day, I still hate Jacuzzi balcony. That place is just terrible to play. Whether you're, trying to climb up the side of the building, you're repelled or what have you, just so many different angles the defense can try and abuse you from, especially if you get caught off guard like that, right? Like, he has Mark above him, but Mark isn't in an advantageous position. The only fortunate thing that Beastcoast have going for them there is that Slash already got the wall open, so they don't have to worry too much about that. They don't have to dedicate more of Surf's utility to try and assist with that wall, so he can try and, open up some other avenues for them to work themselves through. And speaking of working their way through, Anthony's going to get gunned down from Skies, who's holding things down inside of logistics. DarkZero making mincemeat out of Beastcoast. It's down to just Surf. He's going to go for a swing onto, I do believe, Skies. Nope, it's going to be Pambazoo on the alibi this time around instead. Skies got an MPX and some very nice blonde hair. And Valkyrie will be awaiting Surf as well. He's going to work his way in through Jacuzzi, but really nothing to find. Doesn't even have the case as of right now. That's actually still outside. We'll have to see how far he can get down this path.
Yeah, unfortunately, overall in this round, Beastcoast just kind of playing directly into the hands of DarkZero right from the very start of it, opening up Jacuzzi balcony, trying to play into the extended setup that was basically made to waste time at the end of the day. So that's exactly what they do. The Nitro kill, is perfect, of course, to be able to take things down right at the start. And then there was a hope, I believe, in Beastcoast comms that Anthony would have been able to make impact on the flank, and there was good reason for Anthony himself to believe he would have been able to do it. Got himself all the way through construction and, of course, CCTV without too much of a problem. So he's like, oh yeah, there's no way they know I'm coming. Unfortunately, he learns a lesson very quickly. As soon as he makes a step into logistics, he is shut down. Rest of the team is still operating under the assumption like, oh, he's got our back flank, we're good to make a move here, and unfortunately it just falls to pieces from that point forward.
Well, the other thing is you got to give it up to Skies in that for that sixth sense for the construction rotate, but also on top of that, a quick reminder, Nook isn't as quiet doing certain things as she is doing other things. So the fact that she had to hop through that rotation was actually the giveaway that Nook is more than likely around, or somebody is around logistics, and that's why Sky starts motioning that way. He more than likely heard that hop inside of red into logistics, and he was like, oh, that's not supposed to be happening. He was over here, and he finds himself a Nook. So Anthony gets caught off guard trying to make that play, and honestly, it was pretty good timing with what was going on with Beastcoast, over by the breach, but you got to get those kills, man. That's that game-changing moment right there. Anthony gets Skies, and now DarkZero have to worry about two different fronts at the same time, but instead he shuts that down immediately, and now there's just some people outside of a wall that's, really easy to die from if you try and push.
DZ making their return now to the basement site, as of course they closed that one out to start this matchup up and then went upstairs into CCTV. That is where, of course, Beastcoast found their own success and was able to take a round for themselves. And then we finished out the rotation for DZ, of course, back down in bar and stage where you just saw the last round unfold. So now finally going to make a repeat of that rotation, heading back down to the basement for the first time since round number 1. We'll see if they'll find success and be able to lock in a 3-1 scoreline, really starting to take control of the lead here, or if Beastcoast will be able to keep it close and make some corrections for their last attempt. Gonna be tough to do, as once again, there's many elements to deal with in this clear, including Canadian roaming out and about here on the first floor. With that said, though, credit to Beastcoast. They already dealt with this pretty easily back on round number 1, so it's just a repeat process here now.
And if you do remember back to the game that DZ ended up losing against the Soniqs, we saw Canadian in a very similar position. So not only do we can we kind of look forward into the round and see what's happening, but also Beastcoast more than likely having some research done on this setup. So they should know that's a pretty stacked roam game here, all supporting Canadian. You have that player up top holding on red, but Canadian's been able to work this position time and time again and able to get quite a bit done with it. We did see one round specifically go awry there where he wasn't able to rotate back to site and help them in any influential way, and it ended up with Canadian being the lone soul off of site. But up against Beastcoast, this roam game already starting to pay off as this timer continues to dwindle. We're almost about halfway through the round already.
Indeed, as Beastcoast take a very slow route on this one here, mainly due to the massive amount of movement we're seeing from DarkZero all across the map right now, whether it's Canadian or someone else. It won't matter, apparently, as Surf's just going to insert himself inside of Stock downstairs and knock out Canadian once again, as he just cannot get away with anything at the start of these rounds. Nice Nitro to follow up. Unfortunately, Surf reads into that one and is able to get to a safe distance.
The good news is that there's quite a bit of damage dealt to Surf. Canadian already practically got his job done. There's going to be down some goo mines and another gun at the end of the day. This is completely doable for DarkZero, and in fact, this looks quite similar to what we had seen previously. Beastcoast up on man advantage, but the timer is the factor here. We know that DZ in these low times are very good at holding these crosses on site and can get some very big kills onto BC. I believe that was Anthony's clone working its way through blue, but he'll discover nothing as the majority of these DZ players are hampering down inside of Church, as the Church wall is actually going to get decimated by 3 separate Selma charges.
Clip's going to get hyper-aggressive in this as well. Wants to try and stem the tide as much as possible, as he's going to lose a lot of real estate if he gives up this ground. At the moment, it's working, holding back Zeno and I believe one other member of the Beastcoast roster. At the same time, DZ had outright taken down another member of the team on the back flank, but now Mark going to be able to make his own insertion. And finally, Eclipse will also fall due to Blue being accessible by the rest of this team as well, but time very, very low. Mark needs to secure it now, and thankfully that actually won't be needed. Anthony will shut it out instead as Beastcoast claim a second attacking round.
Very well done from BC. There was definitely some moments there that if DZ were able to land some crucial shots, we more than likely see a different result, but Beastcoast able to mitigate damage on their entry. And not only that, Anthony finally able to make a backdoor play. He vents right in behind him into blue, able to take down the last 2 members of DarkZero. So Beastcoast tie things up. It looks like we're going to have a ball game here on Coast, or on Coast, oh my goodness, on Clubhouse. It's Beastcoast's fault. They have Coast in their name.
Yeah.
They just had to take out Coastline, right? They just had to make it harder for everybody.
So DZ going to make that reattempt onto the basement hold. Not going to see any huge departure from the operator lineup just yet. And the same what we said for Beastcoast, of course, since they won, of course. So why would they change anything up since it worked for them? Away from that, though, DZ curious to see if they'll try to pull back the aggression at all. It's been 2 times now the Canadian's been caught out on a roam game. To be fair, the last round wasted a good amount of time, and as you said, traded some good damage, but it still left the team all that much weaker when it came to the actual site execute. So possibility we could see that called back a little bit, or potentially double down upon us. Of course, we're seeing him set up his own utility back upstairs in gym now, so we could be seeing that bit of an extension for the team to play this one out yet again and try to waste all that time. This time, hopefully able to actually catch Beastcoast when they get to the point that they're ready to attack the basement.
Well, DZ showing a very similar face to what we'd seen previously, but Beastcoast going to be shifting gears here. Anthony's going to have Doke now, and this is going to throw a wrench into the cogs of DarkZero's plan. Anthony, with those logic bombs, is not only going to be able to send a call sign throughout the entire map, making the clear easier for Beastcoast, but he'll also be taking all of the info game away from DarkZero. Nobody can any longer be on cameras or anything of the sort, as Dokkaebi rips that ability away. And make sure that even if you are on Do Not Disturb, you are getting those notifications. So Beastcoast, with that in mind, will start up the clear after that first logic bomb. They know that the majority of this is dealt with. Xeno obviously still worried about these stairwells and the potential for DarkZero members to be lying in wait.
Already a minute gone by. Not a whole lot of clear has been accomplished just yet by Beastcoast, but we're going to see that pace increase quite rapidly now that the time is starting to shrink down a little bit lower. Mark starting to open up the windows, of course, leading into both stock as well as the inside of kitchen. Trying to potentially set himself up for some openings there if they want to try to play the top downs. We haven't really seen BC shift into that mindset yet where they really want to try to play onto that and optimize their nade usage. Of course, not really going to see any frags brought anyway, so more than likely going to be avoiding it as a result of that. Canadian still waiting for this play to potentially open up those. He's prime with the nitro cell, ready to send it back. The first person to try to slaps open the floor above him, but as I was just mentioning, Beastcoast not really playing into that too much. Probably not going to be a lot of play opportunity here for Canadian. Xeno will take a large amount of damage, I believe, as he tries to take his first steps out at the bottom of main stairs there. He'll be dropped down to about 50 HP from that play.
Oh, this is going to be difficult for Beastcoast, John. They're flying blind here. Look at the drone count. Only 2 drones remaining, and Xeno's piloting one of them. So fortunately enough, they'll at least know where Pambazoo is, and kind of what Canadian's doing in the back of Armory, but its last drone, at least its last leg, now down inside of Church. They have an impact to try and deal with that Selma. Pambazoo, I do believe, trying to get the last drone. He won't be able to stifle it. Instead, it's going to be the pressure from Beastcoast. They have to swing into this, and they've caught them off guard, but oh no, it's actually going to be the Prisma to assist in taking down the member of Beastcoast. The only person in that room that wasn't Rio gets a bullet through the brain, and BC are left because of it. NJR will take down one. It's up to Mark as he's going to try and clamber down the stairwell for main, but he realizes the case is over on the Moto's side, so he's going to shift over and try and play through this hatch instead. He'll more than likely drop into his demise as bullets fly back and forth, but fortunately for Mark's sake, he will stay alive. He does have those EMPs, but Sky's there for the kill and the assist from the remaining members of DarkZero. A bang-up job in that round for DZ.
Fortunately, it's not a whole lot of play potential for Mark. You saw him taking up position in the kitchen. I mentioned it earlier, too, about when we were actually going to be seeing those holes being made to potentially flush out Canadian or anybody else who wanted to play deep into Arsenal, but shows up just way too late, unfortunately, and the support is nowhere near enough. The team was struggling in other areas as well, such as that wall leading into Church coming out through the bottom of the stairs from Moto. So, once again, a lot of problems that Beastcoast had to deal with and just not enough time to properly locate them. So, DZ finally gets a successful basement defense, second one that is for themselves, and they're going to move upstairs here into Jam and Bedroom for the first time in this half on the final round of the half.
Yeah, pretty awkward round there for Beastcoast, especially when it finally came down to the entry, right? Just no info game to really influence
also,
anything.
like, no one really seemed like they wanted to go in. Like, it didn't really seem like they were ready for it, basically.
Yeah, very, very low time. No one really wanted to take those fights, and finally when they do, they shoot the only thing that isn't a real person. You really got to feel for Beastcoast on that entry there for Church, because, you know, if they do get that initial kill onto DarkZero, and there was a very big chance that they do, because all of DZ weren't suspecting them, even at a low time there, which was a little awkward for me personally. Just no one watching the Moto door, and there's like 20 seconds left, but it is what it is. DZ are still able to take down Beastcoast because of those missteps, and now they're shifting upstairs to try and take control of Gym and Bedroom.
The usual suspect here on the defense for a Gym and Bedroom defense. We're actually going to have a pulse coming in there for a Canadian as well.
No Frost, though.
Yeah, no Frost to try and fend off some of those early rotates. You'll get into areas like Logi and whatnot, so that's where Canadian will more than likely take its place in the pulse and try and give them better intel. But what are we going on over here towards the main stairs? Oh, and Nitro Cell goes flying as well. A little bit too far off the mark, though, as I think the timing works out for Beastcoast, and they're able to avoid a premature death.
That was a pretty good pun, as that actually was Mark that climbed up the side of that building. So I know you didn't, mean to do it, but it was still very well accepted. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. Gonna have the pulse play here for Jacuzzi, but we do know how this went the last time. Slash more than likely aware that he could be blown sky high yet again. You can see him just waiting for any of the BC team to actually rotate and assist him with this wall. We do have the Selmas eating up the other side of the building, getting CCTV open, Logi hatch already done. So Beastcoast, at least for the early game, getting all of their boxes checked. It seems like the Jacuzzi wall will more than likely be the last effort.
It's got great intel coming out from Canadian. Knows for sure they've got the setup ready to go and ready to more than likely open up this wall at a moment's notice. They're going to make the attempt for it now. Canadian here still in the hot zone. Going to try to give out the intel on a moment-by-moment basis. It just does not work. Fading over two. Kills Zeno. It's Slash that gets the third one there. Not Zeno's. Some good support as he very well may have saved Zeno's life here. He's not going to take a risk on that though at this point. Needs someone else to establish the cross before he can potentially go back to pick up his teammate. But either way, the damage is done and an overzealous DarkZero has paid the price.
You can say that again. 3 people occupying the same wall and their fate all the same, all just to get Zeno down. And he's been picked back up, so it's still a 5 versus 2. Make it a 5 versus 1 after Eclipse loses his head. It's all up to Skies. Frag grenade here, holding him for CCTV. Tries to turn on a dime, but Surf will get him instead. It's a flawless round for Beastcoast.
So that'll tie us up, I believe, at 3-3. Nicely done from Beastcoast here on that round specifically. Unfortunately, DarkZero kind of setting themselves up for that one as they take the challenge. You're going to see it here on the replay. Walking out through Jacuzzi. Obviously, the players on Beastcoast are more than ready for that, even with the Pulse intel coming out. So this play from DZ, unfortunately, just sets them up for defeat.
Well, it does actually look like Beastcoast have taken their sensu beans, my friend, because as of now, they have officially matched the same amount of rounds that they had throughout the entirety of Stage 3 in one game. I mean, you can laugh if you want to. That's crazy. The fact that they only had 3 rounds in the first 2 games and now up against DarkZero is 3-3 on Clubhouse. And you got to remember, Canadians specifically, not a slouch on this map. This is probably one of his best shot-calling maps that he has in his arsenal.
So we'll see if Beastcoast can find as much strength on the defensive side now, as generally speaking, this map does tend to trend a little bit more towards the defenders. Obviously, with the new patch in play, some of that gets shaken up into the air from time to time with metas shifting around as well. I haven't seen this map played out too much just yet, but again, given the tradition, no reason why we'd expect for it to depart too heavily from its defender-sided nature. So Beastcoast probably feeling very happy about themselves that they're able to equalize the scoreline coming off their own attacking side. Now can potentially take an early lead with a successful basement defense, if they can get that, of course.
Yes, indeed. Beastcoast start off on the right foot for their offensive side, but can they do it for the defense? It's going to be an extended hold here all the way upstairs, as to be expected for Club. They want to try and delay as long as they can on this DZ offense. This will attempt to clear the building. Beastcoast are going to have a couple of very similar pillars, minus the Goyo. That's not something we saw very often, but neither did NJR till a moment ago when he lost the gun battle up against Surf. We'll end up getting the opener for the defense. DarkZero haven't even begun breaking up this top floor, and they're already down one of their most crucial ops.
Certainly not the greatest start to things for DarkZero. Unfortunately, not going to have the easiest time trying to hunt down the extended game as a result of that. When you mentioned it there, the Jackal now being eliminated gives free roam capability to Mark and anyone else that's still positioning themselves on the first and second floor to try and waste out that additional time. Already a minute gone from the clock here. And plenty more still to be drained out due to the very slow pace that DZ will have to have on their own clear due to the result of the lost NJR.
Well, Eclipse knew just how aggro Beastcoast could have potentially have been there, and will hightail it away before he blows the CCTV wall. But DZ, they're starting to get taken down from off of sight now. Nitro cells abound to at least be able to secure one, and now Surf taking some heat from the DZ angle, but they haven't been able to secure it just yet. Sky is constantly moving back and forth inside of Garage as well, but he hasn't found a means to actually work his way forward and get anything worthwhile done for DarkZero. He's going to be able to at least get rid of the Banshee here inside of Blue, but obviously that massive explosion will give away his positioning, and they'll more than likely be aware that a member of DarkZero wants to try and get control of Blue. All the while, this timer continues to eat at the sides of DarkZero. Pambazoo will be able to pick up at least one member, trying to bring this back to a much more even playing field, but as of now, still down 4-3.
Sky's going to be waiting for an opportunity to strike back, but Panba will end up finding it first, knocking out Mark, and another one for Panba as well, as he's just been unleashed on the interior of the site. He will be caught by Zeno, of course, trying to go a little bit deeper there to move himself all the way into Church, but regardless, an opportunity has been opened up. Sky's a nice pick as well, looking for one more, and he nearly gets it, but what's more important is allowed for this to happen. Eclipse gets the plant, and even better, is able to get the follow-through to take out the last player alive on Beastcoast as well. DarkZero with a rocky few rounds here, but they are able to rebound on the first of their attack to still maintain the lead at 4-3.
You got to give it up to DarkZero for the ultimate patience game there. You know, not really able to get too much done in the first minute and a half, but really pulling it back when they needed it most, especially for Pambazoo on the entry to the actual site. And that's not a position that's easy to get that done either. He's playing that strictly off of the kitchen hash, which if you're playing the basement, that is the one thing that every defender is so very aware of. Somebody's going to potentially drop from here, somebody's going to take an angle or anything in between, but yet Pambazoo is still able to muster a triple kill for DarkZero. Not only that, set them up for victory, distracting quite a few people, allowing Skies to finally slip through the cracks into blue and have some serious influence over Xeno's position. Very well done from DZ as we move into round 8.
So with DZ back in control of the lead, they're going to need to take control of their operator lineup here as well. I believe they made the assumption that Beastcoast were going to switch to an upstairs hold inside of CCTV. That would explain, of course, we had a few of these more interesting picks coming in specifically for Canadian there, but they're going to end up repicking it. NJR back on the Jackal, Canadian back on the Buck, Skies over to the Yana one more time, and of course Panba onto the Sledge, since we are going to have that reattempt onto the basement. Defense here from the players on Beastcoast. A few changes in Beastcoast lineup as well, but nothing tectonically shifting here as they're just going to try to slow things down a little bit. Xeno, of course, bringing those Banshees into the fold to try and stop it, and of course Surf adding a little bit more intel with the Valkyrie cameras being added to the defensive lineup too.
Always a big fan of the Banshees coming in. Malusi, one of the strongest ops that we have on defense, and never a bad time to bring her either, especially since she has that BP as well as, I do believe, impacts as her secondary, so she can do so much for your defensive squad.
Wow.
Nitro Cell out, no damage either to the DarkZero lineup. Actually quite surprised by that one. It seemed like Mark had the lineup, but not going to pay off, unfortunately enough, for Beastcoast. They do still have this top floor defense working swimmingly for them. Surf is going to be over here inside of Cash, and no one bearing down on his location just yet. But as soon as I say that, Eclipse is going to be popping open the CCTV wall, so it seems to be just a time thing, not really as a if it's going to happen type of beat. So Beastcoast will stick to their guns on their roam here. DarkZero not donning the doorstep just yet.
Because they're still very patiently waiting from their extended positions. Mark is going to get caught out, I believe, over the top of Jim, so he'll be forced to rotate away over towards construction. And JR, of course, already self-inserted all the way towards Logi through the hatch, but he's very much alone in this position. So we'll wait to see if they can catch any of the movement from players like Mark, potentially when they try to move downstairs. You can see here as well, Surf set up in a little bit of a position to try to counter out players that may be trying to go over to the hatch position where Mark would rotate into. The patience from NJR pays off, though, as he's going to end up finding Mark first, taking him down as he attempts to move out of that bathroom, and sets up DZ as well for a 5v4. Still plenty of players to knock out, though, and a little over a minute to go, so DZ will need to start to speed things up pretty soon.
Yeah, DarkZero are lurching to the finish line, but that doesn't mean that they can cross, or rather can't cross in first place. Some nice angles here adopted by the Buck. It's going to apply a lot of pressure to Surf, force his move, and Skies will take him down. As we were talking about earlier, Skies back into a position where we saw him very early in his career, and honestly, one of the most fun people to watch in an aggressive position. Skies always fantastic decision-making when it comes to more of these aggro looks, and able to at least get one, looking to go for the drop with Pambazoo and everybody else as they'll try and swing and take down these players. Xeno will be able to at least take out Skies. The pistol won't get it for Eclipse, though. And now the back of Armory open for the taking. Slash has something to say about this, though. Constant Marks out. He's the lone soul for Beastcoast. They know exactly where he is as well. The plant will start, but it'll be NJR through the wall of Armory to take him down. Eclipse will shake off that round, and DarkZero will take it.
DarkZero going to be feeling a lot more confident about themselves probably after these two successful basement attacks. They had to take it very, very carefully to make sure they didn't get tripped up. Was otherwise the fairly successful shenanigans that Beastcoast had been deploying towards on the attacking side. For the defense, though, it is not working nearly as much. So a much more solid lead has been put up by our attackers here for the second half, of course. And that leaves Beastcoast somewhat struggling to try to figure out where they can net this first round. They're going to attempt to do it upstairs in gym and bedroom. Is 2 times in a row on the basement defense. Not even coming close, unfortunately, as well. It's just not going to leave them with enough confidence to go for it a third time.
Beastcoast on the offenses were doing a pretty bang-up job, I'd say, especially with some of the initial picks that they were able to get and some of the translations that we saw Beastcoast go for inside of their rounds. But now that DarkZero's on the offense and they have control over this pacing, Beastcoast hasn't been able to deal, like a death nail or anything to DarkZero inside of a round to where it's just so overly complicated. They really don't have a means to be able to get back into it. DarkZero constantly ahead of the curve when it comes to Beastcoast. Even if the man count is equal. DarkZero still have quite a bit of what they need in order to enact themselves upon the site later into the round and pull that back. So for Beastcoast, it's really an attempt to try and get in front of DarkZero's game plan, but we need to see how they can potentially switch this up. We haven't really seen a great job of, trying to find refrag potential or anything of the sort, so it might be a big change in the means of how they're trying to set up some of these sites and how they're just trying to position themselves around each other. But kind of a bigger fold here, I'd say, is Canadian. He's going to actually go back to the colleague that we saw him using last week on Club.
Now, this is, of course, going to be one of the few operators that has the capability to actually destroy gadgets outright through walls via her utility, so that may be part of why they're trying to bring this one in. Of course, specifically for Jim Bedroom, the overwatch from the outside of the two main repel points as well is going to be potentially a way for Canadian to set himself up for some early downs when things get chaotic inside of the site scramble. A lot of reasons, actually, why she could potentially be brought in, but still a very strange pick when we do see her, of course. That's very, very rare, but I think in this situation, it should work pretty well for DZ's attacking lineup. It's just going to be a little rough if they lose a few players on the roam clear here. Then they definitely would have probably liked to have a more traditional operator. Thankfully, things are working out in regards to that. Skies will be able to take down Slash and get a nice start going for DZ.
Oh, he's going to set up the zero cam as well. I don't know if Surf got that. One or two plays he could have potentially went for there. Try and kill the man that just set the cam, or kill the cam and get out of there before somebody knows that you're in the area. Surf, he's taking so much heat, and he's going to stay in the lane as well. An ego on this guy. Pambazu will gun him to the ground, as he doesn't expect anybody to be on repel. DarkZero setting themselves up for victory here in round 9.
Members of DarkZero, indeed, just looking for that final setup to get themselves there. They're pretty much all but ready to move in. As we can see, the last few members of Beastcoast trying to get themselves out of the hot zone. You can now already tell Pamba has moved fully into the site, taking control. Mark's not even going to realize that they've lost that site control as well, so he'll go down outright to Pamba. Zeno is the only one left, as the other teammate for BC also fell in that scramble. And Zeno won't even see what hit him as Pamba continues his conquest into construction to take out the last player on BC. That's DZ now, surging ahead with just one more round to go.
DarkZero didn't have to put a single person inside of that building on an aggressive front minus Skies, and Skies was only there to stop the rat downstairs.
I mean, that's one of the benefits of Cali, right? Because to an extent, you're going to have a similar effect to Glass, where it's like, oh, I'm not peeking that.
That's true, yeah.
Especially for the windows in sight.
Yeah, exactly. So it is quite the big threat when Kali is on the field like that, but past that, it only becomes difficult for Kali when it comes to like CQC fights. You really have to try and benefit off of that secondary pistol. Luckily enough, she has a fantastic secondary pistol, but that's when obviously kind of the wheels fall off the sniper rifle. And even inside of that round, you saw Canadian only got a kill with the secondary pistol, but it's exactly what you were talking about.
It's more the fear.
Having that pressure out there, instilling the fear of God in the defense and making sure they know if they try and hop out, they're going to eat a Magnum bullet. It's definitely something to try and force the defense to adhere to caution. Works out well for DarkZero, up 6-3 right now after they decimate the defensive setup of BC in the last round.
DC was expecting to see another upstairs defense show up here. To an extent, you're still going to get that from Beastcoast, of course, but it's just going to be, I believe we're in bar, actually, for this hold now.
We are indeed.
Correctly.
Bar billiards, not bar gaming, remember. Bar billiards.
So we are going to see how the players on Beastcoast will be able to extend themselves out to appropriate this setup for
bar
themselves.
stage. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, bar. I was about to say. Didn't want to correct you in the moment.
Hey.
Either way.
Professional, by the way.
Semantics. As we move deeper into this round, we are going to see, of course, that very slow and cautious approach from DarkZero. They know that Beastcoast are out and about. They should have been able to figure that out pretty quickly from just their general droning that was done in the drone phase itself. But where exactly Beastcoast are going to try to take some risks and maybe even hop out, that is still yet to be seen. And the operator lineup probably throwing them off a little bit as well. Not something we've seen really from Beastcoast so far throughout this one, so they do have to watch out for quite a few of these utility pieces and analyze the interior building setup before they try to get too adventurous.
All right, well, Skies throwing himself around this operator roulette. Still actually land on Thatcher for this one. I do believe this is going to be the first time that we've seen Thatcher inside of this game, and this EMP is going to be the utmost assistance in getting these walls open. DarkZero also worried about what's going on over on the cash side, and they'll find themselves a Legion. That'll be Surf awaiting the arrival of DarkZero.
Surf just waiting for the lineup to happen, and he's going to get it perfectly. Panba tries to creep his head out just a millimeter, but it's a millimeter too much. Surf cuts it off here. Still no additional counter pressure coming out against him as well. We have two other players trying to work their way back in from the top garage catwalk, as well as the breach that had been made. But Surf, he's already adjusted for this, backed up, and now that's the case getting dropped by him as Eclipse goes a bit too far out to try to take the next duel.
Yeah, sticking their neck out, and it continues to get chopped at by Beastcoast. Slash will take down Canadian. DarkZero not allowed to cross the finish line just yet, especially if Beastcoast have something to say about it. And JR and Skies will have to try and get through the thick of these woods, as Skies will be over in cons on his lonesome. He's got two people bearing down on his location, and JR will take out one. Skies is immediately going to hightail it towards the outside window here for CCTV, but instead I do believe that they're rotating down low. Might potentially try and go for this stage plant here, and JR can potentially try and take out Slash, but there's so many long angles to worry about downstairs. It's going to be hard fought for DarkZero either way you slice it, and JR will at least be able to get control of Billiards, but Surf going to make mincemeat of him. It's a triple kill for him on the round, make it a quad as he pre-fires Skies off the angle and stage. Beastcoast stay alive.
Incredibly successful upstairs hold from Beastcoast, and one that I think DarkZero expected to be a little bit more straightforward there, trying to walk themselves into it, just not ready for the immediate challenges being thrown at them from the CCTV side, and they just continue to bleed players down past that point, thinking that Beastcoast would be playing this very conservative, very held-back style, but that's not the way you win a bar stage defense. It's very much the opposite will oftentimes excel you into a winning spot, and that's how Beastcoast managed to get things done. DarkZero thrown for a loop there, but it's only for one round. We still have two more that Beastcoast need to make up for, and this is the big problem now for Beastcoast. That's the only site upstairs in bar that they've found success so far in this half.
Yes, indeed. And now we head back down low. But good news is that we've got some solid denial as well as some solid slowdown for Beastcoast, trying to get in front of DarkZero here. We do have those Banshees, but the biggest factor of this obviously being the info game that BC are bringing to the table, and the likes of Valkyrie and Pulse. We're looking for Slash especially to get away with a lot here. Surf is more set it and forget it. He'll more than likely be allowed to just roam around, potentially try and get some kills here and slow down DarkZero in that way. So he'll set up the rest of his cameras as DarkZero will get out and onto the field. We're going to have the Jackal back into play, but everything else making quite a bit of sense. Sky is going to continue to rotate around to different ops as he will allocate himself to the Nook this time.
Time will continue to tick down. We will have the players from DarkZero still being very cautious about their opening moves here, setting themselves up for success already. On the dirt tunnel walk-in that we can see at least the sledge Panba is going to be set up prematurely to try to work his way into. Rest of the team wants to try and go for a bit of a top-down approach. You can see Eclipse is going to be heading up to the roof to try and open up the hatch there. Flush out the positions for Mark and a few of the other players on Beastcoast. Will take a lot to burn them out, those. They'll certainly be brimming with confidence after the events of the previous round here. They know they can take challenges against them in those unexpected positions, but they need to do it sooner rather than later. If they give DZ all of this time, there's no longer the restriction of the first floor bar area, of course, being cut off since it's going to be the site, so DZ should be able to find out the positions of Mark and these other players relatively quickly. That means that their time to strike is going to be limited.
Well, let's also act like it's not hidden either, because they more than likely know that there's two members upstairs. This is just the default roam strategy for Clubhouse. You usually have two bodies up top, and DarkZero want to try and get ahead of them and make sure they're not allowed to rotate out, because these are practically free kills if they're able to cut them off. But looks like main stairs is still right for the taking for BC, as you know, at least be able to get control at the bottom of it, pseudo guaranteeing that they'll be able to make it back to site. Canadian taking a lot of heat here, putting himself in hot water inside of kitchen, about half of his HP gone. But DarkZero has a lot going on all at once right now. NJR as well as Skies both clearing out up top. Don't know if Surf got found or Mark, but we'll just have to see.
They're still waiting for a chance to strike. Has not been able to get it just yet here, but time getting low now. That's exactly what Beastcoast wants to have happen here. DarkZero be forced into a scramble to execute where they're going to make mistakes and where Beastcoast players are going to go unnoticed, and they can pop out and pick up some free kills on their own that hopefully won't be traded back. DarkZero, very, very slow lead up to this one, and we can see NJR getting very close to the position of at least one of the members of Beastcoast sitting further down those main stairs positions, but it looks like that player may have given that up, fell back further into the site. Regardless, it's going to be Slash that finally gets the first kill of the round at only 40 seconds to go.
Huge issue now for DarkZero. Beastcoast with so many bodies on site are able to try and slow down the entire take all at once. And not only that, DarkZero have lost every fight minus Eclipse flying in. Pambazoo with some big kills though. We've somehow been able to get this to a 2v2, and not only that, Eclipse quite close to Pamba, but no, he actually has to try and shift across. He's actually going to try and combat the man upstairs. He gets some shots. He'll take down Slash. DarkZero, there's no way you can get it done here. Mark, he gets the kill, but he can't get it onto Pambazoo. Oh my, the saving grace of DarkZero throughout all of Clubhouse does it again, as DZ will take Dubhouse.
So DZ are able to recover, closing out that last round. Quite a scrappy few final rounds as we got towards the tail end of our first half, of course, and finished off this game as well. But it got the job done at the end of the day, and that's probably exactly what DZ just wanted to have happen here. Obviously, not the best circumstance having to swap a player out just a few days back, so working with some issues absolutely as a result of that. But given their opponent, they still wanted the victory here today, and they were able to find it. Regardless though, props to Beastcoast as well. A massive increase in their own performance. Just looking at last week's games versus this one, their attacks looking much more promising, and their defense, given time, I think has some workings in it as well.
Absolutely. They've eclipsed what they've been able to do thus far throughout the stage, so very happy for Beastcoast. But for DarkZero having Sky step in and look so good already, I think that we can potentially see DZ trying to make a major run again, but we'll just have to see. But that's going to do it for BZ versus DarkZero. We're going to send you to a short break, and we'll be back with our analyst desk.
And just like that, another win for DarkZero. Beastcoast, unfortunately for them, another loss, 0-3 on the stage right now. But they looked better, I think, this week than we saw last week. Zeno showed up a little bit more. They made DZ work for it a bit, at least, right?
Yeah, it's nice to see them winning a couple of rounds. They win their first attack round as well today, so congratulations, Beastcoast, on that. Ultimately, still a lot of problems, I think, with the roster, but at least it's not like 7-1, 7-2.
True enough. Well, we got NJR standing by over in Vegas to talk a little bit about that last game. NJR, congrats on the win today, but you did have to work for it a little bit. Were you a little bit surprised at all by anything Beastcoast threw at you today?
No, not really.
No, all right. Well, there you go.
NJ, I know you guys played the same map back-to-back, right? You were on Clubhouse last week against the Soniqs as well. For you, especially on attack, that was kind of a struggling map for you. What did you try to change between the last time you played Clubhouse and today to have a bit more of an impact on attack?
I mean, I think it was just kind of an off game for me. Like, our attacks were struggling. Just kind of went that way. Didn't have the best game.
What's it like going from, you know, you've been playing with Paul since you joined DZ, he's been on the team forever, to now all of a sudden Skies is there, and obviously Skies is, in the past, has kind of been more of like an IGL, kind of a big voice on the team. Obviously, I would assume with Canadian, he's maybe not doing that. Is it taking some getting used to, just seeing Skies there, obviously different play styles, or do you feel like he's just kind of stepping into the role and doing, you know, whatever you guys need him to do?
I feel like Alex has slotted in like really well with us, actually. He's been very vocal about not really wanting a leadership role, and I think he's been very comfortable in our scrims, and obviously in the game he played very well. So I think so far everything is going real good, and it's very refreshing for us, I think.
For you guys, when it comes towards future expectations, obviously trying to get back in the top 4 and going for major contention is on the cards. But with the whole thing surrounding both Hyper and Skies happening at the same time, would you just be happy if you were able to get back to a point where you feel like your play is stabilizing again, or do you still want to try to push as hard as you can with the major with Skies on the team?
I mean, obviously an unfortunate situation, but I think we are still all very confident. Practice has been going really well, so I think very soon we're going to be just about where we left off. So I think we're still pushing.
All right, there you go. Well, pushing through for a win today. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us a little bit. Good luck in the match tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Have a good nice day.
You too. All right, NJR from Team DarkZero. 7-4 victory over Beastcoast. As we said earlier, Beastcoast, you know, doing a little bit better than we saw them do last week. To me, the big thing here is Zeno with the 9-7 score line, finally kind of making something happen. We were wondering when he was going to start to kind of show up a little bit. It's tough. You're in the pro league now. There's a lot of pressure. Your team is losing. It's a lot to take kind of as a new player, but I think he kind of, even though they didn't win the match, he did finally kind of show why he deserves a spot here today.
Yeah, I'm excited that Zeno is at least having a decent game here today. Obviously, he's a player that I was really excited about joining the league. I know a lot of people have kind of talked up Zeno as maybe not, you know, the #1 pick, but #2, #3 out of CL. Those are things that people have said.
Sure, yeah.
So to finally see him like having a decent game, I love that from him. Still, obviously, more to work on as a team perspective, but nice that he's going 1-0 in entry and finally positive on the KD.
I think it's just good to see DarkZero continuing to find success with a guy who's not Hyper, who's been injected into their system for quite some time. I do wonder how much culture shock it is for Skies to come into a DZ, like, whole structure that isn't the exact same thing that it was back when he was still a player. There are obviously some similarities, but it's been a really long time since he was in that system. It's been over a year. So for him to kind of come back into things on short notice, say that he was doing the team a favor by coming back into it and still put up a 9-6 scoreline, playing mostly Nook on attack, it does seem like he's slotting into what Hyper was doing, like mostly on a 1-for-1 basis. But still, I would have totally expected Skies to have been out of the game for so long and then maybe have a bit of like a slump to start things off. Not the case, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, even with Skies playing, and he honestly was one of their better performers today, I feel like DZ are not happy with that game at all. They had 2 multi-man advantages that they ended up bringing back and winning. Otherwise, they could have been down, I think, 6-5 at one point. On the side of Beastcoast, I think is really good for Zeno, his confidence level as, you know, a rookie player to kind of, you know, he had a good game, 9-7, got his first entry kill in the league. The problem is going to remain with Beastcoast. Once again, Anthony's going 3-8. He's playing roles that he needs to get kills on. He's literally getting out-fragged by their coach. It's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, we got to call it like we see it. And I mean, like, that's definitely something where if you're Beastcoast, you're getting a little bit worried. You got to either find a way to step it up or you got to, again, make some changes. Beastcoast, a team that had a lot of changes coming into 2022. What do you do after stage 3 now with the way things are going?
Yeah, I don't know. For Beastcoast, you're kind of in a situation where, like, last year they were kind of not at the top of the league, right? And then, they've been making changes. Sweater was brought into the roster. That was kind of supposed to fix things for Beastcoast. Clearly it didn't. Now they're back here with a couple new rookies, Zeno coming in. I do have high hopes for Verta, right? If Verta can jump into this roster, maybe he can be, Verta's a great player in Challenger League, and I think he can be somebody who can start to change things for Beastcoast, but I think there's still a long journey ahead.
I guess I just don't know what the future plan for Beastcoast is right now. I don't know if you're just trying to survive through as much of the stage as possible, and then when Verta comes back in, you actually understand how you're supposed to work together as a team, or are you playing with the expectation that he's not going to show up, and then you go to the qualifiers, but we know how cruel of a mistress SI qualifiers are typically. So are you playing for that with expectations to do well there? Are you just trying to last through the rest of this year? Like, I don't really know if they know what their overall plan is for the rest of this stage, but there's just not really all that much for them to look forward to, and I can empathize with that being a really crappy situation to find themselves in.
Well, there is some silver lining here and there to that. Our first replay that we're going to take a look at is an example of it, and we're actually going to have Jesse introduce this one as he ambles on over to the telestrator to break it down in greater detail than we usually get to see. Exciting stuff.
Indeed, Doa.
Take it away.
Let's go see, right? Because obviously this was a round that was happening all the way back, round 2, CCTV cache. This is a bomb site that is pretty well understood in Rainbow Six, okay? Lots of people know that this is the bomb site where you need to get in, you need to get open the wall, you need to get control of rafters, and then go for your execute. And although that is what's done by Beastcoast, they do it in a very unique way. So I wanted to highlight this. I think it is a cool strategy, something that you can do if you're struggling this. Step 1, opening the wall. What do we have going on? Well, first of all, before I even press play, notice the position of some of these players. Zeno able to look in through the window, help if anybody's trying to play around the wall. Obviously, Bandit being brought by Canadian, already dead, so won't be a threat, but still was a potential there. Then you see in the top right screen, Mark is actually bringing EMP grenades, and he throws his second one here onto the wall to try to make it a little bit easier so that they can get these Bandit batteries off. And then we see Slash, of course, with that can opener, the hard breach gadget, able to open the wall. Now, if you had a Capitao here, of course, it was brought by Surf. It was taken out already. He can help with the fire arrows a little bit, right? If he can get some angles in onto the wall. Again, try to stop some of that Bandit trick play, but not going to come in through there. So we've got everybody kind of helping out with this wall getting open so far. We've got the sledge with the EMPs. We've got the can openers. We've got the cover from Zeno. And then the last person, of course, is going to be Slash, who is helping out with the wall. And then, of course, the sniper as well. Anthony playing on the glass. It's a fun little strategy. And you'll notice here, more smoke is covering the entryway, right? So with these toxic babes, it's another layer that the glass can see through. It's more of that smoke that will help out the attackers. So they've got all 5 players, if they were alive, contributing to the first step here, and they've brought a lot of interesting operators for it. Now they've got the pressure being applied, and we're gonna see Anthony using a couple of these shots, providing a lot more of that pressure. Notice as well, he's bringing the frag grenades rather than the smokes himself. It's because he's got the sends to help him out there. He's got some of the other teammates to help him with that utility. Step 2. Going to be moving over to the garage. And of course, this is where we're going to see Zeno really step up. But again, he's got a lot of that support to help him out. The first thing that you're going to notice, and it's going to be pretty quick right here, the very bottom, drone coming in from Slash. Okay, Anthony also has a drone on these stairs, and he's able to feed that information to take down Skies. So they've got that going for them. Then watch Slash himself down here in the bottom right. He's going to use these walls and graciously sacrifice his life, distracting Skies, making them think that that is the only threat. And because of that, Zeno is able to sneak in through the garage, go under the rafters, and then back up these stairs to find the pick. And again, there is barbed wire there, right? That's a very common counter to this kind of strategy, walking up the stairs. But it's not heard by Skies. He's far enough away. Going to get this pick. At the same time, Mark is down below, causing some chaos, and they're going to transition into the third part of this round, which is, of course, the execute in the last 30 seconds. Now, notice the fuse kit up here with Anthony. That's going to be a bit of a dangerous play because nobody else is there. Those frag grenades coming in to help out, being able to get the pick here onto Pambazoo. And now it's a 3v2 push. They're feeling really good. They're going to send 2 players in through the rafters. Again, Anthony with the kit all alone. Watch this play from Eclipse, because right now he's in a position where he knows he's in a very bad spot, but with Kit out here and with that sniper, of course, the Glaz can't really take those close range engagements. Eclipse SMG-11 pushes him for that frag. Beautiful there, because at this point, 10 seconds left in the round, they realistically can't grab that Kit Unfortunately, he's not allowed to survive for those last 10 seconds. He does end up losing it out there, but I did think he made the right call in the end. Again, not a bomb site that often gets a lot of variation, but I thought that was a cool strat from Beastcoast. Worked very well. If your ranked games are struggling with the site, give it a try.
You wouldn't really think that you'd be saying that about a Beastcoast round, but it's kind of cool that you are, honestly. It was good coordination for the couple of rounds where it worked for Beastcoast, and again, they came into this game not having a single attack round under their belt, got 3, and then it was mostly just a problem when they were playing defense was the thing. It felt like they kind of forgot how to play.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, Beastcoast, at least they got a couple rounds, at least like you said, we saw some signs of life. That's the main thing we were looking for out of them. Now, DarkZero, of course, the team that ended up getting the win. We're going to take a look at round number 7 next, and this is kind of DarkZero just doing a good job of taking advantage of the opportunities that Beastcoast is kind of sending their way.
Yeah, to me in this round, it was a good example of Beastcoast kind of not understanding positioning. A lot of that's going to be down to, honestly, experience. They have a 5v3 advantage. 2 of them are going to die to Panba, who's above, and then they're going to be able to drop Kitchen Hatch without anybody really understanding where. Zeno is playing Dirt, but as you see, there's literally no threat at all in Dirt. So people are going to be able to move through back Armory while he's still holding that. Slash, as you see, he's holding under Moto towards main. Now nobody's holding Kitchen Hatch, so they lose the entire site here. And Pamba just, and the crazy thing is that this literally happened twice. We saw it the last round of the match. Basically, carbon copy. They're just not holding the right angles. They're not playing the right positions. They're giving up kills in situations where you shouldn't. Simply put, if you have a 3v5 and you're on defense, if you play in areas to make the other team plant, in areas where you can always be traded, it's impossible to lose the round. If you force them to plant in a 3v5, that's now a 2v5 because one guy can't shoot you. If you just stand in areas where they have to kill you or they lose the round, you win every time. Now, obviously, it's not as easy as that, but in that situation, obviously non-tradable positions, people not holding something, twice on that exact same site, they lose a double man advantage.
Yep, exactly. So DarkZero doing a job doing that. It was a little bit shaky here and there, but hey, a win is a win. DarkZero needed that kind of thing to get ahead to another opportunity to maybe go back to the major, do a bit better than they did in Berlin. We'll see if they make any progress in their match tomorrow. For now, we got one more game to look forward to, and I'm actually really hyped about this one. I think a lot of people are. Oxygen versus Mirage. Oxygen, of course, looking to show that they are another team that's major bound, and Mirage looking stronger than ever. I think I can safely say after their performance last week. We'll see who takes that final map of the day right after this. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doa here, along with Caliber, Jacob, Jesse J. Chick, and Seth Super Hoffman. I haven't said your full name yet. I thought I might as well do that.
You're changing up on me. I didn't know who that was for a second.
There you go. That's you. We only use our
Super.
game IDs usually, but
Okay.
you are Super, and you're.
You don't have a first name to me. You're just Doa.
That's right. I don't. That is my first name at this point. Not legally yet, but we got one more match for us here on the Rainbow Six North American League day. It is Oxygen versus Mirage. Now, this one's a little bit spicy because Oxygen coming into this one with 2 losses, one in overtime, one in regulation. Mirage coming into it 1-1, a regulation win, a regulation loss. You know, if it was stage 1 or stage 2, it'd be like Oxygen easy, but things are different now.
Yeah, there have been some struggles from OXG, a team that has seemingly consistently been at the top of the NAL for multiple years now, in the top 4, always expected to make those international events, now struggling, losing their first 2 games after making a roster move that has been somewhat controversial. Obviously, Sweater, they picked him up. He's a great player, but losing Laxing after him being on the team for so long clearly has had some sort of an effect on this team. So currently sitting in 9th, they play Mirage, who almost have a different story, right? Historically, they've been a very weak roster, but you know, they have kind of popped off the last game, so there is some potential for a different story today.
Yeah, I feel like this is very much a case of, is OXG actually tanking right now, as opposed to how good Mirage is going to be able to do with the 2 new pickups, which I don't want that to be a discredit to the effort that Mohesky and Dexter have already put into kind of trying to get this team out of the gutter everyone knew that they were in. But I look at OXG's 2 losses as far more of a concern than is Mirage actually managing to bounce back and do anything significant. Because that first loss to Parabellum, I don't want to say I can excuse, because it was Parabellum's border, and that's just a phenomenal way to play. I don't think I can do that, but I definitely don't think I can excuse like the way that they were playing on Cafe, because they basically should have won that game and they didn't.
Yeah, I think it's honestly kind of an interesting time, because it feels like for the first time, maybe since Hot and Cold was on Mirage, that you're like looking at a Mirage game and you're not just immediately like OXG win. Like you actually have to think about it a little bit. And at least that says that Mirage are improving. They have a roster that is, you know, good enough to be in the league.
Yeah.
Now, how far into the league they can go, we'll see. And I think today's a really interesting match for OXG. It's honestly very similar to Astralis earlier. It's a situation where they can't afford to lose this game. If they want to make top 4, you need points on the board. Having 1 point, you know, 4 points after 4 games, potentially at the end of the week, that's not going to be enough.
It's funny that we see Oxygen in this similar situation that Astralis is kind of in too, right? Where it's a top team from the earlier stages, and here they are needing a win right away, having such a slow start. Let's talk about them a little bit more, though. The big story, obviously, coming into stage 3 is that Oxygen added in Sweater. Now, that was kind of a controversial decision. A lot of it was said to be because they wanted someone that was more of a team player, right? Laxing kind of always off, doing his own thing a little bit, effective, but not really what they were looking for. Now they've got Sweater, but things have been kind of struggling. I mean, I kind of wondering if there's a little bit of a Laxing regret, a little bit of pining for Laxing, as it were. As far as when he's off doing his thing, that freed a lot of them to do their thing. Now that they don't have that anymore, it's a change in dynamic. It's a large change in dynamic, and it feels like it's been harder to adjust for this team than I think they thought it would be.
Perhaps, yeah. I think that you take a look at Oxygen, and they have tried to fit Sweater into Laxing's roles in a lot of cases. He is playing a lot of that flank watch. You know, his job is to kind of shut down the roamers, make sure that no flanks come in. I think he's done an all right job of that. I think specifically in that second game where they played against SSG, he did a much better job as well. He has been fragging, okay? He's been getting his kills. He definitely was picked up as a big gunner who was previously on Beastcoast. He has been doing that again, and obviously you can see he's, with the stats there from AimLab, he's very, very mechanically talented, but I do think as a team cohesion type thing, I think that they're still kind of warming up to it.
Only 67 though, I'm a little bit worried. Super, what's your AimLab ranking?
When I did the DZ like Pro-Am a while ago, I had a 93, so I'm better than all these people. The only one I've even seen close to me is I saw NJR had a 92. So.
Pretty solid, yeah. All right, gotta get you back in there.
I mean,
tell them to find a new GM, I guess.
I mean, yeah, I do agree with the idea that Sweater is there mechanically. I think there are some things about DarkZero takes that are a little bit different because it's not Laxing in the same role. Yes, they're trying to plug him into basically the same operator roles, but I think specifically, like, if I remember right, on Border, usually it would be Laxing trying to take something solo. Sometimes Sweater has help from somebody else, and there's a little bit more of a coordinated effort to push maybe from like an East Air side on Border. That isn't a thing that they were doing before because usually they would just rely on Laxing to kind of be the guy to take responsibility of that push basically by himself. I still think it'll take a little bit more time to incorporate or figure out exactly how they want to utilize a man of Sweater's talents. I think we can see through 2 straight losses that it's maybe still not working out to the best of his ability, but mechanically the guy is still everything that he was billed as, to be fair.
Obviously, like every team kind of goes at their own pace, right? Some teams are faster getting players comfortable, some aren't. In Sweater's case, he's replacing a player who has been on this team since, you know, humans walked the earth.
Dawn of time.
Yep. And that's going to take some time. The thing that I find weird is, you know, they brought in Sweater, who was thought of as one of the better entry players. He's a very aggressive player. He lights up the scoreboard, and they just plug him into Laxing's roles. I always thought, you know, Laxing is one of the only people who can play like Laxing. You know, there's only one. So why bring in a player like Sweater to then have him play like Laxing? If you want somebody to play like Laxing, you keep Laxing. I feel like they maybe just need to free Sweater up a little bit to play like Sweater.
And I feel like the other thing is we keep on talking so much about Sweater and like about Vert because we're still a little confused about where those guys are meant to fit into everything. But we're not talking about the rest of the guys on OXG, mostly because they're kind of like continuing to do what we expect them to do. Newers is actually doing really good in that primary entry position now these days. He's gotten into a lot of those engagements where Sweater is not doing that. Dream is still probably one of the most solid, if not the most solid support player so far in the league at a 73% cost. And Foxay is doing Foxay things even if we thought that he was going to be the one to initially play Sledge roles instead of vertical. It feels like everything else on OXG has a lot of things that can be talked about, but we keep on focusing on this because this is still the massive piece that needs to make the puzzle make sense, and it still hasn't clicked yet.
The roster moves are making the biggest difference for sure. And speaking of roster moves, let's talk about Mirage. Let's talk about the team on the other side of the arena. They made 2 roster moves here, bringing in Dex Mohesi this time, and they are certainly looking like a better team. A lot of players I talked to in Vegas a couple weeks ago, they were saying Mirage is the team that improved the most between stages. It was a low bar, to be fair. Anything would be good, but legit, like they have a chance, I feel like, after some of the performance we saw last week to maybe sneak into a top 4, maybe.
Yeah, I think that with Mohesi and Dexter coming in, they definitely have improved. You know, Dexter maybe steals the show sometimes, but I got a chance to sit down and talk with Mohesi a little bit, and it's really impressive how much control he's just taken over for this Mirage roster. You know, he's making a good chunk of their strats these days. He's obviously doing a lot of the IGLing, and they have, a bit of a mixed structure for sure. No team has got one dedicated only hard breach IGL these days, but he's still doing a lot of that from behind the scenes. So I really have been impressed with a rookie coming into a team like this and being able to take so much charge. I think that's really impressive. When I asked him about it, he gave a lot of credit to players that he was with back in Challenger League. He credited that Wichita Wolves roster from last year with a lot of his ability to call. He mentioned both Call Out and Forceful by name as players that really helped him develop. So I think it's very impressive for a guy like Mohesi to come into a team like this, a Tier 1 roster after only playing Challenger League, and seemingly be able to give them a lot of success as they're already 1-1 this stage.
Yeah, they got a dub against Astralis last week. Nobody was really expecting them to get. They did that by playing the timeout game amazingly, by the way. They were up 0-2. It forces Mirage to use theirs. It becomes a 2-2 game, and then Mirage take it again because they want to ensure that 4-2 defensive half on Theme Park. They get it, and then all of a sudden they come out shooting. Those strats you were talking about that Mohesi's been drawing up meant that Benji was put into the spotlight more often than not, and the guy earned his paycheck in that Astralis game. He was rated fantastically. There were a couple of times he had clutch opportunities, and he made a massive one on Hot and Cold in Office that felt like it helped seal the deal on this Mirage team actually having the cohesion that we were looking for. It answered some questions, not a lot, gave a lot of people hope, and I think that there is now even more reason to pause and consider, are OXG just the clear-cut favorites, or is this team actually being able to pick up some proper steam?
Yeah, kind of like I said earlier, I was just going to, when you play Mirage now, you at least have to worry a little bit about them. In the past, it's kind of been like, when you play Mirage, you're worried about not being the team that they beat. Now you're actually worrying about, okay, we have to take these guys seriously, and I certainly don't think they're going to be challenging for a top 4 spot, but they're challenging to be taken seriously, and that's, for them, honestly, an improvement.
Absolutely. Well, we're finding out what map we're going to now. The bans are in. So let's see where the map is going to be played.
So again, we've seen Mirage go to Theme Park back to back, but I think the thing about this that's interesting is that their ban phases are usually centered around a couple of maps for the past couple of stages. For the last 2 games, it's been completely different phases for both of those matchups. They haven't banned the same map twice, and they've gone to the same map twice overall. So I think it's more up to the way that OXG like to ban if Mirage's bans continue to be this fluent. I feel like a Mirage on Clubhouse might be a mistake. Chalet is one that can definitely bounce back and forth, and I feel like if we end up seeing, yep, that's what I was looking for. If it's a cafe ban, that also means that Mirage want to play a map that they're a little bit more confident in, rather than a map like Cafe, which again, even though OXG took SSG to the limit on that map, there still probably isn't enough tape that they're confident they can really use in this game.
Villa, Bank, Theme, our final 3 maps. I really don't want to see a theme park here. We saw Parabellum go back to back to back on the same map with Border. They ended up losing it 3rd time after teams had a couple of opportunities to counter-strat them. And also, you take a look at Theme for Oxygen. It's just a monster of a map. No team in the NAL has dominated any map like Oxygen has dominated Theme Park. Made a roster move, but still feels like it'll be good. They banned the Bank. So for OXG on Theme Park, they have a 6-game win streak. They're undefeated. They beat TSM, Direwolves again, Parabellum, Beastcoast, and Astralis. The last 3 all coming throughout Stage 2. Maybe not like the top teams of the entire world, but Mirage isn't the top team in the entire world, okay? And I really do think that OXG feels so comfortable on this map. Yeah, they've got footage on Mirage on it as well. I have to think Mirage might have lost this ban phase.
Yeah, this kind of tells me a little bit about Mirage, that maybe their map pool right now is a little limited just because they do have new players, and I know that they kind of made changes very close to the roster lock, so they haven't had a lot of time together. Because, like, kind of some of the games earlier, they know the reputation that Oxygen has on Theme Park. Like you said, they're undefeated in the NAL. And you've already shown this map twice now. You're 1-1 on it. I wanted to believe in Mirage going into this game. This map choice makes it hard for me.
Yeah, well, we kind of have a preview of a Super's prediction here as we go into that, but we have to check with our casters as well and see what they choose. Now, is the map as much of a difference maker in your choice, Blue? Stokes, what do you think?
Absolutely. I have to side with Super on this one. Going back to Theme Park 3 times in a row, you're just asking for things to go wrong. Pretty bold choice, and definitely a tale of what's going on with their map pool at the current moment. but I will say this, we kind of lock in before. We don't really get those opportunities to pick based off the map, so I'm still going to go Mirage. I feel like they've had some very, very good games under their belt, and at a minimum, they should at least feel comfortable, as Theme Park has been that map they've been going to back, every single time that they've been able to get an opportunity. So seems like the choice for them, and I'm going to rock with Mirage.
Wow.
I'm going to head the other direction on this one. I feel like things have got to come together for Oxygen. They've had 2 weeks now of actual live games to really find, a good position to try and put Sweater in more specifically than anyone. So I feel like this is the week where it's finally going to come together, and I feel like they should be able to take down Mirage, especially considering it's going to be a third repeat for Mirage of the same map. Should have plenty of tape to be able to hard counter them out here.
I think so. All right, well, valid points on both sides. We got the casting desk split. We'll see who's right in a moment, but for now, we'll take our lead from Blue and Stokes. See you guys in a second when the map begins. Our analysts, what do you think? I'm going to start with you, Jacob. I don't think I've started with you all day.
I think you're actually right now that I think about it. I think the biggest overarching problem is we saw Parabellum try 3 maps straight, still ended up losing it on the 3rd try, and I do think that Mirage, as good as they have been and how confident they now are in their understandings of the positions they want to hold, how they want to fall back, how aggressive they want to play, it is going to be a bit of a different challenge to face an OXG team that doesn't play nearly as quickly as Astralis did, and I honestly think that might come back to bite them in this one. It's a very slight playstyle difference, but if OXG actually figure the Sweater formula out in this one, and I trust they've had 5 days since their last game to do that, I think they should have this one in the bag.
Makes sense. Oxygen for Jacob. What do you think? Super? Well, we'll have you go.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of, to me, kind of like the Astralis game earlier. This is a typically very good team coming into this second week following an 0-2 week. It's actually the first time since NAL has been on LAN that OXG did not have a win in any form the first week.
Yeah.
Wow.
If they lose this game, like I said earlier, very hard to make the major. You pretty much have to kind of go flawless the rest of the season in a way. I'm going to believe in OXG here. It's a map. It's probably their most preferred possible map in this situation. I got to go with OXG.
All right, Oxygen for Super. I mean, Astralis got it done in a similar situation earlier. Jesse, do you think Oxygen can do it too?
Yeah, I think we've talked kind of criminally little about Dexter so far in this segment. If they can shut him down, I think Oxygen have a really good chance in this matchup. Dexter was the big problem for Astralis on this map last week. If OXG can make some way to make him not as much of a threat, then they're very good at this map. Theme Park is their bread and butter. I've got so much confidence that they'll be able to take this one down as long as Dexter doesn't provide that problem. So I'll go with OXG as well. I feel like this is a map that they very much like.
There we go. So everybody right now, Oxygen except for Stokes. Let's see what the coin has to say. It's going to be heads. Oxygen, it's going to be tails. Mirage?
The coin likes Mirage.
Does.
The coin does like Mirage. Jacob is right. It is
No
tails.
way.
The coin has, I don't know what it is. The coin has always loved Mirage.
That's a coin that likes losing.
It certainly does. Like,
are you sure it's not Canadian?
But last week it was 1-1. Who knows? Who knows? But no, this is a U.S. silver dollar, not a Canadian one. That's a good question though. With the picking Mirage.
Sometimes I swear you slip that in there.
It also likes Parabellum. I don't know what to say. But there you go. So one more for Mirage. Let's see what the fan vote is. I'd have to imagine it's Oxygen. It is indeed Oxygen. So the majority of predictions go in the OXG direction, but time will tell. We have to see how the rounds play out. For now though, we have to take a look at our community poll. And the question to think about this time around is who will be more lethal on the server, Sweater or Benji Mula?
Did you ever think that you would read that sentence?
I never thought I'd expect it when I woke up.
This is one of the craziest. This is maybe one of the craziest things I've ever seen. And the thing is, I feel like I want to vote Benji Mula.
That's the thing. It's like this stage, Benji's had some pretty good numbers. No joke. Yeah, and Sweater's struggling a little bit, so we'll see. But I don't know. We'll see what the fan vote is going to end up being. Something to kind of mull over a little bit. That'll be interesting. But for now, quick break, and when we return, the final map of the day begins. Oxygen versus Mirage. We'll see who takes it after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
Spacestation.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our final matchup of the day. We're getting ourselves ready to jump in to see if Oxygen can finally hit the ground running here. The problem is their opponent has also already found that ground, has been running for the past week, of course. Mirage will be their opponent on the other side of it, and we're going to make a third return for Mirage's sake, that is to Theme Park, to try and fight it all out. Stokes, what's this matchup going to look like as we get ready to jump into it?
Oh man, I'm just so excited to get into it in the first place because we're going back to Theme Park. This is going to be the third time in a row that we've seen Mirage here just alone in this stage, and also Oxygen being the best Theme Park team that we have in the NAL, period. The most dominant on this map. So Mirage, they've got to have some confidence allowing this through the map pool, knowing that Oxygen's more than likely looking for that angle, and that's what we're going to find ourselves here on Theme Park, and a lot to come to light for both of these teams. Oxygen with an 0-2 start for the very first time since the induction of the NAL, whereas Mirage looking as solid as they've ever been.
I tend to agree with the point that Super brought up as well when adding Sweater to this lineup, kind of slotting him into Lactic's previous roles does not seem to have been necessarily the right path towards success in the first 2 weeks. That's what I'm most curious about for OXG's sake heading into this game. Are we going to see any of that changed up? Are we going to see him pulled back into a more traditional role more, or are we going to see something else potentially shift?
I think the big thing that he said there was this. They are putting Sweater into Laxing's position and having him try and play like Laxing, but there's only one Laxing in the world that can do exactly what Laxing does. So the fact that they're trying to, you know, take a triangle and shove it inside of a circle hole and, you know, just try and force it to fit, it doesn't really seem like the best way to go forward for Oxygen, but they could have made some sweeping changes over this last week. It's hard to say, obviously, since we haven't seen them since they lost to Spacestation on Cafe.
Of course, over on the other side for Mirage, they've been having quite a bit of success so far this stage, of course, but as Super once again mentioned, it's all been limited here to this map on Theme Park so far here. So going to see, once again, if the third time will treat them, or if potentially they've overexposed themselves. Now, have they overplayed their hand, given away potentially too much in these first two matches that has now allowed Oxygen to have a pretty much full read onto them when we get into the game itself that will allow them to just counter out all of their strategies, leaving Mirage with not a whole lot to play into. Now, of course, a lot of that can be shaken up in the midst of the rounds. It is going to be Theme Park, of course. A lot of it, especially for the defensive side, falls to how successful your kind of early game aggression is going to be played out, but we'll get those answers pretty soon once we get into the game. Just working on getting our players in, folks. We had a small tech issue here preventing us from starting, so your patience is appreciated. I know I don't have a clue what Norris and his teammate are doing right there, but they're having a good time while they wait for this to get set up.
I think there's like a ball or something
like
over by Vertical.
Yeah,
Vertical's trying to pick it up. Oh yeah, it is a water bottle
here.
It's
like crushed water bottles.
Yeah, they're hand warmers. I mean, that's one way to keep yourself warm, right? F1 drivers do the little tennis ball thing. They're just tossing hand warmers back and forth. Good hand-eye coordination test there.
Vertical's going the distance. But anyway, yeah, we're just getting these players warmed up, quite literally, apparently, with the hand warmers.
Hey, man, you keep playing like that, we'll put you in for the Bears, okay?
and then we'll get all these players teed up and ready to go. I've already had 4 other great matches today, so this will be the last one for today, folks. If you're wondering if we had another matchup prepped for this one or not prepped after this one, I should say, or not, unfortunately, it's going to be a no, but of course, keep in mind that our Playday for tomorrow is still alive and well, so make sure you join us bright and early at 11 a.m. Pacific time, I believe, is when the first matchup is actually going to be starting. We'll be live a few minutes before that, and of course, we'll have 5 more best of ones to play out tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. And fortunately enough, we still have quite a bit to talk about when it comes to the Mirage camp and their success story through this first week. Obviously, the last matchup that we saw from Mirage was up against Astralis. And not only that, but they ended up winning in 7-4 fashion on, you guessed it, Theme Park. And they actually ended up winning favor on both sides. Ended up winning 4 defensive rounds and 3 offensive rounds, eclipsing Astralis on both ends of the field. So looking at least solid coming in here, but obviously it's a lot to say up against Oxygen. We're going to have to see how they can work Theme Park now that it is Sweater in that hot seat where Laxine once was, worrying about those flanks and everything else in between. We made a note last week when it was actually me and Jacob casting Oxygen versus Space Station that OXG sometimes had Vertical and Newers kind of off of doing their own thing, and there was really no bridge in between that to try and assist them in the frag department if things did go wrong. So with that in mind, we could see a pretty healthy clear coming through from Oxygen on the offensive end, but again, this is all just going to be up in the air until we can actually get into the map.
Yeah, it has very much been a bit of a weird start to the season or the stage so far for the players on Oxygen, obviously having to be the first to really recognize the increased prowess we've been getting out of teams like Parabellum, of course, in their first 2 Playdays, so got that massive surprise kind of thrown at them and just didn't really know how to handle it at the end of the day on Border. Things got a little bit better when they played against Space Station, of course, able to take them to the very end of overtime in that matchup and just falling short by that single round. Now, a matchup that they should assuredly, just looking at things on paper, be able to close out for themselves and give them those 3 solid points that they will so desperately want for themselves at this point, given the outright loss they sustained. 0 points coming from that matchup versus PB, and then even against Space Station, only able to get the 1 point so far. They're sitting pretty low on the overall standings, so going to be wanting to try and capitalize here, make sure they get some points started for the week as they get themselves prepped for their match tomorrow, as well as they want to be conquesting onwards for a spot at the November Major.
Yes, indeed. And as Super's been stating all day, it really comes down to this second week, especially for some of our teams that are starting off 0-2. They have got to get their shoulder to the grindstone and start collecting some of these points. Fortunately enough for Astralis, they already got the hard work done today. It'll just be tomorrow to see if they can continue to snowball for the rest of Stage 3. As for Oxygen, though, it sits right in front of them. What does the future hold? Well, it starts with Mirage, and if they can potentially take this Theme Park off of OXG.
Just waiting on a few more of the players from Mirage to join up into the server, folks. Like we said, we were working on a quick tech issue. I think one of the computers or something was having a small issue, but I believe we are pretty close to having that fixed. I know we've got everybody from Oxygen in the server. We're just waiting on the rest of Mirage to join up, folks. And then we should be good to get things started here. Mirage looking to finally lock in their legacy on Stage 3 here, and especially so if they can get a 3rd consecutive win on this map as well. Doubt anyone's really going to be wanting to test them too heavily past that point if they can lock in the consecutive 3-0 victory here, but obviously we'll have to wait and see what the rest of the season holds for Mirage after this matchup as well. They've already been able to surprise quite a few, and it's really been a stage of surprises for quite a few of us. You can tell by kind of our prediction percentages there if you've been seeing that. I think I'm actually winning somehow right now. Looking at that, if I was checking the stats correctly, I think, and I'm only at 50%, so like I'm not trying to brag here. Like I'm still doing pretty bad myself. But.
You're doing quite well, and also second thing, Mirage did end up losing to TSM on Theme Park, so they're 1-1 as of right now.
My bad.
But just to put that out there, TSM, no slouch. Even with the 2 new rookies, then they're still looking like quite the team. So, you know, Stage 3, it has made some amazing storylines. I think especially for the majority of us here in NA, we didn't expect this massive shakeup coming into this last stage. It seemed like some teams really wanted to try and stick it out, but then all of a sudden we have 7 teams change up players. And not only that, but after the first week, we had an 8th with DarkZero and Skies.
absolutely the case. So continuing to evolve here at the NAL, and like we said, it was a bit of a surprise, but it makes sense given the recent results that we had for the region overall at the major. Not the most promising of results coming out of that one. I believe XSET made it the furthest, getting that like 3rd, 4th place finish if I recall the results from Berlin correctly, but that's the best we got out of the North American region. Aside from that, pretty much all teams getting knocked out in the group stage there, so a few teams looking to shake things up now as they try to earn a spot at the next one and look to improve that record.
Yes, indeed. And just looking down the lines here, both of these squads, Mirage getting their last player in, so we should be launching soon. But this is an interesting thing that I noted while we were flipping back and forth. I think Vertical, out of all of these guys, has the most plain Jane setup for his M&K. He's got like a Corsair K65 and like I think some random Zowie mouth. I think he's got like an EC2B or something like that. Which again, like everybody else on these super lights and these final mouses, and this man's just going back to bare bones CS play. He's like, I got a Corsair keyboard and we're just gonna get some random mouse pad and I'm gonna play tape to a ceiling. I don't really know. But for Vertical, it'll work for him, which means it's working for us. Oxygen versus Mirage. It's on the docket. It's the last game of the day as Oxygen try to improve to 1-2.
Not going to get immediately chucked out as our first ban for Mirage. They waste no time locking that one in, so we'll see what Oxygen wants to remove from the pool. Knock obviously having plenty of play capability on this map just due to the ways she has to access the interior of the building and how heavily this game relies on a roam play, which would leave quite a few defenders off on their own and susceptible to being picked off by that operator. Just generally a good pick overall, especially in our last stage, but not going to be the case now. She'll be banned up pretty quickly. Twitch will follow that one up. That's going to be the more interesting one, of course, but does make sense considering the amount of Twitch play we've been seeing here on Theme Park. Makes perfect sense to remove that comfort pick from Oxygen.
It also makes quite a bit of sense when you look at Dexter from the Astralis game, see that he's 3-0, and what's his most used offender? Twitch. There you go. We're tracking it. We're keeping track of these stories throughout the game, and it's going to be quite the ban from Oxygen. Going to remove the F2 from play. Also, Valkyrie, so won't have those cameras to set up around the building. Azami going to follow suit as well, as she is quite potent on a map like Theme Park, where she can add even more to the setup that forces the offenders to try and clear through, or at least get some hard-fought information on the position of these defenders. But now we're into the very first round here, and Oxygen will be on the offensive side to start things.
We'll see what Oxygen is going to be able to pull off here on that offensive-sided start for the Mirage roster as well. We are going to see quite a few interesting picks for them to go back into the throne. Very, very heavily prioritizing, trying to make sure that they are not going to allow Oxygen to get in unnoticed more than anything else, as we're going to have the Capcat traps deployed by Benji, the Frost Mats coming out from Kento, and alongside that even as well, we'll have the cameras from Oheze, and then Dexter even bringing in the goo mines for Legion. So this is a trap operator abounds on the defensive side here, looking really to trip up that clearing process from Oxygen and provide all the intel back over to the defensive side.
This is going to make it to where the building overall will be so annoying to try and work around, especially with these EDDs partnered with the goo mines of Dexter. I love the decision to bring the Legion along for the ride. He's always a good gap filler. Love the Frost Mats as well. Very creative positioning here from Kento, but those are the Frost Mats that always catch you off guard. I don't know if you guys saw Rexon's tweet from earlier on, but that random Frost Mat that we had on Clubhouse in the Soniqs game earlier, he really said to his teammates, I'm just going to put the most random damn thing on the ground, and it ended up paying off. So you never know when those Frost Mats are going to nip at somebody's heels. But speaking of nipping at the heels, Newers has already worked his way in here for maintenance, but it's going to be Mohesi to take him down as he's managing the Dragon Door, and Newers is not aware.
Could start things for Mirage here as they get the clean pick off onto Newers, removes the extra intel that would come in from the Gemini clones as well, so will be negated out. Remaining 4 other members of Oxygen here now having to try and make up the difference. Getting some aggression going on to Kento as he still has that very forward position against the Dragon Wall due to the deployable shield, but still can't sit there forever. Doesn't want to throw away the 5v4 advantage that their team has in an ego fight, so ends up falling back deeper into cash. We'll now wait for the rest of the challenge to come in from Oxygen.
The big thing is for Kento is that he's already gotten the first blood, but now he needs to delay. Slowly work his way back and see if he can try and be a thorn in Oxygen's side later, but they're going to circumnavigate this and instead go right for the site. Mohesi, though, he's got an Alda and he's got 2 kills. Somebody help this man with the Dragon Door. My God, Oxygen will get 2, but they're also going to fall as well. It's a 3v2 in favor of the defense, but I mean, Mohese, he's got to be just waiting for somebody to try and assist him in that situation. Fortunately enough, Mirage will get through the thick of it, but now Oxygen, specifically Dream, will be able to shore things up. It's a 2-2 going into the last minute.
Kento going to get red as he tries to make that wrap, so he goes down, and as you said, equalizes out the player count. Benji waiting for a bit of an overextension to come in towards the breach, whether it's going to be Dream or Sweater. Dream will more than likely give him the challenge, but also realize that he's been revealed, knows that he won't be obscure here, meaning he's going to be extra cautious in the way he creeps around these corners. His opponents might be at a negative in the engagement as a result of that extra caution that he'll be deploying towards, but regardless, they move in together. No action from the double doors peak just yet. The same can be said from the Arsenal deeper inside here. Going to try to play it together. Sweater has the overwatch for it, but it's a passive hold here. Potential for the sneak to come in, and there we go. Nitro takes out the planter, but the plant is still good. Leaves Sweater alone inside of a 1v2 as Melted tries to eclipse him out and knock him down. Won't be able to find him there on that peak, and now an opportunity shown. The head just popping up for a second. It gets him off the counter defuse. Won't be stuck here by Melted. Sweater will find an opportunity to peek, but now the throne's in the way. Doesn't get the kill against Benji either, so Melted is going to stick it and lock in the round for Mirage.
Very well done from Mirage. Oxygen, a very bullheaded move as they force their way into the site, get it down to a 2 versus 2. But, I mean, we got to talk about Mohese inside of this. This initial kill on to Newers, following through with not only managing the hard breach, but also the Dragon Door. He got away with so much there, and finally Foxe is able to at least stifle it for a moment. They'll get the breach open, but obviously knocking it down into the 2 versus 2. Sweater at low HP, and Dream forced into a plant position. He'll die to that Nitro cell, leaving Sweater practically on an island. It's really difficult to try and take any fight with, any gusto when you're on such low HP. Any bullet is the difference maker in between you winning and losing that round, and Mirage were able to get things done, at least for the very first one.
So repicks are coming in for Oxygen. They did not expect to go over towards the site more likely, so they're going to want a few change-ups coming into it. So we just need those stylistically overall. We are actually going to see the Thatcher come out for Vertical here, so this will be fun to see how they're going to try and use this to get themselves into the site. So we've been seeing a lot of teams, of course, just rely on that new secondary EMP utility to get the job done, but it seems like Oxygen are going to head back to the old reliable. Use the big boys here to try to get themselves a bit deeper into the site. Sweater will also, of note, switch over towards a Finka too. Obviously, Finka has dropped off the map quite a bit with the removal of her nades, but utility can still be quite useful for a bit of a crazy fight environment there, and that's what Oxygen, I think, is going to get prepared to have if they can potentially get one of those Adrenal Surges to get a clutch res off if the need should arise.
Indeed, still have the full breadth of the Adrenal Surges, still have a Spear with 3 stuns, and you still have a Gone 6. So it's not like Finka's dead to the world. She's just not played 100% of the time, which is a great thing. I think we're all done with that op, at least for a little while, but Oxygen are going to bring her back into the fold to assist with some of these engagements that we've had across the board here. Speaking of engagements, Benji's going to be taking one here on the arcade balcony, seeing the rope go back and forth. A grenade more than likely on its way. But Foxe, it doesn't work out for him. He heard the pin get pulled, and he's going to play the other angle instead. That's going to be the sledge now off, and well, Benji and the rest of Mirage will continue to await Oxygen as they try and manage themselves around these windows.
Rest of Oxygen taking a very big step back here now. Absolutely zero regression coming out across the map for the most part here. Just trying to play a very analytical role. That's going to mean that plenty of time bank will be wasted away. Mirage will be very happy to see this happening here now due to the elimination of Foxe and the lack of a follow-up that's now come in for the rest of the Oxygen roster. Past that, 2 of the EMPs actually going to come out from Vertical there. Sitting out directly above Melton's position. Not going to be affecting him, though. Of course, gets rid of the crosshair, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue for players of this caliber. Benji, as well as Mohese, just fragging out here now. Oxygen failed to succeed in any of their pushes so far, and it seems like that's really just going to be the story of this entire round. It's fallen all to Dream. Dream has no safe access path to the building, and he won't even find one. Kento goes for a swing, and he hits it, knocking him down, giving a flawless round to Mirage on number 2.
This is not looking too solid for Oxygen, at least through these 2 first rounds, especially that second one. We see a lot of solo-dolo play going on there. I think we did have that supporting entry kind of play going on between Sweater and Vertical over on the east side of the map. And actually, no, Sweater actually ends up getting gunned down on Arcade, trying to just come up the stairwell. well and provide a counter angle, but Mirage are ready for that. I do believe it was Vertical and another player that are over there in waiting room, and I'm honestly giving them the benefit of the doubt because I would assume that they're playing around those areas at least close to a teammate. If they're all kind of off on their own island just trying to wrap around the site, you're just asking for problems to, you know, rear their ugly head, and that's what we're seeing as of right now. I will say Oxygen had quite the team play, at least in that initial round where we saw them, you know, pull the trigger very quickly and try and work their way towards site, and I'm hoping to see more of that throughout the remainder of this offensive side.
All right, well, let's take a look and see if Mirage can keep things nice, even and consistent here. Or for Oxygen, how exactly they're going to try to make up the difference. Thatcher clearly not the winning strategy, as Vertical's immediately going to repick that out here. Back over to the more consistent pick of the Zoth we've been seeing out of this team. Away from that, though, most of the picks that we had locked in for the drone phase itself are going to stay alive. That means for Hard Breach, we're not really going to have a whole lot in terms of direct nature to knock that out, but thankfully Dream will still have 2 of the can openers. So in the event they absolutely have to use Hard Breach, which to be fair for this site attack, you don't necessarily need it, they do have that option.
Absolutely. You practically don't need Hard Breach at all. There might be like a wall that you want to get or something like that, but nothing too much. Benji's actually going to get taken down from Newers. I do believe that was over on the Dragon side. Newers already inside of Throne as well. A nice little move here for him as he knows that a lot of rotations are probably built up around this area, and he'd be correct in assuming so. We see a lot of teams try and have some hefty influence, at least defensively, on this basement setup, specifically in the area that we see Newers right now. It's a nice area for some of the upstairs setup to try and rotate back to, but now Newers is inside of the space and be occupying it for the time being. Mohesi's going to have to make some new angles to make sure that nobody can hop inside of storage without him knowing, as Oxygen not only have the initial pick, but also a pretty solid info game as to how Mirage currently have things set up.
Sweater ready to make a move forward on the inside of Cafe, but it'll have some resistance on the other side. The real story, yeah, is down here in the actual site. Vertical, just walking right in. Where's the resistance? Where's the defense? It's not here. That's the answer. Moese's gone down. The plant already halfway through as well. They'll be able to lock that one in. Kento will be able to grab Newers, but Dexter nearly gives himself away by swinging open the wall with a quick unload from the Bailiff here. Mirage now trying to set themselves up for a quick retake, but Oxygen's positioning might be too strong to facilitate it. As they move in, though, Kento and Melted knock out 2. OXG get greedy, trying to take more control outside of their immediate plant zone. They pay the price for it, as it's now brought down to just Sweater and Foxe.
Sweater's going to try and creep in from yellow stairs. Don't know if we have anybody managing this. Melted almost with a nice shot, but Foxe will knock it down to just the lone soul of Mirage. Kento, yes, players on both ends, but very minimal time. More than likely dead in a moment's notice, and it will be Foxe to deliver that. Oxygen get their very first round completely going around the setup of Mirage on the top floor, and instead hopping right into the site, taking the fight to the heart of the defensive setup and winning it out outright as Mirage try and rotate back in.
There's great intel play coming in from the players on Oxygen overall to realize that the site itself would have been that weak, so nicely done to sneak right in there. Vertical, of course, getting the opening entry for the team and following it through. Things get a little crazy after that. Like we said, Oxygen didn't have a whole lot of map control to play with there, just really the immediate plant area. Tried to extend beyond that, but that's where Mirage was patient, waited to try and shut things down, and they nearly get it done as well. But thankfully, that exterior window position from the last player alive on Oxygen is able to net themselves the victory, so they come back into it now at a 1-2 scoreline.
Yes, indeed, and that's going to complete our site triangle here as we move into round 4. Mirage will work their way back into Armory and Throne, the most defensible site on the entirety of Theme Park, and they're back to their trap setup that we saw inside of round 1. I don't think we're going to see the same aggression that we saw from Oxygen, but more than likely specifically Newers, as he really went fishing inside a Dragon and he ended up finding the barrel of an LMG. So we'll see how they want to try and work the map, at least for the opener.
Oh, big run out from Dexter here as he tries to go for a pre-fire. And to be fair to him, it's not that far off. He nearly gets the lineup against one of the players from Oxygen. I think he actually might have snuck off a bullet or two on the Sweater there, in fact, but just unable to finish the job off. Either way, once again, it'll put that fear into Oxygen, make them play a little bit more slowly than maybe they want to, and if that ends up happening, there we go.
Guys,
I don't even know what the angle was for this.
I'm going to assume...
all the way through. There was such a slim margin for that shot to be made as well. You can see there's a little half wall that cuts it off right there. Benji moves up. He's like, oh, I guess someone died here. Okay. Kento now taking out vertical as well. Oxygen just cannot find a footing to get themselves into the building.
Yeah, into the budding.
Yeah.
Very budding situation for Mirage, I would say. But yeah, these two initial kills, this is what I've been kind of talking about with Oxygen. You see how they're like on two completely polar opposites of the map and the way that they're trying to interact with this team right now. There's really no way that Oxygen are able to try and capitalize off of one of their teammates dying. And that's the big problem, is you lead to situations like this. Yes, they might be able to get some really big kills and potentially stop, Mirage on their roam game, but what happens when they just outright die? You have no refrag potential or anything of the sort. Now you're down utility. Mirage are still in good straits. They have all the map control that they had previously, and now they just have to try and force Oxygen into taking the site instead. Mohese, he's been a demon when it comes to this site setup, especially with the Alda, looking for more here, bouncing back and forth. He'll find himself a Foxe and a Dream. It's a triple kill here. The Dream could go one step further if he's able to get a quad onto Sweater. You usually don't get that much action as a anchor player, but instead it'll be Kento and a flawless round for Mirage.
Beautiful stance from Mirage. Once again, from Mohese as well. Something needs to be done. It goes without saying, but something needs to be done about this Alda position on the inside of Throne. Oxygen just cannot work their way past it, and that's on top of the earlier issue just with establishing, in-map positioning as well. Couldn't even get themselves across the window or door threshold without having to fight someone for it. That's going to facilitate why we now see a very early tack timeout coming in from Oxygen to try and fix this.
Yeah, early aggression there from Mirage, set up by Dexter. He gets those two tags onto Sweater, and Oxygen try and keep it slow rolling. They set up two of their more aggressive players on both sides of the map to try and work their way in towards site and catch some of those stragglers roaming around, but the shoe's on the complete opposite foot. I don't know what the exact comms there were for Newer's position inside of bathroom, but either way, stellar from Mirage and specifically Mohese, like threading the needle through that bathroom setup there to be able to find the head of Newer's, and then obviously Frost is able to double down on top of that, making the situation nigh impossible for Oxygen unless they're able to have some very considerable advantage practically gifted over to them on their site execution, because Mohese is not letting this go easily.
All right, well, let's get ourselves back into the action now as we're going to make another return upstairs into the dorms, and we'll see if this will yield results yet again for the Mirage roster, or if Oxygen can try to keep things a bit closer here at a 3-2 scoreline within just one round for each, and potentially tying us up if we see that 3-3 come to fruition in halftime. It's going to be tough to do for Oxygen, though, as this has very much been a Mirage-leaning game so far. No reason to expect any huge departure from that as well. Interesting pick coming in specifically from Benji there, as he's going to opt towards the Warden this time alongside. Still a fairly trap-heavy lineup, as well as mitigation coming in from Mulmai, of course. And then we have Mohese playing the Warrior inside of the site, should he need to be called up to it on the smoke.
All right, so Mirage, solid defenses so far, especially from our smoke player. 6-2 right now from Mohese, and we'll see if he can continue this. Mirage up on 2 rounds, especially against Oxygen, of all teams, the best theme park players that we have in the entirety of the NAL, getting schooled on their own map as of right now. A little early to call this, but we'll have to see if this can continue on. Oh, he's looking for one, and Newer's aware that he's inside a bathroom as well. Has a Midas close, though, to try and keep things slowed up. Newer's having a couple of different people trying to influence him here inside of Cash, but not able to get the deed done just yet as he continues to try and search for this first blood.
They're going to end up moving back with a late reinforcement going onto Office as well. Feels like things are about to get hot in here, so backing away just to cool off the situation a little bit, and that'll be, for the most part, a correct call. Kento will actually lose a lot of HP trying to move himself through that initiation cross as well. Goes down to about 5 or 10 HP, and he's going to have to call himself a much more passive player throughout the rest of this round. Aside from that, though, no success at Oxygen aside from map control. They've been able to move themselves all the way up to the office and initiation line. They've got to get past this now, and this is where the issues may start to pop up. This is where the resistance is also going to start to pop in from the Mirage roster. I've already seen a little bit of that now as viewers comes to at least 1 or 2 shots, but again, credit to Oxygen. They are holding this back. They are stemming the tide, and more important, they're dealing damage to the members of Mirage that try to pop out and challenge their push. Dexter is going to end up being the first to fall, and of course, looking at the right side, you can already see Kento, Benji, and Mohese have taken massive amounts of damage by trying to slow down OXG.
Well, last game on Theme Park, it was the Dexter and Benji Moolah train, but now the entirety of Mirage has stepped up to the plate. It's allowed Dexter to slow down a bit, but they've gotten so much done through these rounds thus far. We'll see if down a man, they can try and get some more. Frag grenade out from Newers, and actually is going to collect Mohese. So now they have the big lead here, 5-3 in favor of Oxygen, but the timer dwindling.
Melted patiently waiting here inside of Cafe. This is the one part of the execute that Oxygen have not been able to piece together just yet due to this position being maintained deeper into Cafe itself, and might be actually slowing down the rest of the play. Also, you can see a shift going to be made by the player on the outside. It will be Foxe trying to hop himself in through Arcade as well, but that frees up Melted. He's able to go 1-for-1 against Newers. Still good enough for OXG in this case, though, as they bring the overall count down to a 4v2. They find an opening, or at least that's what it appears to be. Benji, though, will pay the price for it as he goes down. Kento tries surprise from the inside of the site and nearly gets away with it, but never mind. It'll be shut out instead by Oxygen as they keep things within 1 round's reach, heading to the final round of the half.
Well, Oxygen get yet another over on Mirage. Slow and steady, especially after the pick that Newers was able to procure. So hopefully able to equalize here going into this next round. But with Bunk Daycare on the line for Mirage, it could be pretty hard fought for OXG. We'll have to see how Mirage want to try and switch things up as they obviously just defended this site. We saw some long angles being abused over towards the east side of the map, but that really didn't matter for Oxygen as they got those big initial picks, used the drones to try and clear some more stuff out for themselves, especially over towards Cafe, forcing the hand of Mirage and flushing out a lot of these hard-to-reach players, finally able to get a beat on them and gun them down as well. So Mirage not able to get the right foot forward initially, and really I think that's what got in their way, as they've done such a bang-up job of being able to play with an advantage.
So Mirage looking to secure things with one final hold. Back to the very same site we just saw on the previous round, feeling that they can have better results, maybe cooling off their aggression a little bit, or finding better success in stemming the tide on Dragon's push, which is where we saw Oxygen, of course, be able to slowly creep forward, take all that map control away from the Mirage roster, and eventually work their way into the site itself. Lion going to come back into it first. Sweater having that extra intel for the Oxygen side of things and making it a bit more difficult for Mirage to push in against them and stem the tide. We'll see how this utility is used in a moment, as Oxygen will be getting themselves ready to make that same push from Dragon.
Yes, indeed. Should be a full lockdown onto
Benji.
Mirage's setup. Yeah, Benji's going to go down here in a position where we saw him able to take it to Fox A prior inside of Arcade Balcony, but now he's going to be down to 20 HP here. A bullet's worth for Benji as Warden. Not necessarily something you want to see, as he's usually that forward operator that really likes to get into the nitty-gritty and take some of these gunfights, able to work his way through flashes and anything of the sort. Oh, almost a beautiful shot there from Newers. Very prepared for that angle through waiting, but not able to secure anything just yet.
I say, just going to try and reinforce things a little bit as he's brought an uncommon operator to the fold, at least as far as Theme Park is concerned. The Bandit blocking off access to those office walls, where Oxygen was able to get a little bit of a pinch going against the main hall setup. Able a little bit more extra aggression from the Mirage defense. This is definitely how they want to play this defensive side here, and more specifically how they want to play this site in the faces of Oxygen, constantly making them second guess every single move, and hopefully through that they will eventually run out of time and make the ultimate mistake of stepping into the setup from Mirage itself. Well, I say, still using those Bandit Batteries to try and give himself a position a little bit more forward here. Now that he's spotted up by a drone, has to double back on it though, as that hatch is ultimately not going to be anything he can directly counter out, and does have to watch out for that.
Well, Sweater still has 1 EE, 1 DE, and that's more than likely going to assist Oxygen in a forced execution here momentarily. You can see they got some window repels already for themselves as they await the assistance from the other Oxygen members to try and push themselves across this halfway point of the map. The reinforcements and everything else in between built up to try and stop Oxygen from crossing this seam. Noors is going to take down Dexter. That's going to be the kitchen player here. Another one goes down. The frag grenade finds Benji. Mirage, they've still got a consistent cross, but they really need to decimate this offense right off rip here. They've got one inside a break. They know that they can try and influence Arcade Balcony. Mohese, some incredible shots, but not able to make anything land. The plant's going to go through from Dream. Kento can't stop it. Oxygen, they've at least gotten knocked down to 3, so it'll equalize itself before we throw ourselves into the post plant, but Oxygen are making it look way too damn easy. They will smoke Mirage after they get that plant down, and Oxygen will tie things up 3-3.
Nicely done from Oxygen, turning that very tense situation around through the control. They're able to get through the uneasiness coming in from Mirage. You could see that players like Dexter are just not able to justify a push forward from their bunker position, so they held back, let the members of OXG take more and more control, and through that, unfortunately, the situation flipped. While it was originally Mirage having the kill shot against Oxygen, the ability to shut them down with coordination. By the time that situation was over and the case was down on the ground, it was reversed. Now it was Oxygen fully set up to fend off any attempt to retake that site.
Absolutely. You know, Oxygen really able to fix up that offense there. Things kind of looking bleak initially, especially with Mirage quickly going up 2 rounds, but Oxygen keep an even head and are able to at least keep things equal going into the half. And now over to the defensive end, which is arguably the easier side here. So we'll see how Oxygen will fare. But as for Mirage, I still think there's quite a few positives that you can talk about. Their defensive setups overall looking quite solid. Love the aggressive plays, but obviously Oxygen able to figure out exactly how they needed to operate around that later on into the offensive side, where they were playing more of a team-centric setup and then just having that one lone soul to try to be like the counter angle to assist them. Especially on that last setup, you can see it extremely well. They get caught up in like waiting and initiation, and then they are waiting, just seeing to see if they can get their sledge over on those windows and have some influence on the back line of Mirage. So very well done from Oxygen, but obviously all that's going to be thrown out the window now as we've switched sides here. Mirage will be acting on the offense for the very first time.
So Mirage now on the attacking side. The situation will be flipped. And it'll be up to the players on OXG to try and stem the tide, try and wait out this timer, and keep Mirage outside of the building. Won't be able to accomplish that too much over here towards control. It's looking like the players on Mirage are going to be able to take fairly quick control in that department. And in general, this is one of the sites where we're going to see Mirage get that early access for themselves a little bit earlier on, since Oxygen will be relying on the bunker setup they have inside a little bit more so than the actual extension. With that said, though, of course, we are going to see some action going on the guard hook used to get quick access to break. Newers definitely has an idea about this and is panicking to an extent, so ends up hopping over the balcony to get himself away from this very dangerous situation.
Yeah, one of the loudest utilities minus an explosion and the likes of the Gara hook. Benji will send himself flying into break. Oxygen with an immediate response, but it's more of a response of recall than it is anything. Oxygen will waltz their way back towards site and give Mirage some control, some semblance of it across the map here. Gonna try and set things up so they can get the back of Armory open and have impacts in the hand of Dream, so be able to try and play prevention if that does end up going down. Now, there is more hard breach in the likes of Benji here with the secondary hard breach. Nitro sell out, but this should quickly be dealt with. This is for the hard breach sake here for the exothermic charge. It'll go down, a flash out, will get eaten up here, continuing to flash out. Does the second impact have anything to do with this? Dream will actually hightail it to the other end of Throne, and now there's a blown wall at the back end of the site.
First access point has been established. Foxy going for a bit of an edgy cross there as he moves in. Might have been able to sneak a bit of damage off onto Melton, but otherwise be able to find that early pick. What he might be able to do is get a nice shotgun pump going if he can time his swing correctly. very much is not going to have to work too hard to find that timing. Indeed, the execute's coming in. Kento, though, he's got the skeleton key to respond to that M590. Probably a surprise to Foxay, but it gets the job done. Keeps the numbers even, and more so in the advantage of Mirage by +1. Make that +3 as Melton and Kento have picked up 2 more kills, seemingly out of nowhere. It's all down to Newers now, who's already found 1 of the 4 he needs. So you need to disrupt the plant going down. Unfortunately, we'll be unable to stop that. Benji picks up 1 final kill. And the first round of our second half will fall to Mirage.
Mirage keeping solid pace across the entirety of the map, getting the big kills onto these Oxygen members that were playing a little bit closer to site. But the big thing is freeing up the area around the site to have so much influence makes it to where those anchor players have to manage so much. I mean, you could just see it from our position there in behind Throne, having to bounce back between Breach and the Dragon Door and Split and then back to the Breach. And it's just so much for one person to manage, and Mirage can overwhelm them in that situation. That's exactly what we see out of MRG, especially near the tail end after they got those big frags onto the site setup of Oxygen and force the plant down. They're going to pull themselves ahead here, and Mirage showing just why they chose to go back to this map.
Indeed the case. Ability to bring themselves back from the brink, it seems, and even a desperate situation. Second to none right now, so beautifully done, especially for a Throne attack, too. Normally, when you're shut down, you have very limited options to make up the difference, but Mirage still are able to make things happen. Beautifully done for themselves to take the right foot forward and establish the lead coming into the second half. Now we have to wait to see if they can stick it. So they're going to need to transition, of course, onto a new site. Oxygen does not favor a retry down in Throne Room. It was way too one-sided, and I generally tend to agree with that, so we'll head over towards the dorms instead and see if that will make up a better defense here. Newers definitely wants to go for this peak, hoping to line up a repel timing, and he gets it. Ace on, nicely done. Mohese won't even know what hit him, as Newers gets the second one as well. Kento also going to get caught repelling up directly into the crosshairs of Newers to set this up for a 5v3 before he even crossed the 30-second mark.
Fantastic from Oxygen, setting pace so early into the round and already able to take so much away from Mirage. It'd be a Christmas miracle if they were able to get this round after not only losing their hard breach, but also Buck. So much soft destruction out the window, you know, as well as a solid gun and stuns. They're asking for a lot here, but we'll see how they try and work around this. They have quite a bit of info utility in the back pocket still, with the likes of Doke and Lion still along for the ride. It's just, you know, working your way towards perfection to try and pick up a round like this.
All about the follow-through now from Oxygen. Set themselves up for the win. Just have to make sure they don't miss a step and allow another member of Mirage to sneak through. Get a dangerous amount of control. The only one really able to do that at this point in the round is going to be Melted, of course. Checking out his POV now as he shifts past Break, just next to the initiation, as well as Office Cross. Trying to move up into the actual site itself, but not a whole lot of resistance coming in from Oxygen just yet. They're taking a very, very passive note as they have no real reason to show face and risk players here, given that massive lead they've already gotten. Bringing things down to the 5v3 off of Newers' earlier exploits. And due to that patience, we're going to see pretty much the follow-through we expected. Unfortunately, Melton not going to be able to contend too much. Dexter with a nice shot here. Downs at least the one player hiding out behind Vending and reinforced behind those office walls. Foxay will be the one to fall there, but so far, the only one to be knocked out. Dexter will be able to actually strike true on a second target. Dream more than likely peek into the left of our current player's POV here on Benji, but still, a lot more kills to be found, a lot more intel to be scrubbed out. It's only 45 seconds to make it happen. Sweater with a nice lock in there to take down Benji. Eliminates him, leaving only Dexter at the top of Yellow Stairs alive now.
Well, unfortunately enough, especially after that kill there, obviously, Benji just sitting on 2 EE1Ds. Didn't use a single one of those inside of that last engagement there, which is exactly the kind of utility that you would want if you had to make an aggressive play from a downward position like they did. You know, you want to try and force these members of Oxygen to make a decision on if they want to make an aggressive play and be found out. And speaking of aggressive plays, what a mechanically gifted player in the likes of Newers, showcasing just how gifted he is inside of the opener there for round 8. Oxygen will tie things up 4-4 up against Mirage on Theme Park. Words I assume none of you thought I was going to say.
All right, well, let's see if Oxygen, once again, is going to be able to run their way around the map. They'll make the return back down into Throne Room now with things a bit more successful on the upstairs defense, and hopefully them figuring out the issues that propped up back on round number 7. They're able to make up for things here. It'll be looking much more swimmingly for them, as they'll just have to follow through with the 2 additional rounds needed. And this map will be theirs, finally smiting down Mirage here.
10 seconds left.
Finally taking them out on a map that they've been very, very well inclined to play, but as we mentioned before, it reveals quite a bit of their strategy. Even so, though, Oxygen have been cut off by it, or caught off guard, I should say, by it quite a few times. It's made for a very interesting game so far, as Mirage is still trying to look for that same number of rounds themselves. We go live with it, though. Mirage is out on the board, an Oxygen roster that's going to be, once again, to no surprise, very active in their roam game across the map, wanting to try and waste as much time as possible so that they cannot focus on the clear into throne room itself.
Well, we'll see if they can get past Newers. This last round, obviously, he was the thorn in the side of Mirage for the early round. This time, looking to be that yet again. I do believe that's vertical there inside of Waiting Hall, seeing if anybody wants to try and pressure from Cash. But Newers, more than likely, lying in wait throughout the building. Currently 11 and 5. And yes, it will be vertical here, as he's trying to get aggressive around the metal panels here for Cash. Stuns in, and this usually means an aggressive play, but the second stun, what a play from Mirage. A perfectly positioned stun grenade will catch a vertical, and he's flying blind as Melted hops in Dragon Window.
Start to things here for Mirage, being able to take down vertical, of course, but not the end of the world, and no overreaction coming in from Oxygen. Just a very slow crawl from Sweater to put himself at the tail end of Dragon Hallway here to maybe see if he can get lucky and catch a player off guard. Mirage not keen on making those mistakes at this stage, however. Gonna double drone that. That'll spot him out for a second time and force him back deeper into the site to wait things out.
Well, a minute and 30 seconds here. Mirage obviously with the man advantage, but they still have quite a bit to go. I believe that we have, oh, actually we don't have impacts on, and Dexter, he's gonna kill Foxay, the mute out there about trying to find a Mirage member. I do believe he gets gunned down at the other end of the yellow stairwell. Drone gonna get discovered here. Nobody on it, but Newers has been found, and he's dead to Dexter. Oxygen continue to gift one after another over to Mirage, and they're gonna do it again. Sweater goes down. Sweater, you're too late to the party, my friend. Everybody already drank all the soda. The pizza's gone. Just go home. Dream, it's all up to him. He's got one. Mirage, they're looking for the lead again. They don't have any more EE1Ds, but they got a lot of firepower to try and bear down on Dream's location. He'll work his way through split, trying to find any opener. He's got to be aggressive here, folks. If he just sits on site, he's a dead man walking, and they weren't ready for it. Dream! Oh, it's going to be a dream if he gets this round over on Mirage. Mohesse, he's going to start the plant. He's going to fake it out. He knows Dream's worked his way back into split. He had that audio cue, tries to get aggressive, and Mohesse gets it done. Mirage, 5-4.
Props to Dream for the attempt, of course. Very well played, given the circumstances that he was up against, and was able to nearly walk in a very, very close clutch. Only one away from bringing it down to a 1v1, and even there would have had a real chance to secure it. So Mirage, they take the round, but they're not necessarily going to be happy about it in the way that they're able to do so. Either way, though, consistency is being found on these thrown attacks. They're 2 for 2 so far, and Oxygen is going to be the one that's starting to worry in a big way. They'll now have to go to a tertiary site, and one that's untested so far in this game. Already moved themselves upstairs, of course. They will be able to return to that on the next round. So if things go well here for Lab, they can still rally back, potentially get up to a 6-5 lead if they're able to repeat their success upstairs as well. But things have to start going right here. Otherwise, Mirage is on the warpath to a quick victory.
Oh, man, and what a weight on the shoulders of Oxygen as well. 0-2 to start. You're up against the statistically worst team out of the entire season of 2022 for the NAL. And not only that, you're losing to them currently on a map that they've went to for a 3rd time in a row. Oxygen cannot let this slip through their fingers. There's a lot of weight on their shoulders right now, but they're going to have to work through it. And not only that, they've got to do it on the defensive end, where Mirage have been constantly decimating them when they aren't going for some of these cheekier picks initially. So what is the answer for Oxygen? It can't simply be Newers take some picks off some windows every time.
Yep, absolutely not the case. That's the only real thing that's led to victory so far for this team. How do they mark that consistency in the middle of the round? How do they consistently waste out the time from Mirage and make them second-guess their own strategies? They failed to find an answer to this so far in the 2 to 3 rounds that we've had played out on this side. And they're very quickly running out of time to find a proper answer. Hoppin'
What the hell?
to the setup. Enzo goes right for the billiards play, and even better, they find a second pick, I believe, on the inside of bathrooms too. Melted knocks out Vertical with that one. Already, it's full site control, and even an extension past that for Kento here, as he's going all the way into lab. Plant shouldn't be restricting him too much. They don't even need the plant. Mohese, get off that. You don't even need it right now. Just frag it out. Chase Foxy around the map. Where's he gonna go? He's got no map control left, as Mirage have shut down Oxygen on this round again.
I mean, he's got a couple of foxholes, but there's nowhere that Davide goes. It's a 1 versus 5 on such low time, and look at how distinguished Mirage are looking on this offense right now. Cool, calm, and collected, ladies and gentlemen. If you would have told me and just take the names away that this is Mirage playing offense right now, I would be at a loss for words. So very controlled. They're going to swing into Foxy here, at least right outside of Drug, but Benji delivers the killing blow immediately after. 2 rounds ahead of Oxygen here. And just to remind you, if Oxygen don't get any points inside of this game here, that is practically their major berth gone in day 3 of the NAL.
Not a way they would have wanted to start out the season, and that means, as you probably heard Sleeper mentioning back on the desk as well, that they need to be pretty much perfect from this point forward. Just to bounce off of Stokes' point. For certain, they're not out just yet, but they're going to be very, very close to that if things do not turn around here in the next round.
By the skin of their teeth.
Pretty much.
They're holding on by their fingernails, not even the tips. Like, you're asking for so much to happen throughout the league in order to allow you to even try and make it at that point. And I mean, when we reach that point, also, what is, or if we do reach that point, what is our talking point about this, obviously, right? Because, like, Laxon's the only thing that's been switched out of auction. We put Sweater in, and now there's just nobody else home. Newer's the only person that we really see lighten up this scoreboard. Vertical, there's just like no light on upstairs currently. Nothing is working for them up against this Mirage unit.
There'd be more hope as well if this was still like the middle of the year. If we were sitting in stage 2, you could say like, all right, maybe this isn't their stage, you know, that sort of thing. I don't want to talk too presumptively, as we are still only on Playday 3, but it's starting to look this way.
Hard though, right?
So we got to start bringing it up at the end of the day. But the fact that it's stage 3 and things are looking this bleak right now for Oxygen is not a good sign. For their sake, I really hope we start to see things begin to turn around, whether it's in this match or a later one here in this stage, because there's just, what, like months of emptiness between now and the start of the next stage for the NAL. So how is this team going to rebound between now and then? How are they going to improve if things continue to, unfortunately, end up on the worst end for themselves throughout the rest of this stage?
Yeah, I do believe, at least off the top of my head, Oxygen have the #1 player across the last 2 stages in the likes of Newers, and we're potentially starting off 0-3 here. I hope this is not the case for Oxygen, so we are into potentially the last round here. Mirage brought the Lion again, and Sweater dead to the world. The Bandit off the board, and it's at the hands of the Thermite.
Sweater falling down, the Bandit being eliminated as well. It'll more than likely mean that all of his utility dies with him unless he preset it for like the office walls or something like that. Again, a little bit of a sigh of relief for Oxygen and falling back to this site. This is the one that they were able to control previously, but starting out down 2 is not going to be the path to victory here. Already it's Mirage leading the charge again with full control, as far as I can tell, of the Dragon side of the building too. Foxy still positioned on the inside of the office as the one true obstacle remaining between them and the site now.
Kento, crucial shots here. Foxy's gonna miss some as well. They both go wide. The shotgun blast not even making its connection. Foxy falling back towards the office hatch. Obviously already lost Newers as well. This 5 versus 3 means so much to Oxygen at the current moment. Another EE1D out. It's Benji's last, but they still have 2 logic bombs as well to really throw a wrench into the plans of Oxygen. What a shot from Kento. Foxy, you're not even allowed a sliver if you want to peek at MRG. It's a 5-2 in favor of the offense. I literally cannot believe my eyes. Vertical, he's going to try and take some gunfights around the top of yellow, but Mirage know where his location is. He'll down the buck. He'll take out Kento, trying to stop Mirage and this plant. What a kill from Dexter with the DMR. Dream can't find it through the smoke. Mohese gets the plant, and Mirage, at least not yet, are looking to take this round, but yet again, the support player gets it done. Mirage, the greatest version of the Owl we have ever seen, takes Theme Park.
third consecutive play for this stage on this map. It'll give them a second victory on it after they sustained one loss earlier last week to TSM. Bouncing back without missing a beat, though. These last few rounds, they absolutely shut down at every single opportunity. The resistance coming in from Oxygen. A very, very well-fought game and a very, very well-won game as Mirage is going to continue to ascend. Oxygen will be grasping for air here as they try to figure out just what the heck is going wrong in their first 3 games.
Absolute devastation coming out of Mirage up against Oxygen. I don't think this is a scoreline a lot of us thought we were going to see. 7-4. And you know, funny enough, before we even started this game, I jokingly said to the analysts as they were walking off, I was like, oh, we have an overtime today, right? Like, we got to get that. And we at least got to a 4-4, but then Mirage kick it into maximum overdrive and blow past Oxygen. A fantastic theme park. And I don't know if we're going to see teams try and be as confident up against MRG on this map.
Definitely not the case. They'll be thinking twice about picking into it. As a remind you again, the team had already played it 2 times in a row last week. There would have been plenty of exposure. We had a team beating them as well. So there would have been plenty of tape on how exactly they could go about that, but just not able to wrestle it seems, here inside of this matchup today. Mirage still end up topping it out. And again, that entry power in the second half is really what seemed to lock it into here. Oxygen constantly trying to contest against it, but could just never really win any of those opening fights in the final few rounds, sealing their fate before any of their own strategy had truly been deployed.
Well, that about does it. Oxygen and Beastcoast currently sit at the very bottom of the league. Nobody able to get a win just yet. Oxygen, just as a reminder, a top 4 team throughout the entirety of 2022. And it looks like something very serious has happened to them. We'll have to see how the remaining weeks go, but you know, you got to remain hopeful.
All right, so for the 2 of us, that's going to do it for the day, ladies and gentlemen. We still got one final analysis test segment, though, so stick with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes with a breakdown of Mirage's victory.
I had to get one on Seth. Come on.
Make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
And I got you feeling wavy. Way too early to be easy. Start a 10 job cause you crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your doll in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away.
Well, there you have it. Mirage take the win over Oxygen, and we have none other than Dexter himself standing by over in Vegas to chat with us a little bit about that win. Congrats, Dexter, on the win there. Were you worried going into Oxygen at all? Like, what were you expecting coming into this one?
I mean, of course, we knew it was going to be a hard game. You know, Oxygen's a really good team.
Yeah.
But we've been prepared for this. I mean, we've just been practicing a lot and just focusing on our mistakes, especially with the first game against TSM. We were just focusing literally on every little mistakes that we were making and making sure we improve for all the other games.
Dexter, it's back-to-back-to-back theme park for you guys so far to start the stage. And on top of that, you go theme park against OXG, who I'm sure you know had a very good record on this map ahead of time. Can you talk about the thought process on why you wanted to go here against such a strong theme park team, and then why you thought you were able to win the map?
I mean, to be completely honest, we weren't expecting to play team, but they decided to ego trail us there. And we knew that theme was a really good map for us, and if it came down to, we were going to be able to play it. But we really weren't expecting to play, but I guess people can just keep ego trailing us on that map.
Hey Dexter, congrats on the win. Looking ahead a little bit to tomorrow, I know you play SSG. For those who don't know, you were going to be on their team, and they kind of last second decided to go with Yeti. Is that a game that you've had, maybe circled on the calendar a little bit? Does that one mean a little bit more to you?
I mean, of course. I mean, I love every single player on that team. Like I said before, I have nothing against any of them. But, of course, it's going to be a good game. You know, I'm going to be hyped, and hopefully we can come out on top.
There were obviously a lot of questions surrounding what this team was going to look like before the stage even got going, but from what I was hearing, you were getting in the middle of things, trying to take initiative to fix the problems that you were seeing. Obviously, Mohesi has done a lot, even though both of you are just the brand new Challenge League call-ups. How are you finding that you're integrating with the whole process so far? I know you really wanted to talk last time you got a win, but we couldn't get you set up, so how does it feel after 3 games so far?
I mean, obviously there's still little mistakes that we need to work on fixing them. But the thing that I had in mind in this is basically kind of like XSET, basically just having 5 players that are friends, you know, and just be able to have fun playing the game. You know, at the end of the day, if you're not having fun, you're not winning games. So basically, I just kind of did this I knew this could be a very competitive team, and it's shown to be proven.
I would say so, yeah. Handling Oxygen today, that's 2 wins already on the stage for Mirage. So congrats on the one today, and good luck against Spacestation tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, there you have it. It was, Melter Skelter, the Kento Evento, Dexter Flexter. They wrecked Oxygen 7-4, and this Mirage team is off to a pretty hot start in stage 3.
I think what this does now is it puts them in 3rd place with the tiebreakers on round differential, which is the highest they've been since they finished in 3rd place back in stage 1 of last year, which is insane to think about the amount of progress that they've had so far. Kento had a great game. I think there were a couple times where I think it was like some weird flank decision making at times, but that kind of problem didn't seem like it cropped up very much. Mohesi was insane, especially on Maestro in a couple of throne rounds, and it very much feels like everyone on this team is dialed in on a level that exactly like Dexter was hoping when he jumped onto this team in the first place.
Yeah.
Dude, somebody's got to get Nours some help, man. He did basically everything that he could to try to win them this game. You know, he started a little bit slow, had a couple open-in deaths to Mohesi on those first couple of rounds, but after the TAC timeout, you know, he was so good on getting those opening picks. He was really good with the grenades. He finished out, I thought, a pretty strong second half as well, playing on the defense, but unfortunately, he just, he can't show up and carry the round every single time, and a lot of times, like, if he is dying, if he is going in, there just wasn't that follow-up. So, I mean, if you want to take a silver lining away, I think Nours had a great game. Dream played okay, but like everybody else on OXG really did struggle this match.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm OXG, I just got to figure out what I'm doing. We touched on it before the game. I just don't understand what they're doing with Sweater. Why bring Sweater in to just play roles that he's never played? It goes against his strengths as a player, his aggressiveness. He just seems completely out of place. Honestly looks uncomfortable. And then outside of Mirage, I mean, they're looking very competitive. I assume at some point they're going to play a map besides Theme Park, and we'll see how they look then. But, you know, that was a good win for them. And for OXG, they're now a third of the way through the season with 1 point. They only have 5 games left. If they win all 5 of those games in regulation, they're only going to have 16 points. You usually need 15, 16 to make the major. I mean, OXG maybe need to stop worrying about making majors and worrying about like what's going to work for their roster, because they do not look like the same team.
Yeah, I did a double check on the statistics specifically. No team in NAL history has ever qualified for a major after losing their first 3 games. There was a time where a team, after losing the first 3 games, did still get top 4, which was back when we didn't have a major, which is the very first stage of last year when SI got rearranged. And that was, you guessed it, Mirage. Lost their first 3 and then came roaring back. That was the time they had Hot and Cold in the team. That was the loading Knicks roster from way back in the day. No other team in NAL League history has ever managed to claw their way back after a 3-game loss. There have been times in other leagues, specifically G2, who lost their first 3 games of Stage 2 and still qualified for Berlin. So it's not to say that it's completely out of their hands, but oh my God, do they need to win everything and then have everyone else start losing if they actually want to qualify for November?
Yeah, and it seems like they've got a lot of work to do before they kind of figure out how to win, right? How do you put the puzzle pieces together? You know, Laxing maybe a bigger hole to fill than they thought they would have when they slotted Sweater into that. But for now, a victory for Mirage. We're going to take a look at a replay that kind of illustrates some of the unique stuff they were doing in some of these early rounds. We're going to take a look at round number 9 and Mirage's entry that really kind of set things off in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't seem like anything special, honestly. It's kind of just a single kill. But to me, this shows like just a capability from Mirage that I don't think we were seeing in the stages before. You see the mini play, you see the coordination. They're going to coordinate flashes to kill Vert. They find a solo player, and they're going to be able to just flash him and take him out. And honestly, it's just plays like that I don't think they were capable of before.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. When I talked to Mo over the weekend, one thing he said is that like old Mirage was like very basic, right? And what they wanted to do was like work on more enabling with the team, work on getting themselves more of those advantages. And so this is a great example of that, where they're able to use that utility to be able to get that first opening pick. And it really has
eventually, it's coming up. We're on the edge of your seat.
That.
Just trust us. It's coming.
Yeah,
it's here. Oh,
There's the drone.
I see him in the corner. I see the flash. Oh, yeah. Teamwork, baby.
There it is. One for Melted to start that one off. And yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it doesn't seem like much, but it's a sign of good things from Mirage. It's something that definitely was lacking in the earlier stages.
Yeah, it's just coordination. It's as simple as that. If you can do things together, you can make plays like that. Take advantage of players by themselves. Take opportunities to make plays around the map. You win and lose games by making mini plays throughout the series, right? It's things that are unpredictable, things that people don't expect. Plays like that win you rounds. That's an opening kill that you spiral into a victory for the round.
Yep, that's right. And I mean, we looked at Dream and his kills on that stat sheet. And the thing is most of those came when he was the only person left alive for Oxygen as well.
He almost had that clutch, man. I was so pissed.
Exactly.
I really wanted him to get that ace.
So you force him in that situation, then even a player who is a very talented, lethal support player like Dream, there's only so much you can do. You can't 1v5 every single round, right? So Oxygen with a lot of work to do. Mirage gets it done again. Their second win in a row, I believe, which I think, is that the first time we've been able to say that? Did they get...
For a while. It hasn't been since Hot and Cold, honestly. It might have been, maybe stage 3 of last year, they had a pretty decent run, so maybe around then.
It's been a little while, yeah.
It's just, for this year, it feels like, you're in the Twilight Zone. It's like, wait a minute, Mirage is like winning games, like, pinch me. Like, I
Super's
just don't know
an analyst? What's going on?
Yeah.
It's got to feel good for the guys on that team who've also been there for a while. The Melteds, the Benjis of the world who have seen this roster go through so many different iterations. Even though we still have 2/3 of the stage left to go, I think you can take a little mini moment of victory in looking at this. I know they can't quite yet for the rest of the week because they've still got a game coming up against Spacestation tomorrow, which, like you mentioned, does still have the Dexter against Spacestation like line against it. But still, this has to feel really good for those guys.
Sure enough. Well, another player that's going to feel quite good is one that's going to receive our MVP award for the day. Anyone want to make a guess before we reveal?
Is it me?
I mean, you're our MVP.
I mean, I will say, so I don't, I had 100% leading up until that last game.
Yeah, you almost made it.
OXG just punched me in the face, like unbelievable.
Yep. The coin believed.
If we're talking active players,
I mean, whatever.
I'll give it to Bosco. I think Bosco was huge in that SSG game.
Sure. Who is it? Who's our MVP? Let's find out. It is none other than
Super.
Suspense. Is it Dream? No, it's not.
Dream?
It can't be Dream.
Wait a second.
Wow. That's a shock.
They gave it to Kento?
They hear Kento?
Kento did
It's
have
the
a good
Kento evento.
Oh my God.
On that final game, of course, top of the scoreboard for Mirage. A lot of little plays here and there. I didn't feel like he was a player that had like a couple of crazy, flashy stuff, but he was always there in the right position to help out his teammates. He was always able to get in and just provide that little bit of support. So very nice game here from Kento to come on in.
Look at that.
I mean, when you have 13 kills and people don't even notice you're getting 13 kills, that means you're having a pretty good game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. You're making it. You're making a difference. You're making it so smooth that people kind of pass it over. But no, we didn't. MVP for Kento himself.
Very quick perusal of the MVP statistics for this year. I do believe this is the first time anyone from Mirage has been afforded the offer, or been awarded it.
And I will also answer our question from 5 minutes ago. Everybody forgot, but it's the first time Mirage have won back-to-back games.
That's what I thought.
Since June 2021. That was stage 2 last year.
There you go.
Only took him a year.
There you go.
Change.
Yeah.
And a lot of luck and a lot of CL transfers and OXG absolutely fumbling the bag.
It works. Well, either way, it happened. It's a historic day. Let's take a look at the day's standings after all of our matches. Let's see how things are shaking out.
Oh my God.
Oh, Soniqs on top. The only 3-0 team. Check that out.
Holy crap.
That can't be right.
How that is there a mistake there?
The standings have to be in reverse.
Mirage in third. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's the funny thing is this is almost stage 1 standings in reverse, isn't it?
Yeah, other than Beastcoast, like OXG, Astralis, XSET, they all made the major last time. So
you could probably take a screenshot of week 3 of stage 1 and just flip it over, and it would probably be the same thing.
Beast
This is
Coast
actually
kind of
pretty
the
nuts.
element out there, but yeah. Wow. Well, Beast Coast with no wins quite yet. We'll see what they can do. I guess Oxygen with no wins, but they did have that one overtime loss, so they got a point at least. That is how it is.
Yeah, that's what's going to send them to the major end of the year. Just you wait.
But there you go. All right, well, let's take a look at our update to our predictions scores. This is a fun one because
no, it's not.
overall
no, it's not.
It was a good day for the coin. Look at that. The coin. Aside from Super, is 80%.
Well, you see 80%, and you think
size.
that's pretty good, and I see 80%, and I see the 20% that I just got costed.
That's the.
If Lax is playing in that game, it's 100% still, and that's what infuriates me.
That's the mentality of a winner right there. 80% is not enough.
That's a B.
That's right. 47% though is still pretty good though.
From the fans?
And
for the rest of us.
Well, that's pretty awful, I'm going to be
Can we
honest.
get this
That's
screen
under 50.
off so I don't have to
You
look
can
at my
literally flip
33?
the coin, and the odds are below what the coin would say. That's pretty horrible.
Well, that's the whole point of the coin is are our analysts and fans better than a coin flip? That's it.
You're kind of just roasting them right to their face.
Listen, we're
It's
3
kinda
days in.
That's what I'm here for.
You're
Law
just
of
making fun of them
averages,
to
we'll
their
get it
face.
up. That's
Okay.
all right. That's all right.
That's right. So, any final thoughts here as we close out the day? We'll go to our guest first. Super. How's your first day as an analyst here in NAL?
I thought it was easy peasy for me. For some of these teams, maybe not so much. It's crazy because the NAL moves so fast. We're already a third of the way through the season.
Right.
After tomorrow, we're almost halfway there. It seems crazy to say, but the major picture is already starting to kind of have lines drawn in the sand. Soniqs at 9 points. Like I said, 2 more wins kind of puts them in the major already. These other teams, they're fighting for invite points that matter a lot. SSG, Parabellum. You know, those are games that are going to be huge for them coming up. And towards the bottom, some of these teams just need to figure out what's going on. OXG, XSET, we're not used to seeing them down there. Astralis looked like they kind of maybe flipped a switch a little bit today. But, yeah, I mean, man, the takeaway for me is that OXG look horrible. Like, I just can't get over it. And maybe I'm a little mad that they cost me my 100%. And I
think that's most of us talking.
Yeah,
They're already dead.
I'm just saying, like, come win a game, man. Come on.
He's gonna go home and you're gonna take a marker and put the OXG logo on a pillow and just punch it.
It's just unbelievable.
Jesse.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I think today, we got to see a couple of trends continue, a couple of trends break. I think it's very interesting to see how some of these teams are lining up. Parabellum taking their first loss today. They're not the unstoppable juggernauts that they might have looked back in stage 1 or back in week 1. TSM as well taking an L today. So in the week 2, after teams have had some time to take off and study your gameplay a little bit, we see things changing here in the NAL, but there's still plenty of games to play for, right? Yeah. We are a third of the way through already, but that means we still have 2/3 of the games to go. It's going to be tough for some of those teams like Auction and Beastcoast, but there's a lot of teams right now kind of in that midfield, and it is absolutely anybody's game out of those teams.
Now, I want to throw tomorrow's schedule up there, too, so we can chat about that a little bit. But as we do, Jacob, give me your thoughts on today here as we
I just think that we've got a top 3 that's not going to stay the same all the way until the end of the stage. I think it's nice to see teams like Mirage and Parabellum finally getting their comeuppance, but we also have enough roster moves over this stage that it's probably going to inspire some thoughts of like first impression fallacy. Your first impression is usually the thing that you stick with as soon as you see it, but we already saw Parabellum take a loss. We saw people underestimate Mirage. We saw TSM take their first loss, and Soniqs are just doing Soniqs things. So I don't think that top 4 is going to stay exactly the same, but I'm curious to see which of them actually will stay there when they qualify for the major.
Yeah, well, tomorrow's schedule. Do we have it? There it is. All right. Tomorrow, Parabellum versus DarkZero. Okay, Beastcoast versus Astralis. Astralis gets a little bit of softball there to try to get some more points on the board. I'm really wondering about the last one of the day. Look at that, Mirage versus Spacestation. We talked to Dexter a little bit about that one in the interview.
You have to wait until the end of the day for that game?
He'll be hyped.
That XSET OXG game is pretty interesting, too, because usually that's a game to, like, decide placing in the top 4. Looking at the leaderboard, that's a game to decide who's going to still have a chance to make the major.
Yeah, it's like, can you get to top 4? That's what they're fighting for now.
One match that might decide standings for top 4, Soniqs versus TSM. Currently our top 2 teams. Now, Soniqs have looked very good the first 3 play days. TSM have gotten 2 wins over the weaker teams in the league and then lost today, 7-4 to Astralis. So I think a lot of people are going to be questioning TSM going into that game, but it's at least a chance to redeem themselves and prove that first week wasn't a fluke.
This genuinely might be the closest one that we have in terms of overall placement. So just, I'm going to go left to right on this one, okay? 4th place against 6th place. 10th place against 7th place, 1st against 2nd, 8th against 9th, and then 3rd against 5th. There is not a matchup that has more than a 2-position split given current standings for our schedule tomorrow, which means this one's going to be really tight.
Interesting. There's a lot of one-sided matches today. We'll see if tomorrow is a little bit more closely guarded. We'll see if we can go a little bit longer than some 7-3s, 7-4s, that kind of thing. But that's going to do it for today here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Thank you so much for watching. Until tomorrow, stay safe, take care of each other, and we'll see you same time, same place. More great matches on NAL. See you then.